Hello and welcome to Florida for the EERC 24 Hours of Daytona. I'm Ed and I'm here with my special co-host, Tobias Sunshine. So
Hi.
Tobias, it's great to be back in Daytona 2 weeks later, for real this time.
Yeah,
Hopefully
it's
it's going to be much smoother this time around after the event we tried to do 2 weeks ago ended up being aborted because we just couldn't get a clean start, unfortunately, with all the technical issues.
it's always something special coming to Daytona. What a great circuit! Lots of history, of course. One of the amazing races.
Indeed, yeah. It's part of the sports car triple crown, of course, one that everyone wants to win. So, and that of course being Sebring, Daytona, and Le Mans historically. Ever since Daytona in 1965 was turned into a 24-hour race. But yeah, it's the second round of the championship, obviously. And Agostino Force Polonia are currently leading in both classes after they won both classes in at the New Orleans Raceway. Sorry, not Circuit of the Americas. That's in Austin, Texas. We'll be seeing that later in the season, I believe. But yeah, it's going to be a really exciting event. Thankfully, we still got most of the field from the aborted event 2 weeks ago, looking to give it another go. Qualifying is, I think, we're about 10 minutes into qualifying with 20 minutes left to go, and it's currently Gabo Hevesi, who is on provisional pole for Mugen Sim Racing number 20 with a 131.5. But he's being pursued by Josh Perwin, who's just actually set a purple second sector. Let's see if we can find Josh Perwin on the circuit anyway. Here he is, just coming to the timing line. See what lap time this is. And has he got the final sector nailed as we cut away? And actually, yeah, there we go. Fastest lap for Josh Perwin. So a very fast lap. The fastest in, I think, the second and third sectors there for Josh Perrin. For Agostino Force Polonia, of course, number 99 is leading the standings at the moment, let's not forget, in LMP2. So that team really riding the crest of a wave at the moment. It's really down to the two Mugen cars behind. Let's not forget Gustav Kianik, who did lead the early stages of this qualifying session just before we start streaming in the number 21. All those three cars separated by 3 tenths, I believe, with Hevesi and Kianik only a tenth apart, but Perwin now pulling 2 tenths ahead.
Yeah, the AFP car is obviously extremely quick again. I think it's going to be a very good battle between the top 4 to 5 even, actually.
Oh, sorry, go on.
The field's very bunched up in the LMP, even in the GTs. Like, the field's separated but between 2 seconds. Well, they're all under 2 seconds, actually, and it's very impressive. And then the GT field, I think, is a bit more spread out, but not much either. Like, P1 and 2 are within a tenth. Yeah, they slowly get a bit... They get around over 2 seconds, but it's still an extremely close field. We should see a lot of racing, a lot of battling, so yeah.
Speaking of the GT field, we shouldn't neglect them, because the cars may be slower, but the competition is just as fierce. On pole there at the moment is Zoltan Toth for the Dream Team endurance team. It's Dream of a 3 instead of an E, of course. And they're driving the Callaway Corvette C7, which of course is a slightly, often a notoriously difficult car to drive. We saw at Le Mans lots of the drivers in the Corvette spinning. But it seems in qualifying here at Daytona, they've finally figured out how to set up the car and get the best performance out of it. He is, let's have a look, less than a tenth. Let's see, that's 100th, just under 100th ahead of Alessandro Fantinati for DDoS, number 175 in another Callaway Corvette. Then, of course, it's Adam Soreje, who is 2 tenths down on them, both in the Mugen Sim Racing 88, of course, the sister car to the 2 LMP2 runners. That is the top 3 in GTs. Surprising, Agostino Force Polonia nowhere to be seen in the GT field, given that they're the class-leading car. There they are. I see Alex Hallows in the sister to the one that's leading the championship at the moment is in 31st overall, which means translates to about 6th or 7th, I think, in the grid order. But where's the sister AFB car? There we go. Oh no, it's the same one I was just looking at.
I'll look for it while we.
Yeah, that's the 999. This is looking at
It's
Jake
28.
Denahan.
Jake Dehan.
Okay, Jake Denahan is in the number 999. It says on my timing screen. It's a little bit confusing. Meanwhile, Gabo Vessi has just set a fastest first sector while we were talking along, and I think he's just finished his lap there. He wasn't quite as quick in the last two sectors, but he was quick enough to jump Roland Zooks, the DEAC Hackers team, who are number 95, which had just got into second position there. So the order at the top in LMP2, Josh Perwin for AFP number 99, Gabo Hivesi and Mugen Simrace number 20, Roland Zooks for DEAC Hackers number 95, Christopher Kanik in fourth for Mugen number 21, and Callum Hambley for AFP number 97, the sister cars. It seems both of the AFP sister cars have not had the rub of the green so far this season that their team sister cars have had. But they'll be looking to change it over a long 24-hour race here at Daytona. It could be very incident-packed. As we see, Stanislav Spajald, number 85, currently in 13th position in LMP2, just taking to the track for Burn Horizon by 360 Motorsport. So that's, of course, I believe the Burn Horizon 360 are partnering with for this round. And as you were pointing out just before the broadcast, Tobias, that means that we've got this slightly awkward problem with Reading Game Studios and 360 by Burn Horizon, or Burn Horizon by 360, as I should rightly call them. Got very similar kind of liveries, both white and blue, I think.
It's going to be very interesting, but we should be fine.
We'll have to find some way of telling them apart. Well, thankfully, we've got on the stream at least, we've got the little screen of the graphic at the bottom, which reveals who exactly we're watching.
Yeah.
Stanislav Spajald, his brightly multicolored livery in his particular 360 car. Very colourful livery there. Almost like looks like one of the BMW art cars, really. A little orange and green and white. I'm not sure if they settled on a colour here. Got open the paint editor and just threw everything they could at it. But he's on that lap trying to improve his 13th position. Let's see how far he gets. I didn't see anyone on purple time, but I think it is still interesting. I believe no, it is still a Zoltan Top. I saw Team Falcon and I thought, hang on, they can't be leading the GT class, can they? But that's actually the last runner in LMP2 that I just got mixed up with. But it is still Zoltan Top for a 142.0, just ahead of Alessandro Fantinati with a 142.099. So it's very tight actually at the top two positions in GTs as we look at Stanislav Spajald on his current lap. He hasn't quite hit he's about to hit the first sector now actually. So we'll see what kind of split this is, whether it's going to get him up the order as there's 13 minutes left remaining in the session.
Solid exit onto the oval.
Yeah, I've not seen any splits yet, so I'm not sure exactly how well he's doing, but it looks like a very clean run so far. There we go, first sector split. Just good to remember where all the splits are, but he's up on his previous lap at the moment. By, as you can see, almost, is that 4 or 6 attempts? Yes, 4 attempts. Goes through the chicane near the end of the lap, which is going to be incredibly difficult for cars to lap each other in the different classes. As we cut away to Pavel Pankovic sitting in the pit lane and not doing very much. Let's look for Pajot in that lap. He wasn't quite strong in the middle sector, slightly down on his best as he heads towards the start-finish line. Where is this going to put him? As we cut to Pavel Pankovic exiting the pit lane, Pajot stays 13th. It wasn't quicker than his previous time, or if it wasn't enough to gain him a position. So yeah, 132.5 for Stanislav Pajot, which is about a second off the pace of the leaders, Josh Perwin, 131.3 at the moment.
It's going to be really interesting to see in the race, though, where the LMP cars are going to be able to lap the cars, because I've had a bit of practice doing that on the infield, and it's really hard there. Because I've had a trouble, I was going to try and lap someone going out of the hairpin, and you know the really quick corner going to the second hairpin of the two in the infield. Yes. I tried it around the outside there. It's impossible, because I got off the grass, spun the car, and lost control in practice.
That's turn 8 or 9, isn't it? I don't think many of the corners at Daytona have names, apart from obviously for banking. That's what NASCAR use for the Daytona 500 as well. But the NASCAR is like curtain raiser. But and also probably one of the more famous NASCAR races. You just look at Pavel Pankovits making his way around. But the Daytona 24 Hours, a pretty famous layout in its own right. Because the only other thing that happens here is like I think the motorcycle layout, which is the infield it cuts right instead of left. Does. Anyway, here's Pavel Pankovits going towards the timing line to start his flying lap. What can the Reading Game Studios driver do? He's down in 18th position, so I don't think he's had a particularly good lap at the moment, or 17th rather, actually. I think the time's slightly not updated here. But yeah, 1:31.3. Still, I think that's still the fastest time by Kerwin, so I'm not sure what Pankovics' best lap time was. At the moment, I believe it is 1:32.9. But he does show him being quite quick on his previous lap that he did just before he pit. Obviously, he was faster in the last 2 sectors. Oh, you get the rear stepped out there if you saw that.
Yeah, definitely did.
Third sort of long left-hand hairpin. But as he goes towards the banking,
yeah, I mean,
qualifying as much speed as he can to get into that chicane. Yeah, it's very difficult to nail the perfect lap in qualifying. Pavel Pankovits only got 10 more minutes to do it if he is going to do it.
That's still a good amount of time, though.
Not as much time as he had before, and the more the time counts on, the more pressure is to get the lap right. So he goes very wide. That is not a racing line.
That's gonna invalidate his lap there.
Yeah, it is. So unfortunately, Pavel Pankovits not having the cleanest of runs, but he's going to have to collect himself together and do it all again.
He just took too much speed for the. I've just seen it on the stream.
People watching, by the way, to us at the moment.
Oh, I'm watching Pavel right now.
I mean, how many on the stream?
Oh, how many? 43.
Okay, that's a pretty good number. I was hoping it'd be like 42, which is the Douglas Adams number. But from the trying to go together. But anyway, hopefully no one leaves to make that happen. Anyway, as we look at Pavel Pankovits giving another run, I don't think anyone is really on a personal best lap. Samuel Bentley in GTs, I think, is personal best in the first 2 sectors. If we can, as we look at Lucas Henke in Corvette, down in a 37th position, that really shows the field because you don't expect there to be more than 30 drivers running, but for a 24-hour race, it's good to have 40 competitors, I believe, we should have if everyone qualifies.
Yeah.
No one gets disconnected before the start, of course. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen this time around. Just look at Henke negotiating the final chicane, much slower than the LMP2 cars, but still just as controlled. In fact, he doesn't, unlike Pavel Pankovits, he goes through the final chicane very cleanly. It's a little bit interesting, going a little bit higher up the banking than I thought the LMP2 cars are. It seems to me a little bit like the GT cars can get a bit more momentum going a bit higher up the banking.
Yeah, if you're in an LMP2 car, you hug the inside. Also, the thing about his livery is really interesting.
He just completes the lap, a personal best middle sector, but slower in the first and final sector. Not a great lap. I think he might have been just backing off before he starts this one. So maybe this will be a good lap from Lucas Henke. Let's see what he can do in the number 445 car. It's the Ferrari, of course, 488, sorry, for Evo ADN Racing Team. Negotiates his way through the infield. This is the corner you were talking about. And the braking here for this right-hand hairpin is actually a little bit tricky because it's such a sort of long entry and then it suddenly kind of tightens up. It's a constant radius corner. Here we go. It's important to get this one right. Interesting line there. He goes out a little bit wide, but hasn't lost too much time. Callaway Corvette can do as it builds up speed. We're on the banking. It must be a really brilliant feeling going up that banking. So we switch to Vinicius del Vecchio.
Actually, very painful driving the balcony. the balcony.
It'd be more painful driving on a balcony, I can tell you that.
the banking. It gets quite painful sometimes.
Yeah, here we go. This is Henke in the chicane. going towards the other banking. As we've just heard, it's very painful to drive. I guess
I mean,
it's the G-force that gets put through your body. It must be painful as the auto director switches us again.
Yeah.
Let's see the end of Henke's lap. I want to see what sort of time he sets. Was faster in the middle sector this time around. I think it might be a few seconds too slow to really get him up the order here. Yeah, the last sector was just a little bit too slow by about the tune of 3 seconds, I believe. That just surprisingly comes on timing screen. 1:44.8, not a brilliant lap time even in the GD car. But with only 5 minutes, just over 5 minutes left to go, it's still Josh Perwin.
No, it's not. It's Roland.
Roland Zux?
Yeah.
Ah, that's interesting on the time screen, because it's showing on race view that Perwin is still got the fast lap, so I guess my time screen must be completely frozen. But Zux, yeah, it's a 1:30.338. I think is just slightly faster than Perwin, so yeah, there we go. So that is great news for Zux. Yeah, not great news for Absinio Force Polonia, of course.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, but it's first or second place on in an endurance race. It doesn't matter really.
Oh, yeah, qualifying is all sort of academic in a 24-hour race when so much can happen. It's all more about keeping it clean, but it does give you a little bit of an advantage at the start. You have that clear air in front of you.
Especially a lot of the teams will be hoping to get a lot of free air, as mid-race we're going to get a bit of light rain, and especially on this oval, it's going to be tough.
Oh, we're going to get rain at night. Oh, that's news to me. That's good to know. But as we look at Hugo Tempes, one of the newer drivers in the number 96. 4th place in LMP2, so just sort of in the midfield there. It is definitely Zux with the fastest lap at the moment for... That's not reading game, is it?
I don't know what that car is.
I've forgotten who the number 95 is. We have the spotters guide, but it's from last week, unfortunately. Oh, 2 weeks ago, sorry. So
I can check if it's on that.
yeah, let's see if Roland Zux's number 95 car is on that, so we can figure out which team he drives for. Because the time screen, I'm not playing ball at the moment.
Seconds.
But as we look at Vinicius Del Vecchio down in 33rd. Bentley. In the middle of a flying lap as well, so let's see what the first split is. He's down in 33rd, so I'm not sure he's one of the front runners that we can expect to make ground here, but you never know. Del Vecchio has been competed before. Pretty solid driver by all accounts. Had amazing finishes, but has shown solid pace over the years.
Oh, I was joking a bit earlier on about Samuel Bentley, and because he drives a McLaren, I was joking, why isn't he driving a Bentley? I mean, I know it's a really rubbish joke, but...
Oh, I must have completely missed that, because I was so absorbed in qualifying, which is only 3 minutes left to go, so Josh Perwin wants to get back on terms of Roland Zux. He's got to do it sharpish. But here we go, here's Del Vecchio. Number 46 Bentley going towards the chicane. The first sector was not great. He was down on his best slightly. I think the problem is it's being compared to the LMP2 lap time, so the GDs will always look slower in the splits, so that's not sure that's particularly helpful here. As we see him go towards the last corner. And get the best run he can. Can he gain a few positions from 33rd? A bit higher up. I believe it is still Sultan Toth on pole in the GDs. Here we go. So still 33rd, unfortunately, but it was a bit quicker in the final sector, so a bit of encouragement there for the GT runner of Del Vecchio. Well, there's 2 minutes left. Let's see, Hambly has actually set a better lap time and teleported back to the pit lane in number 97 AFP. But he's in 5th at the moment ahead of Novak, Varga, Sonneveld, Gerber and Claver in the triple three, I believe. But hard to see, hard to figure out who is lighting up the time screens at the moment.
It's so unbelievably close for qualifying, though. I think the biggest distance we have in the LMP field is probably between Axel Kerr and Radim Krenek. Yeah.
I believe so, yeah. With Josh Perry 0.014 behind Rowan Zooks, Gavin Vesey 0.040 behind both of them, and then Krzysztof Janik only a tenth and a half behind Rowan Zooks. Oh no, I think that's the gap between oh no, that is the gap to the leader. Sorry, I was correct the first time around. Yeah, it is. All of the top 10 within a second of each. The top 14 all within a second of each other. Hugo Tempes in 14th. The last person within 0.9 behind the pole in LMP2. So
Yeah.
really, a couple of attempts could make all the difference here on a clean lap.
And then it's my team's car, which is in 15, just a second, 1.1 seconds off, which is definitely not bad.
Yeah, that would be the car driven by Olaf van der Stam at the moment, would it?
Yeah.
Homewood in the Callaway Corvette. And that's the DDoS car that Nick Homewood drives for, is it? Yeah, the Trouble 4. But they're down to 31st place, so not really making much progress, fortunately, as they're qualifying only about 30 seconds left to go. So anyone who's on a lap better finish it. Rowan Zooks, the pole setter, just trying to improve his best time. Faster in the first sector. As he goes through the chicane, 25 seconds to go. He's definitely going to finish this one, I think. Oh, really? Cutting it fine. There's a track limit on the exit of that chicane. I wonder how much we're going to see that in the race. We're just sitting in the pit lane. Auto director being as helpful as always. I could turn that thing off.
They're really cutting it close, these boys.
There we go. Actually, Brunswick's going into the pit lane. Here's Josh Perwing, who's on his last lap. This is going to be his last chance to beat Rowan Zooks.
Let's see, hops onto the oval.
Here we go. We're going to have to see what the first split is. It's not looking great, but he's a little bit faster, but not fastest overall. See how he finishes the lap. Heads towards the chicane. So important to get this thing right. Bobbles over the curves, uses as much track, and a little bit more as he dares.
Yeah, he invalidated his lap there, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there we go. So pushing a little bit too hard to catch up to Rowan Zooks. So I believe with the other LMP2 runners, front runners, all in the pit lane, the qualifying is almost over. Here's Mativ Varga, just finishing his lap. Varga we might have invalidated the lap 2 there. They're all pushing just a little bit too hard. He was a bit behind anyway. So yeah, I believe that's the whole field then in the pit lane at the moment, it seems. Maybe only 1 or 2 runners just coming back in LMP2 at least. And I think so. Your pole sitters are Rowan Zooks 2. It seems like Toff was able to hold on in GTs. There we go, just ahead of Fantinati. GT runners setting their best laps early on, but the LMP2s leaving it a little bit later. So we can take probably a good idea to the order if I can figure out how to do that. Set starting order. You can have a brief look if you want at the overall order for the grid. That is Roland Zooks, pole from Josh Perwin, Gabriel Hevesi and Krzysztof Janik holding up the second row for Pimps Racing Hungary. Then it is Cal Hambly in the other Absolute Force Polonia car in 5th. Martin Novak in 6th in the number 23 car, ahead of Matt Varga and someone else. It was Dylan Claver, sorry. Gus Sonneveld is 9th. David Gerber, is 10th. Jukka-Pekka Lalu is 11th, ahead of Alexei Mizin. And drivers will all start the race. That's Alexei Mizin in the 717 RSS Unison car, of course, the reigning champions. Cal Listola will start 13th, ahead of Hugo Tempes, Stanislas Pajord, and Olaf van der Stam in the number 90 car. Pavel Pankovic for Reading Game Studios number 72 will be start 17th, ahead of Oliver Parakan, Riley McKibben in the 36. I believe that's the not IDOS car, but the Iris, maybe?
Iris.
But yes.
I think it's Iris.
And then it is Fringer Bond Racing, driven by Axel Kerr, number 137 and 20th. Radim Krenek, 21st in number 666 car, and that's the last of the, I think that's the Team Falcon car, so that's the last of the LMP2 runners. Then we go into GD3. It is in 22nd overall, but leading 21st, sorry, leading GD3 in number 70 is Zoltan Toff out of Alessandro Fantinati, 175 car. Adam Sereje is third in the 88 car. Ben Gielhoed is fourth, number 7. Bertlin Sabire is fifth in the number 3. Jake Dennehan is sixth in the 999 car. In 7th, it's Giuseppe Pastore in the number 73. In 8th, it's Donat Deisner in the 888. Nick Homewood, 9th in the 444. In 10th, it's Alex Hallows in the 979 car. Vinicius Del Vecchio follows him in the 46. Then in 12th is Tanguy de Braquelier, 51 GT3. Alfie Bevan is 13th in the 35 car. Zoltan Andres Jazz is 14th in the number 5. Joey Luhig is 15th in number 93. Kevin Vujic is 16th in number 30. Lucas Henke is 17th in the number 445. And then I believe rounding out the grid, it is Alan Holden in the number 313. So that is going to be the overall order, and it is set up very nicely. I think Rowan Zooks could really gain a march on Josh Perrin, who's able to hold the lead at the start. We've got, I guess, warm up at the moment, and then the grid will start forming, and hopefully this time will be more successful than 2 weeks ago.
We will be.
So, obviously you'll be focusing a little bit on your car, the number 90, obviously Tobias.
Yes.
Would you hope to be a bit higher up the grid, or do you think that's a decent place to start from in 16th position?
Well, I think we could have gone a bit higher, but seeing that we weren't far off the leader, like we were only a second off of some really quick drivers, no, I'm not particularly fussed. I think this race is mainly just to get to know my teammates properly and stuff. It's just
well, hopefully Olaf Anderstam can make a good first impression in the first thing on yourself and also on me as commentator.
Yeah, that's gonna be dope.
So,
as someone in chat has said, if Falcon win this thing, I'm retiring.
that would be Falcon slightly, it seems slightly, I wouldn't say unpopular, but maybe controversial, this squad in this championship. I believe they are, that is number 666, driven by Radim Krennic.
And Dylan. They've got two.
They've got one in GD3 as well.
No, they've got Dylan Klaver also, and Radim Krennic.
Okay.
And then I think one more. It could be the car, it could be Pavel Pankovets. Or Alex Holden. No, I don't know who their final one is, actually. I know I think they were driving an Audi. I don't know.
Yeah, there are quite a few Team Falcon cars. Usually if they're 3 digits and they're all the same, it's quite likely it's a Team Falcon entry.
If someone can tell me who the other...
Yeah, so...
If someone can tell me...
In LMP2 they've got the 666 for Radim Krennic. I believe. Not the 999, that's Abstinent Force Polonia, of course. Driven by Jake Dennehan, the championship leaders, I believe, at the moment. Dice on then in the 888? Oh.
Could be Donut.
Pretty sure the 666 and the 333 are them.
Yeah, 666, 333, definitely them. With, I think the 666 being the quicker car? No, the 333 is the quicker car.
Yeah,
then...
it's half as big.
Yeah. Half the time quicker.
So I've definitely set the quality order, so we can always refer back to that on the stream if we need to remind everyone of the order, and we can do it as the race is starting as well, for each field. We'll put the starting order. But yeah, it's really just a matter of waiting until the organisers are ready to get things started in earnest. What time is it now? I'm thinking now might actually be a decent time for me to go for a break and eat into lunch.
Yeah, I can take over for like a few minutes, and then I might go and take a break just to
Okay,
get
sure
something
thing.
drink.
I'll be as quick as I can just to make sure I don't miss
Yeah, it's
anything.
fine.
So anyway, that is qualifying over, but the 24 Hours of Daytona is still yet to come. We've got plenty of action lined up. Don't miss it. And we'll be there every step of the way at EERC TV. See you soon. Goodbye.
Predictions, how many cars are going to finish the race? I don't know. Find out. You give me your predictions and I'll say, I don't know. I wouldn't mind seeing 40 out of 40 cars finish. That's how many cars I want to finish, 40. That's not a prediction, that's a hope. I want everyone to finish. That's good. Yeah. I won't say my prediction, I don't want to be mean. Who's polling GT3? It was Roland Joch. I don't know how to pronounce his name, I'm sorry, Roland. So yeah, I can. It was Roland. So, as we're currently waiting, looking at Axel Kerr, number 6, 137, and currently P6 in warm-up. That doesn't really matter though. Anyway, as you all know, it's a long day ahead, so predictions can be very far-fetched or very realistic, it depends though, but predictions in any case. Racing is a very unpredictable sport, as we all know. Yeah. Yeah. Terry is back, sort of online. And we've got 18 minutes till we start the race. Roland is fastest in practice with a 33.1. Yeah. By the way, there's a good chance that there's going to be rain for this race, so yeah. Watch out for that, I think. That's going to spice things up, especially because we're at Daytona. And I think the last time it rained in Daytona was 2019. And that was a very, very chaotic race, so yeah. God, I've just seen the viewer count. I won't say what it is because it's... well... It's, well... that number. Okay, we'll look at that. But as I was saying, as you all know, if it rains... As you can hear, Alex is testing the whistle, so seems to work. Yeah. Currently watching Dylan Clark sit in the pits. Very interesting. He's going out again. Nope. Dang it. So yeah, as you all know, if it rains on an oval, it's not very good. They even have to cancel NASCAR race. They even have to postpone NASCAR races the next day if it's raining. So,
Whisper test, whisper test.
It works. So, okay, so, as you know, as I was saying, if it rains, it rains hard. I think it rained in 2019. So, I think race is supposed to start in 16 minutes. I could be wrong, and I probably am wrong. Yeah, no, we're hoping for a good race, obviously. Everyone hopes for a good race. So, yeah. I'm currently watching a bunch of GTs cars driving around. Lapping is also going to be a big issue here, as you know. Lapping in general isn't easy, because especially if you're going a slower class and in general. Same class, I think, same class lapping should be a bit easier than different class lapping because they have to slow down to let you pass. That is a rule. Yep. Should be good. "15 minutes till green." No, just over. We go for the formation lap of the race. And then we have formation lap, then a quick formation lap. LMP go off first, then we get the GTs going second. So yeah. Josh Pervine quickest with a 33 flat quick currently. I'm actually a bit different. I find same class because they have to slow down. That's my opinion on it. I don't know why. I mean, it depends where you're lapping cars, I guess. Because if you're lapping cars going into on the banking, it's really easy to overlap. That I'll agree. But in the infield, it's tough lapping. And remember, LMP2 cars have to slow down, have to let you past. Unlike LMP2, where they're in your line, they're a bit more of a, and that's going to probably make or break this race for a lot of teams. So yeah, that's my opinion on what's going to happen with that. I think what's really happening right now, so I can't commentate much.
It doesn't matter.
As Christopher Cannon. Lower them if a bit quiet. Yeah, that is a risk. Yeah, I see what you mean. I'm just a bit weird with that. I prefer. Yeah. Sorry if I'm mumbling a bit. I'm quite new to this. So yeah. I don't know what it is. As we're watching Yukapeka Lalu, hope I said that right, going onto the banking. I think that's just NASCAR called their. What now is it?
Welcome back to the EERC 24 Hours of Daytona. I'm Ed and I'm here with Tobias, one of the drivers, who's also helping me commentate in the first stint. There's just a few minutes to go, I think, until the grid is going to start being formed up. So we've got some very exciting action ahead of us. It is, of course, Ron Zooks on pole in LMP2, but the EAC Hackers team, out of Abstinio Force Polonia and the two Mugen sim racing cars. I think that is going to be the real battle today in LMP2. It's going to be very exciting to see how that pans out between those four cars. I think it could go any of those four ways, and it quite possibly could see a lot of lead changes over this 24 hours in LMP2. In GT3, for me, it is a battle between pole sitter Zoltan Toff in the Dream Team endurance. I'm not sure why they called Dream with a 3. The DR3EAM. Maybe they're Daniel Ricciardo fans, I don't know. Race number's 3 as well, so. But they're ahead of BDOS with 175, so I think we could get a really cool BDOS Dream Team battle. It'd be interesting to see if Dream Team can hold on to the lead, because I don't think they have. BDOS have won their GT3 class before and finished the narrow runner-up in the championship last season, but Dream Team, we haven't seen the best of them yet, so this could be a real test for them.
I think the most creative team name though this season is the Left Field Lunatics.
Oh yes, of course, the Left Field Lunatics. Where?
That's the team Hugo's driving for.
Ah, okay, that would be Hugo Tempes. So they've gone up to LMP2, and they've got they were 14th, weren't they? I think they were 14th or 13th, somewhere in that region on the grid. Have a look at the LMP2 grid just in just a moment. Once we get the grid, we know the grid has started forming up. We can remind ourselves of the order, which I could save from qualifying, so we can look over it as much as we want. With 8 minutes left for the warm-up. Now it might be a good chance to briefly go through the title standings at the moment, for anyone that is interested. I can just put this up on my end. Okay. have LMP2 Epstein Force Planier number 99 on 25 points, leading. From Giovanna Iris Automation number 87. I don't believe in this race. They're certainly not in the top 10. They're on 18 points from finishing second at NOLA. Mugen Sim Racing number 21, of course, by Christopher Kianik, among others. They have 15 points. They're in third. DAC Hackers number 95, who are on pole. They're in fourth on 12 points, but looking to gain the upper hand. Heimdall Racing number 23 on 10 points. Royal Blue Racing number 13 on 8 points and 6th. Earn Horizon by 360 Motorsports number 85 on 7th on 6 points. Greeny Game Studios number 72 at 8th on 4 points. Abstino Force Polonia number 97, teammates of the title leaders, they're in 9th on 2 points. And VMS Sun Edits Racing, number 26, sorry. Eventually got that number right. They're in 10th on 1 point. And then we have the half a point runners, 11th through to 19th. Giovanna and Iris Automation number 86. Fiji Sports number 66. Valley Sports number 90, of course, that's your car, Tobias. Team Falcon number 33. Team Falcon number 66. Free of Bond Racing Motorsport number 137. 360 Motorsport number 36, sorry. RE Racing number 24. And RSS Unison Racing number 717. The championship leaders only got half a point in LMP2. Well, the championship reigning champions, I should say, from the last season. Then, with no points so far at all, it is Perfect Point Racing number 82, Angry Ball Racing Team number 4, Valley Sports number 33, Velocity Motorsports number 22, and Fringavon Motorsport number 138. That is your title standings in the LMP2. Meanwhile, in GT3, it is Senior Force Plania number 999, sorry, leading 25 points from DDoS Racing number 175, which I believe is the car that qualified second. As we see the grid starting to form up and take shape. Rest of GT3, it's Team Shiba in third, the number 73 car. Mugen Sim Racing number 88 in fourth. Valley Esports number 909 in fifth. Giovanna Iris Automation number 7th. Sixth. Senfa Racing Team number 18 in 7th, Giovanna Iris Automation number 77 in 8th, Mugen Sim Racing number 888 in 9th, and rounding out the top 10 is Alta Motorsports number 35. As the grid starts to form up. So,
stay on your pit limiters.
Good, the team told to stay on their pit limiters. All important to get this right, of course. So let's remind ourselves, LMP2 starting order, since they will be released first, is Roland Zooks on pole, the DAC Hackers and Josh Cohen in the Extreme Force Plania. Then it's Gavin Bessie, Christopher Yannick in the 2. Mugen Simmons. Then it's Cal Hambley in the other AFB car, Martin Novak, Matt Varga, Dylan Klaver. Then Gus Sonneveld, David Gerber. Jukapeka
Still in the pits, you need to go to the back last.
Jukapeka Lalu. Alexei Mizik. Alan Listola, 13. Oh no, I've understand. I know Calistola is ahead, sorry, I'm getting mixed up because they're changing positions on track at the moment. Stanislas Pajud is 15th, ahead of, behind Olaf and the stand. Number 90. Oliver Parakan is 16th. Then it is... it's Pavel Pankovic, Axel Kerr, Ryan McKibben, Reddy McCrinnick, and Brandon Koenig, I think, both rounds out the field down in 21st. So it's the LMP2 field.
Do you mind if I do the GT field?
Yeah, but we can do that very quickly, actually, as a setup. Here you go.
Okay, as we start off with Zoltan Toth, leader of the GT field. Then with Fantinati P2, Adam Surej P3, Sven Gelhard P4, P5 we've got Adam Surej. Oh wait,
no,
did I already
it's Bertolin Savian.
Savania, Jake Danahan, Giuseppe Pastor, Giesner, Bentley.
Homewood in 10th?
Yeah. Hello's Homewood. Sorry, it's really hard to ride.
It is really hard to read because the routes out there at the moment.
Del Vecchio, Bevan, Lurek, Voice, Henker, Holden, and then Lalu. What? Okay. It's like, and then Jash, and Zoltan Andres. Jash does not have a rear wing.
Lalu's in the LP2 car. I'm not sure what he's doing down in 39th place.
He could be a lap behind, actually.
Yeah, I think he might have been the one who we heard about being stuck in the pit lane there from the race director. Anyway, let's get the time screen resumed.
Yeah, they're going to do one extra formation lap to allow the damage McLaren to enter the pits.
Yeah.
There's confirmation for that.
That must be the Zoltan Andres Jazz number 5 car they're talking about. It's a damaged car.
I somehow have a feeling that's going to make the...
racing.
I think that was going to make the driver's nerves go up a bit.
Yeah, this could be a very chaotic start. Probably focus camera at least. Front of the LMP2 field, Gonzalo wants to be released first. Brunswick's controlling the field. Look how wide it is. You're not going to see the field close behind him for the rest of the race. You feel there's not that many cars anyway. Look at that. Wonderful stuff. But the race hasn't got going yet. It's just nice to finally feel that we've waited 2 weeks for this. Let's hope it's worth the wait.
Oh, the nerves that must be going through the drivers right now at the start of every race, though, because it's really, really scary.
I wonder if you could pick out Lalu, the World Blue Racing number 13, is going to go back to his starting position.
Yeah, I think they're going to move him. That's why they're doing, I think, the second formation lap. I could see us doing 2 or 3 though.
So, it's going to be interesting to see the progress that Jake Dahan can make in the class-leading Epstein Force Plane 999 car. Of course, they've got Mugen, number 8, 88, Giovanni Arison, number 7, Kitos Racing, and the Dream Team, all ahead of them. So, that top lead is looking a little bit threatened for GD3. In LMP2, they've got going up in second, so not quite as far behind. But Danahan has got some serious work to do as we look at the McLaren being serviced. All the graphics saying it's the test team because is driven for Heimdall Racing 5. Look at there's Drake Danahan, who was talking about. So very great to pick that one. GD3 field, also making its way slightly further back. Of course, one thing to keep in mind because rules for yellow flags, whenever there's a yellow flag, code 80 if there's a car going slowly or stationary on the track, you go back to pit lane for repairs, like we're seeing the McLaren doing at the moment. And that will often neutralise the race. A lot of drivers are basically making strategic pre-pit stops under code 80 while everyone's stuck at 80 miles per hour in order to save time. We would have wasted pitting on the racing conditions. So a lot of drivers may. I don't think anyone really plans their strategy around a code 80, but you have to react very quickly if the opportunity presents itself.
Definitely. Code 80s can be either very good or very bad for your strategy.
That was great there. I think the LMP2 field has already got their lights on for the most part.
Yeah, it's gonna rain. It should start raining soon.
Oh, that's interesting. The visibility, not necessarily visibility, but definitely grip could be an issue because these cars are still on quite heavy fuel tanks at the start of their stints. So, into the first corner, which we did see a lot of trouble with 2 weeks ago, but that seemed to have resolved itself because the cars seem to have much more grip there than they did on our first attempt. You could see some incidents happening if they're not careful. Look at Zook's controlling the pace. Is Zoltan Andres Jazz car at the pits? No, it is not. It is still in there. Trying to resolve the issue. Looks like there's a rear wing on it though.
Okay. Can I quickly say something about the rain actually though? It looks towards the end of the race we might have heavy rain towards the end of the the final hour and 20 minutes. We could have heavy rain. So it's going to be very interesting.
Monsoon conditions. Yeah, Lalu definitely looking like he's a lap down. He's in his sort of grid slot, but he's not on the same lap. So Things being held in the pits really cost them. But technically we are underway in terms of time because we're 8 minutes in.
LMP2 green.
Oh, LMP2 is going green. There we go. And it looks like Epstein Force Plenty got the jump. Morning, we cut back to the field. Yeah, but there we go. And it looks like this looks been jumped completely by Josh Perwin as the GT3 field is released. Let's have a look at that. There's Toff leading the way, and it looks like DDoS is being swapped. So Fentonati has got a challenge from around the outside by Adam Sereje. Ooh, but I think Sereje is going to get caught out here. And he's got the Jake Denahan right behind him. So this could end very interestingly if they're not careful. As Fentonati challenges for the lead. He goes through, Top goes away. AFP lead in LMP2. Dramatic start.
Yeah, very. The leaders did not have a good thing. Roland's 10th off though. Just there. No, he's 5 minutes off.
Zooks did not get away he'd hoped for. Right, he was just slow to react, I think. He was sort of expecting maybe, because of course they've been held an extra lap, so I think he was just sort of slightly off his guard, and that was when Josh Perwin strike. That was all the opportunity he really needed. Was the Oliver Paracan making a move for 19th near the back.
Hugo Tempest had an awful start. He's lost like 4 or 5 positions if I'm not mistaken.
There we go. Here's Pop actually trying to get back past for the lead in GD3. There we go. Get through just before the chicane. A lovely move there. Top 3 takes the fast lead. But Fantonati is going to be right behind Slipstream here. This is that Denahan on third now. He's moved up 2 places in all of that rebuttals. So Hugo Tempest recovering and making up another place. Up to 16th now. As he always trying to get past the Ring Game Studios car. Good move by Hugo Tempest there. Hugo Tempest, like you say, making a bad start, but really trying to make up for that as soon as possible. Meanwhile, still Zooks straight behind Josh Perwin at the front in LMP2, and Gabba Hibesi giving trouble as we see Lucas Henke has spun. It looks like the entry to the pit lane, yellow flag in sector 3. Lucas Henke, 445 car. A little trouble here now. That's Ring of Bond, of course. Dutch team. Lucas Henke is going to have to find a way to get himself out of that situation. But as I was just saying beforehand, here is Zooks. Hibesi is not too far behind actually. There's all the LMP2 cars trading purple sectors. Perwin has the fastest with 134.3 at the moment.
It's neck on neck for third place.
Yeah. We go. It's the 2 Mugen Sim Racing cars. Hibesi leading Pianic. Yeah, so it sounds like Lucas Henke has not moved yet. So this could be really problematic because they call the code 80 people might rush into the pits, going straight into the path of Lucas Henke. So Henke really needs to get going again. Look at Olaf van der Stam.
What?
Just he's right behind the Ring of Bond LMP2 in I think that is in 13th position. Yeah, it's a 2 Ring of Bond cars right ahead of him, so really looking to challenge as soon as possible. They're all still very bunched up together. Olaf van der Stam being attacked by Hugo Tempest right behind him, who's recovering. As we hear somebody watching some kind of motorsport right now, because there's...
No, I'm sorry, that's me. There's rugby in the background, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, rugby, oh, I thought it was rugby.
No, it's Six Nations. I'm sorry, that might have to be a bit...
This is the sort of thing that happens when you delay the race by 2. Suddenly the Six Nations is happening instead of the real life Daytona 24 hours. Positions haven't... there we go, the pit lane is cleared, so Henke has got into the pits and is repairing his car, putting some new boots on, and hoping he can make some progress. Anyway, here's Toff, still narrowly holding the lead in GD3. Fantonati. It's really getting me swinging the Six Nations. But Fantonati is absolutely surprised going to the banking. There's he's waiting to pounce on both of them. This is a really close battle, actually, in the EERC for the lead. This could rage all race long. Look at this, Fantinati has got a great run, but when is he going to time his move here? He's probably going to try and make sure he dives in at the first corner if possible. Someone really enjoying the Six Nations in the background in your apartment.
I am so sorry about this.
It's okay. Look, Denahan, actually Fantinati did not get the best round which he can, so Denahan in the Amsterdam Falls Polonia is now really looking at all four together for the lead. This is incredible. And there's someone going all the way around the outside there. That's not Van der Stan, of course he's going to
That might actually work for the Iris. That's an Iris car, I thought.
It is, yes.
On the outside of
Is
one.
that Sven Gerlahan? Oh no, that's a little bit further back actually. There, Denahan actually being attacked. Here we go by Serege. Serege gets the inside for the hairpin. There's not much that Denahan can really do about that one. So through goes Serege into third position in GD3. Almost actually, but get that one completely wrong. Denahan was over the whole position.
Meanwhile, in the background, I can see him. I think that's Bentley.
Just challenging Giuseppe Pastore for sixth, there's that fifth or sixth position that's been contested here.
Lapping's also going to start soon, if I'm not mistaken.
It's true, yes, that could really affect the lead battle here. Josh Cohen still holding on from Zooks by 4/10 of a second. And Besse is about 4/10 behind Zooks. Yannick about half a second behind Besse. It is also quite action-packed there.
As I'm watching currently Fantinati going through the chicane right on Boss Tail. This could be very good going into turn one. Slipstreaming through the...
Yeah, he's dropped Denahan here. Denahan has been challenged from behind by Serege. Adam Serege has not had a great lap, so that's let Fantinati challenge this time without having four people slipstreaming behind him. But here we go. Into turn one as Serege is trying to go around the outside of Denahan. He has done it. So Amsterdam Falls players down to fourth. Iris up to third.
As Fantinati's just not close enough. But Zoltan Toth goes a bit wide.
Toth has not looked comfortable in the lead on this opening stint here. You've got to wonder how comfortable he is on all this highly fuel. Fantinati dives down the inside. Bumps into Toth. Toth has a half spin. That's going to put things on top of Serege. But he's not going to be happy about that at all.
That could be an inquiry with the stewards there. That's a bit questionable.
Argy-bargy, yeah. Fantinati really wanted the lead, and he wanted it right away. I'm coming through, nothing he can do, and Toth is like, oh, that wasn't very nice.
The Iris car's also probably not very happy as it's been bunched into Jake Denahan again.
Yeah, exactly. But Toth is going to hope that he can pull back away and re-challenge for the lead, but Denahan swerving this way and that to try and get past Adam Serege. So all the lead changes happening in GD3, but it's still Cohen leading Zooks, FSC, and Yannick in GD2, with all of them building 4-second gap to Martin Mason, 1 car.
Meanwhile, Adam Serege just slipstreaming the Iris car. As he's trying it down the inside of the chicane. Has he done it? No, he's not.
Oh yes, he made a little mistake there. Almost gave an opportunity for Denahan. Surely Denahan is going to try and find a way through. Can't go around the outside on the banking.
I think we've got the people mixed up. Wait, no, I've got them mixed up, sorry.
That's okay. There's 40 cars here. It's hard enough to keep track of all of them. But here's Jake Denahan in the slipstream of Adam Serege. And the top being dragged along in this too. Adam Serege is going to try and go around the outside. And Denahan is going to try and dive underneath one or both of them if he can. Serege,
what's the
just
move?
about able to hold on there. Toth completely outboxed there. And Denahan might add insult to injury and dive up the inside as well. Oh, but he thinks better of that. He's not going to make a Fantinati move. Play right behind as well. And Sven looking John Battle, not so much John Ledger here,
yeah, Jeff Close has also told us the McLaren is not Iris. We've got that wrong. The BMW is, I think, the Iris. Oh, is there more contact?
More contact there. So Toth hits the back of Adam Serege, and that loss of momentum allows Jake Danahan to sweep past it too. Adam Sergey, of course, check the timing screen, always check the timing screen, which is number one rule here. But Adam Sergey, yeah, he's driving the Mugen Simulator 88.
I have a feeling that Sultan Toth actually has a bit of damage, actually.
Here we go. Now, Sven Gerlehead is going to try and get past. So, I believe he's down. That's top down to 4. But Gerlehead could demote down to 5th, and then we've got Pastore and Samuel Bentley right behind as well. So this is a really absorbing battle here. It's raging on. Meanwhile, actually, Zooks is in trouble. LMP2 dropped down to 4th himself. Similar top like fall down the order. He's behind both of the Mugen cars in LMP2, whereas he was right with Josh Kerwin earlier. As the kickoff has begun, we look at them lapping the background markers in GD3. Here's Zooks trying to get around the outside of Kianik. But Kianik will hold off the Zooks machine. The Dream Team, of course. Oh no, the EAC Happy.
Meanwhile, the LMPs are also starting to lap the cars.
Our leader Josh Cohen making his way through the traffic, and this is where Mugen can really take advantage here, because they can send one car one side and the other car the other side, whereas Josh Cohen has only got one car to play with here.
As currently we've got a battle for 10th between Axel Kerr and Unison Racing. I forgot what that is. Alexei Mission.
Yeah, of course. So the reigning champions here struggling to stay in the top 10, being under attack from Ring of Honor Racing, driven by Axel Kerr. And of course, he's got his teammate not too far behind either. So once again, you send one car around one way, the other car around one way, see who makes it through. And Josh Perwin must be feeling a bit more comfortable now. Zooks is out of the way and being overtaken by the moving cars. We're not sure what happened there. I think there was a mistake by Zooks, which allowed them both to slip through as they speaking of slipping through. Kerr slips through the traffic very nicely there. It really puts the pressure onto Alexei Mizin.
Obviously, anything can happen while they're lapping cars. If they have to go offline now to update the GT cars.
Yeah, here we go. This could get very close into the first corner. We're going to have to weave on the back here. That isn't an ideal situation.
The Fiat really did capitalise on that. It was a very good move. Now going around the outside onto the main straights. Well, main straight basically.
Oh, Kerry's going to have to time this one well. Oh, they almost make contact. They do make contact. The RSSU spins round into the trouble there. But through goes Axel Kerr, who could be in a bit of trouble there for that incident.
He's back on the track.
Yeah, there's Alexei Mizin. He's rejoined right behind Radin Krennic. But that is a lot of progress lost for RSS Robinson early in the race. The reigning champions once again hitting trouble. This happened in Nola as well. They hit trouble in the early laps and they just never recovered. But that race was only 4 hours. This one they've got 24 hours. Or 20, well, to be more accurate, 23 and a half hours. Another yellow in sector 1. I think it's Hambly who's had trouble in the AFP. There we go, yes. I think he's going very slowly. There might be damage to that car. Because he's getting very hard to speed now. But he just before the banking, first banking rather, I should say, he seemed to have gone off or hit something. So it could have been instant with the bank markers being lapped here. I think that is what's causing a little bit
Meanwhile,
of this chaos.
Mission going around the outside of one of the Team Falcon cars. Team Falcon had an awful start to the race and they're both back now.
Yeah, there we go. He's going around outside of Clavering, which became a well-judged move. So Mizin getting his recovery underway quite early on.
Definitely. What you need to see.
Exactly. The reigning champions really do need to show their class. That's a good sign so far. They need to keep that up, of course.
As Adam Suraj leading wait, is he leading?
He is, yes. So Fantanaki has made a mistake, and that's like Denahan and Sergej Bruce. Sergej leads. All these LMP2 cars coming through. He mixed up the order here. Fantanaki doing the classic barge move. This one, Jake Denahan. Fentonati not making any friends out there today at Daytona, is he?
His car looks kind of damaged up front.
I'm not surprised. But here we go, Jake Danahan having a look at Adam Serege. These two having a great battle. I feel this is going to run and run between these two.
As Toth is just there.
Yeah, you can see Top in the background. He is still wanting revenge, I think. Revenge for the way back through on
the Fina Von cars can't be. It's not being very easy.
Sentinel drivers from
Code 80 being cool. So, that means, of course, the race will be neutralized in a few seconds.
3, 2, 1, code 80, code 80.
Fantonati could be in a lot of trouble because he's been driving extremely questionable in my opinion.
Yeah, it was a little bit of an over-ambitious move on Toff, and then he was doing it again on Denahan. So yeah, we're not sure exactly how he dropped down as well. It could have been him lapping being lapped by him. So the LP2 caused him to.
I'm actually gonna have a look at what happened to Callum Hambley while we wait.
Okay. I'm trying to find the Code 80 sign, the graphics. I don't have one. Or at least not where I can see.
Yeah. Did it happen while going around the outside? No, it did not.
Remember, you need to be in the first gear during code 80s.
Oops, the new driver is being reminded of the need to remain in first gear, stay at 80 miles per hour. Anyway, while we're waiting for the race to start, let's recap the lead, the order. So it's still Josh Perwin leading in LMP2 from Gabor Hevesi, Christopher Kianik, Roland Zooks. Yeah, I'm trying to look up the full names here, so I remember them. Yeah, it's Martin Novak, Matt Matebarger, I'm not sure quite how Pakovic hits under code 80 in 12th position for Reading Game Studios, but it is Novak and 6th, David Gerber, David Graver, unfortunately, is not his name, in 7th for Royal Racing Alpha number 94. Axel Kerr is 8th for an involvement, but might be in trouble for punting Alexei Mizukin around.
Okay, I know what happened to Callum Hambley. He was he was getting off the infield and hit, I think that was Sam Bentley in the back of the car, spun around and had to wait a bunch to let cars through. Not very
it looked to me like something that had happened with the cars lapping each other. Yeah, so it seems the code 80 has been called for that as a.
No, he was back up seconds later though, that's the thing.
So
his rear is
smashed
up though.
Ah, okay.
That could be it.
It's Hinke is in the pits, or Vinicius Delvecchio. Then there's Pajal, also pits in the LMP2 360 car.
Dan Bentley's also got ahead of Zoltan Toth, if I'm not mistaken.
It looks like he has.
Bentley's a brilliant start going up to P4 now.
Yeah, there we go. He's sort of come out from nowhere and really in the mix in the D-Bus machine here.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
And we're back on.
Okay, so what trouble is Finfanotti going to get himself into this time? I wonder, as the LMP2 goes around the outside of both of them. He's got a good slipstream actually on Denahan.
Around the outside into the chicane, a very risky move, but if it pays off, it will be one of the nicest to see in the race.
Yeah, and he's got his teammate not too far behind either, Finfanotti. So DDoS really feeling quite strong at this point in the race. LMP2 goes all the way over the gravel to try and make sure it doesn't hit into any of these GD runners.
That's Callum Hambley also.
It is, yes. He's recovered from his incident, of course. But Fentonati didn't quite get the run out of the chicane.
Fentonati might actually pull up. Oh no, he's going in the pits now, Callum Hambley.
Yeah, he is. I did thought he was heading right for the camera there.
As Fentonati's looking, maybe he's shaping a move up? No, he's not.
Yeah, and it's Denahan, Denahan directly and Serege in the lead of G3. So, yeah, there we go, and it is Bentley still holding off top for 4th position, of course. So I really want to keep watching
As
this
Jake
speed.
Danahan's right there, so is Fentonati. They're right there. That's like the 10th within each other. That's nothing. Going into the next hairpin, will anybody try it? Fentonati might. Nope, the Royal Blue Racing car goes past.
Yeah. Oh, hit the
Oh!
back! Oh, did we were riding on top
Danahan
of that.
goes into the Royal Blue car. That could be damage
Really
for both
bad
cars.
misjudgment from Jake Danahan, actually. The championship leader, let's not forget. And the DDoS machine is going to be right over it now. So we're ready. Here's Fentonati. We're trying to go around the outside. They've got the LP2 cars through as well.
And now he picks up.
He's going to pick up a little bit of slipstream for the LP2 car, but is it going to be enough going into the chicane? Fentonati is going to throw everything he's got into this one. We've got Adam Serege pulling ahead now after that mistake from Danahan.
And they're side by side. Danahan might have damage. AFP have not had the best of starts, and he's passed.
Fentonati into second position then in GD3, and this is like Samuel Bentley to challenge the championship leaders at Senior Force Polonia as well. This is not going to plan for AFP at all in GD3. They are leading in a two-stall course with Josh Perwin. But Samuel Bentley is going to try something into the first corner. You've got to feel as his teammates
No.
way ahead. Oh, look at this
Fentonati's
actually.
slowing.
Yeah, Fentonati, it seems to be letting, I think he's letting him back through there, but that's also let Bentley going around the outside as well. So DDoS needs to be careful, don't take each other out here.
Bentley right around the outside. Oh, really did it.
Yeah, that was a brave move.
Fentonati might shape it around the outside of turn with the first hairpin, and Bentley nearly goes back. He's looking.
Bentley is racing.
He's had a really good run. He might shape it around the outside. That's a very risky move. No, he goes down as well.
Oh, wow, these guys are losing time with Serege pulling away in the lead of GD3. This could be crucial in the early stages of the race.
Not to mention all of the. Oh, Fentonati loses it just right behind. Not to mention all the LMP2 cars that are losing time from these. Serege's not far ahead actually. Not as far as
And
I
let's
thought
not
he would.
forget, Top is right there as well. Two cars for the moment. But,
Toss been left out to dry. Left out to dry. I think.
yeah, he's not been lapped. He's not let himself be lapped too well there. As Fentonati mounts another attack, slipstreaming behind Jake Danahan. There's meanwhile a really close battle in the LP2 going on as well.
Fentonati, no.
We
he's
don't
not
want to
gonna
tear our eyes away from this battle.
try. Battle's been brilliant.
It has been, yeah. A little bit of arbitrage. Danahan did a little bit of grass cutting, but only 2 wheels off, I think. So,
As Bentley's really close on Fentonati. Danahan seems to be pulling away. Yeah, Fentonati, they all seem to have a bit of damage.
here we
As
go.
my
Bentley
car,
trying to go
yeah.
around the outside.
As he's also trying to get around the outside. This could be a... No, it's not going to be a 3 wide. Oh!
Oh, is Bentley going to try and
Bentley-
dive? Both
Bentley's
he
been
thinks
slowed
better
down
of
a
that.
bit.
But Fentonati a little bit ahead on the outside, but Danahan takes the racing line. And he's going to get better traction on the exit. I think Fentonati has got him here.
Oh,
Fair and square
what
this
the
time, as long as he doesn't barge into him at his favourite barging corner. No, and the Bentley
And
diving through as well. Quite a left off. He just didn't get the drive out the corner, did he? Those 2 cars having to negotiate these mobile chicanes, having their own little battle.
So many cars already have, like,
Oh,
damage
there
on
we go.
them.
Danahan back through into second position.
And Bentley's also trying it down the inside. And he's
Just
done
a little bit of wheel rubbing between the DDoS cars there.
Shall I tell you what, as Bentley tries to move there, shall I tell you what that reminded me of? You know when Max Verstappen in Monaco 2015 was sitting behind Vettel to get past his rivals?
It was Bottas who was or was it Bottas who was being lapped and Verstappen used the lap car to get by. It was very good opportunistic overtake.
Yeah, and then Verstappen a few laps later, towards the end of the
Beat
race.
it into Grosjean, yes.
Yeah,
Of course,
yeah.
the safety car. I'm sure you would like to be reminded of that as we see Bentley diving up the inside of Danahan into second position. Great move by Samuel Bentley there, judged that to perfection. And now DDoS could sprint away here unless Danahan gets once again.
Ferrari has such a good run on the straight, but it can't go out because the LMP2 car's there.
Yeah. But yeah, this is 2 McLarens versus the AFP Ferrari, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you got the Callaway sitting a bit behind now. I think it's also been pace.
Oh,
As
yes,
he's
of
trying
course.
it down the inside. No, too far.
Denahan's got a better run, but there's no space. Bentley's defending quite well at the moment, although he takes the racing line, goes a little bit wide. Can Jake Denahan dive on the inside? No, not quite. Bentley holds on to second position. He's done brilliantly well, climbing his way through the past his teammate, past Tom, past Jake Denahan, and now it's only Adam Sergio. So
Yeah.
Adam.
Antonati seems to be very confident on his brakes, like that's something I've been realising. He's braking much later
A
than the
little
two
too
cars ahead of him.
confident, one might
Yeah.
say. But yeah, doesn't seem like there's been any skills investigations yet. We might have to check on that a little bit later on. Hopefully we would see the penalty graphic in the corner. Anyone has been verbally punished, or even officially punished.
Sam Bentley sort of edging out a bit ahead of them now. Serge's not far.
Yeah, meanwhile, unfortunately, while we've been watching all of this, the lead has changed in LP2. Gaba Hevesi now leading for Mugen Sim Racing. So yeah, Mugen leading both classes now, with leading also in G3. Ron Zux is up to second. Josh Cohen is down to third. Christy Kianik is overtaken by Zux, down to fourth. So I'm not sure exactly how this is played out here, but this could be very significant. Because unfortunately we've missed some of that in the absorbing GD3 battle that was going on, since we missed another absorbing battle here. There we go, so there's a little bit of a lead for Gavin Hevesi.
Yeah, between Josh Purvin for P3, there's a huge battle between P3 and P4.
Indeed, and P2 not far ahead either. Martin Novak still quite some distance away, like 10 seconds I believe now. Over 10 seconds actually. He's 18 seconds behind the leader.
As
the top
P4's going right around the outside of Josh
Christopher
Purvin.
Kianik is going to make Josh Powen's day go from bad to worse. There we go. So, third and first for Mugen Sim Racing in LMP2.
Could be a second, so too.
Yeah, there we go. Zux looks like he's struggling a little bit. Not really a huge amount, but he has recovered from his earlier mistake, of course. That definitely seems like the LMP2's trading mistakes as they desperately try and negotiate the GD3 field. Bentley has held on to second position from Denahan in GD3, by the way. So that battle looks like it is concluded for the time being, but it could well flare up again when you least expect it. Always the way with these GD3 games.
Knowing 24 hours does it probably well.
Anything can happen in the next 23 hours, 25 minutes. It's quite likely is Tuesday, as you say. So,
35 minutes have gone by.
indeed, yeah, so
It's been interesting, to say the least.
it's been fascinating, yeah. So, Brun Zux got Christy Koenig slowly edging towards his slipstream. Once he's in there, could really be a problem for him to maintain second position. He's 2 seconds behind, 2.5 seconds behind Hevesi, as we switch to Joey Luhring in the number 93 Ferrari, just negotiating the track.
Yeah, Canek's about 7/10 as the AFP, one of the AFP cars. Not having a good day, are they?
No. It definitely feels like they've not had the rub of the green they had at the NOLA in New Orleans. They've gone down to Florida. The luck has deserted them. But we still have quite a way to go. All the cars are still running. I don't think we've had any retirements so far. So there's still hope there. He running fourth in, I believe, fourth in both classes actually. Because Fantinati has got past Denahan now as well in GD3.
As the P2,
That's
is the
leader.
Mugen car holding up the P2 car? LMP
Yeah,
car.
Mugen playing a team game here, or is that just a circumstance? I think that was a little bit of bad luck there, actually, for Ron Zux, just coming upon him at the worst possible moment. But it opens the door for Christopher Kianik. Thank you very much. This is to Adam Serege. I believe that was Serege. One of the...
Yeah, I think that's Serege.
The class leading car, of course. Doing his own race. You can't say he's going too slowly. So,
Of course not.
just not at the moment.
As they just skip through the chicane, the amount of grass they take.
Meanwhile, we did see earlier,
Alexei Mizin spinning off in his battle with the Axel Care, and he dropped down to about 15th place. He's got back up to 11th. He's right behind Paolo Stola now.
So 717 have been showing their class. We've been watching that absorbing GD3 battle. He's got class 3 Flavor and Radim Krenik. But anyway, Yannick not quite able to complete the move, unfortunately. He's in the slipstream, but this traffic could provide an opportunity, or perhaps several opportunities, as he actually gets slightly held up there by the Ferrari. Now negotiates it. Bangkok is in GD3. To make way for the faster LP2 runners. Again, very chaotic, very quickly. Indeed, this may be the reason why the P2 order has shifted so much over the past couple of laps. Looks makes his way past the Audi, I think. Purple car.
As the Iris car, Mugen, we accidentally mistook the Adam Serege for being an Iris car.
Yeah, so you said Iris. Oh, look,
Yeah.
there's a P2 car going wide front there. That would be, that might have been Jake Denahan in trouble as well.
As Zoltan tosses trying it around Jake.
Yeah, there we go.
Denahan.
We see Top right behind. We can probably switch from that to this P2 car. Tops and things to get past Denahan.
Fantanati's got past Bentley again.
Yeah, so the DDoS teammates have swapped again. They feel like Fantanati should chase after Adam Serege, and as Top nips through the chicane, Denahan really in trouble here. Are his tyres starting to wear out?
I don't
He
know.
doesn't seem to have as much grip in the corners or his confidence under braking as the car's just fighting with Top getting through despite his earlier issues of being kind of out of the way. But Denahan using the speed of the Ferrari to get right up the rear gearbox. They don't keep the gearbox in the back of GT cars, do they? The rear wing, he's right under the rear wing certainly of Top.
Oh! Sorry, I
Pulls
want
that
to
point.
Christopher Canik got a bit of got a bit loose with the car. I'm going to watch the battle between Fantanati and Sorege. No, not Sorege, Bentley. That's really heating up.
And we see a penalty for Klavik running lower down in lane 2 field, I believe.
So someone's got a penalty.
Yeah, somebody got a penalty for this Klavik, wasn't it? Klavik, I didn't quite see which one.
Very simple, there was a K in the start.
Is it either Claver or Canik then maybe?
Yeah, Claver and Trent are running out on the circuit with positions of 13th, 14th at the moment. Swapping, there we go, Claver dropping down, so I think that might be him going in the pit lane actually.
There he is, yeah, so Claver serving his penalty.
Meanwhile, Alessandro Fantanati and Samuel Bentley going on the oval, really close, neck on neck. This could be a move maybe for Bentley. Or are their team orders in place? That's the question. Both running 75 for some reason, I think.
No, 175 for Fantanati. And I believe Bentley is running the... Oh, they are both running the 175. They couldn't decide on numbers. They thought, well, let's it's like
No.
the girl at the party shows up in the same dress as the other girls.
No, it's 75, not 175.
Okay. Really confusing. Fantanati holding on for the time being, and it could be the case that he does want Fantanati to challenge Adam Serenge, cut him out of the way, so both himself and Bentley can go first, and then go deal with the penalty as it happens. I definitely think they want that to happen. Fantanati, this seems a bit unfortunate. He's just been a little over enthusiastic in some of his moves, but he's kept it clean since then. I don't think there's been any penalty for him. They've just deemed it as a racing incident. Oh, as the rear slides out there.
Tough, really closing. Sorege loving this free air.
Yeah, Sergey, you can just about still see him just have to let an LP2 car through in the foreground for a moment there.
Tough. I have a feeling those two are doing team orders. That McLaren looks really quick currently.
There we go.
I think it's actually raining right now. The windscreen wipers are fully loose now.
Yeah, so we see some moisture falling over Daytona Beach in Florida. And that is really going to make some teams think about switching to wet tires.
We might need a driver to join us to say how the race is going, maybe.
Yeah. But as we see, it is still Gavin Vesic leading the Rowan Zooks, Christopher Canik and Josh Cohen at the top in number 2. Hassel Care has made his way up to 5th position somehow.
Not bad.
There we go. Just ahead of, is that Vargo?
Varga in a similarly livery but different team, I think. So Varga, of course, driving for Future Esports. 5 at the end, I believe. Then there's Hugo
Yeah.
Tempest, who's a couple of seconds behind. Then there's a close battle between Lestola, David Gerber, and Martin Novak.
Novak has had a few issues, I think. He's been a bit far. Drivers like Olaf van der Span, which goes to me sadly, it's fallen a bit back to like P10, I think. It's a bit far behind now. So, I think it's
So
happened
Novak
better.
was a bit further forward as we see that Lestola, as we see Novak pits. But here we go, David Gerber trying to find a way past around the outside of Lestola. Oh, not quite able to pull that one off. Yeah, battles everywhere you look at the moment, aren't they? It's hard to know.
Ooh! The Fina car might have. It's got a few back markers of the Team Shiba car.
So Lestola is going to have to pull out all the stops here to hold on to 7th position. It's David
Ooh.
Gerber.
The McLaren! Bit questionable there, in my opinion.
Yeah, interesting. Lapping etiquette with some of these drivers. Maybe they're not used to being taught that in multi-class racing. But here we go. David Gerber is able to negotiate and then some cool votes. So this is allowed Varga to pull away a bit. And rugby still in full swing in the background. But David Gerber looks like they're going to get the run. So this is Gavin Vesey leading runs with Scripted Mechanic, Josh Perwin, Axel Kerr, Nate Varga, Mate Varga.
Ooh! Zoltan Toth right on behind there. Ooh, as David Gabba has really lost a bit of space.
Yeah, so
Meanwhile-
Samuel Bentley correct me for 3rd position.
If I were Toth, I would have moved up this so I could get there. He's trying around the outside.
Here we go, he's trying to take a little bit more of a qualifying line before tucking back into the slipstream. Now he tucks out again. Trying to make this work around the outside. It's going to be quite the move if he can do it. Samuel
Meanwhile,
Bentley's-
lots of drivers going into the pits.
yeah,
as-
most of the LMP2 field apart from Lestola actually.
Giuseppe Pastor has got a drive-through penalty.
That's not good news for him. He was running quite high up earlier. He's down in 8th, I believe, at the moment. He's further down now too, as we see Top going down the inside almost. On Sam Bentley going on to the front, trying to get the best run he can.
Ah, he's just got it. And Royal Blue got very lucky there not to be held up.
Yeah, so Sam Bentley, really under pressure here from Top. Top really recovering well from his earlier incident. Trying to get back onto the podium and not too far behind, but watching the race start to slip away from him frustratingly. Hopefully not the championship as well, because if we're 20 round race there are more points on offer here than at the regular round, we should find out.
Luckily, we've got 2 this season.
We do, yes. Lucky for drivers in terms of getting points, commentators enduring. These guys they only have to drive, they don't have to talk as well. But,
I have to do both.
well, to be fair, we can stop any time we want. The drivers, if they stop, they lose the race. So.
Yeah. As Zoltan Toth goes down the inside through the chicane. Well
There
done
we
from
go,
him.
well judged move. Bentley was caught unawares almost there. Not much he could have done, I suppose, with the
Oh,
momentum.
meanwhile, I
top.
think one of the Shiba cars I saw get a bit loose there. If I'm honestly, I might have got that wrong. I'll be looking on the screen, that's a few seconds behind for me.
Yeah, so just an update on the new order, as we see a good battle with Antonati and Sergej right together actually for the lead.
Meanwhile, Bentley's back past. Bentley's gone past Zoltan Toth. Zoltan Toth's trying it down the inside again.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. Zoltan Top as the LMP2 car is coming out of the pits at the same time. This could be tasty. I think it's just about got out ahead of them. So, but it is Bentley going to try and dive down the inside. And I think it's better off that. Top's had enough of that for one day, I think.
And you're right, Fantanati's really close now.
Yeah.
Is Sergej maybe losing speed, or is...
So Lestola is now pit, so it is Drika-Pekka Lalu in LMP2 on the track at the moment.
They haven't pit yet though, have they?
Yeah,
Are they all going on?
they're yet to pit Gavin Vesey's net lead. There he is. Pavel Pankovic's right behind him still actually. And then Roland Zooks
did Zooks get lost by Pankovic? I don't think has stopped yet either. As we see Pankovic also copying a penalty now, possibly for getting in the way of these LMP2 cars. Pankovic and Wailu are yet to pit, so it is the true order, once the pit stops filter out, should be Devese leading Zooks, leading Kanik, leading Josh Cohen.
I'm just trying to find a battle actually right now.
Yeah, the real battle, like you say, is QB3, isn't it?
Is this car had gone into problems actually?
Okay, so we could be seeing well, we do
I
see
think
a lot
Giuseppe
of Lucas.
Bastoni- oh, no,
Lucas Henke is still in pits actually. He is 24 laps down, so I believe he might actually be our first
Retired.
retirement.
Yeah, he's had an
race.
accident.
Back. We did see him, pardon me, sorry, sideways in the entry to pit lane earlier.
Someone's told me that there's someone in the chat's just told me heavy rain in 7 minutes.
Here we go, it's Krennic pits. Has anyone gone for wet tyres, by the way? Josh Perwin is on green tyres on my screen, time screen, as well as David Gerber. And
We need to
Oliver
check.
Parker.
That could really shake up the order, wouldn't
I'm
it?
pretty sure there's only wet tyres and no intermediates, but we do see most of the field on dry blue tyres, which are the hard tyres. We see Hugo Tempest on the soft tyres, I think, the red ones.
Yeah,
But
someone
it'll be
just...
interesting to see if Josh Perwin can make progress now. He's on the wet compounded tyres. Whether he can actually finally start to gain some ground here as Krennic leaves the pits on what cars is Krennic on? Didn't say on my screen. Perwin negotiating with Krennic.
Yeah, Samuel Bentley and Zoltan Toth are right next to each other again.
Yeah, as Krennic has gone for another set of hards. He doesn't think it's quite wet enough yet. Josh Perwin has taken the gamble.
Wait, are you joking about heavy rain coming in 7 minutes, or is that serious that there'll be 7 rain in 7 minutes? Because... Okay, P2s have inters on right now, that's what someone's telling me.
It is Inter, sorry. I'm mistaken.
That's what Miss Paletti is telling me.
They never explain what the colours in the tyres correspond to the compounds they're using. It's just like, oh, he's on green tyres. I assume similar system more F1 users, but they get blue wet tyres where blue simply dries in this. That's why it's so confusing. And here's Josh Perwin. He has caught up to Christopher Gianni.
As Zoltan Toth going round the outside of Samuel Bentley again. Those two seem to be battling. Does he make it? Bentley goes a bit wide. Zoltan Toth trying it. No, he hasn't. Oh, as a car went wide there. Ferrari. Don't know which one.
Perwin seems to have a lot more grip at the moment.
Could be that he's on dry tyres right now.
Yannick really looking a little bit vulnerable here, as he's actually also right himself right behind Zooks, I think. Yeah, there we go. So this is a very close battle for second in LMP2. Zooks has dropped off the back of Hevesi by quite a margin, 3 seconds nearly, as Wailu still refusing to pit. So I wonder if he is trying to make the tank run as long as possible to gain advantage, switch to wet tyres, skip a whole section of having to pit from inters to wets.
I mean, that also, but that enters the risk of, yep, okay.
It does run the risk of running out of field and also having to spend a few laps of when the track is not in the right conditions for the tyres. It is risky, but here we go. Through goes Christopher Kanik on Ron Zooks. There we go. Zooks look very vulnerable there. I think Zooks is really, is he taking too much life out the tyres? Is he going a bit conservative in this stint? But that looks very comfortable for Kanik to just breeze past him for third position. It's obviously his next second.
Okay, someone's talked, yes, a lot of teams are now reporting heavy rain. Supposedly, Dark Sky is saying 3 minutes.
Yeah, but it's only Perwin, Gerber and Huracan who are on wet tyres. There we go. Ooh. Is that Kianik just defending from Zooks? And Perwin watching this play out in front of him, thinking these two can fall off the road and I can sweep through on my nice intermediate tyres. This is strategically a very interesting battle between these three.
Yeah, of course, in the mighty Orica 07, the most popular LMP2 car.
I think it's the only one that they're allowed to use it.
No, in general, in real life too.
Dave Gerber in the Royal Racing Alpha, but it is actually an Orica. So not an Alfa Romeo. like the name of the team. Perhaps it's a more of Italian sound rather than Alfa Romeo specifically, I think. Alluded to there. But there we go, the battle's spreading out a little bit as they go through the banking. But Luke's looking a little vulnerable here. I wonder if Herwin fancies getting through as well. If the rain increases, this could really play into Epsilon Force Polonia's hands. All the GD runners, actually, interestingly, apart from Vinicius Del Vecchio, who I believe is nearly the very back and on purple tyres. I don't know what purple means. It's the GD tyres, soft tyres, but he's the only one on a different compound in GD3 field. The rest in LMP2, apart from the three I mentioned, and GDs, are all on dry tyres.
Yeah, team bosses, if you could keep us updated on the rain, that'd be lovely.
Yeah, because we can see some of the rain, but we can't feel it, if that makes sense. Because we're not there. We're not put our hand out and feel the droplets on our fingertips.
Just telling you, someone's asked Pastore why he's so far behind. He had a penalty. He had a DTP.
Yeah, Pastore was running 8th in GD3.
Callum's not DNF'd, he's still going.
Yeah, he did have the incident with the GD3 runner, which spun around, lost a bit of time, had a little bit of damage which you have to repair. Callum Handley.
Wait, where is Callum Handley?
Oh, goodness.
He's... Oh no, he has DNF'd.
Oh, he has. When did this happen? That would be confusing for me.
You get an interview with him. Okay, I'll check.
Yeah, there we go. Down in 34th overall.
So this must have happened fairly recently in the last couple of laps. Callum Handley has called it quits. But that's bad news for Epsilon Force Polonia. Only got one car running LMP2. And still not gone the plan in BD3, with them behind
Okay,
down in sixth.
Okay, so we've heard from some of the teams that the rain is come down.
Okay, so it looks like Gamble might not be paying off for Josh Cohen. Look, he's losing time already. You can see the gap to Zooks. So Epsilon Force Polonia rolled the dice. Not paying out. They even Oliver
He disconnected from the game. Went
oh,
right.
that was what happened. Horrible level
Does Yuka and Lucas Henke's also left now?
Henke, I think, retired since we go. But yeah, that is sad to see. Only an hour elapsed. It's sad to see two drivers gone already. One each plus.
Pastore just spun. I think it was one of the Shiba cars.
Okay. Let's see.
Or if no, someone spun. I just saw someone spun. I don't know who though. It was Tengai the back killer. Yeah, spun going into turn 1.
Okay.
Here is Tango. As you see on screen at the moment, just recovering from the spin. On his race down in 36th position as we see a close battle with Reading Games Studios actually. And that is Pavel Pankovic's, this Pankovic's pit and handed over to somebody else.
Meanwhile,
Ah no, it
Zoltan,
wasn't him. Sorry.
Mr. Toth is right behind Samuel Bentley again.
Isn't that
That's
Antonati, isn't it?
No, Bentley.
Oh, Bentley's behind Cox.
No, Bentley's ahead. I think it's being.
That's not what I'm seeing on the screen. Here's Bentley behind Top.
It's weird on my screen. It's showing that Bentley's there. That's weird. Wait, I might be behind actually. Yeah, I'm behind. I am behind. So
don't worry about it. So yeah, he's only just got through. Zoltan Top on a little bit of a charge at the moment. So cut as much of that curve as you like, Zoltan. At the inside, you see the P2 getting through. Good tempos.
I'm actually scheduled to go in the car in like an hour.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, we are getting through this race quite quickly. It seems. Feels like so much is happening.
I'm doing a 3-hour stint and then I'm back into the car. Then I've got like an hour off and then I'm in the comms block again. I mean, I'm supposed to stop, but I'm probably going to go a bit like an hour, half an hour longer actually.
Well, here's your car. Being currently shepherded by Olaf van der Stan until keeping it warm for you, I guess. Just ahead of Oliver Caracan, or a couple of seconds actually ahead of him.
Bit behind Riley McKibben though.
Yeah, he is. So somebody's going to have to get into that car and make up that gap. I wonder who.
Don't put all that pressure on me, please.
Well, just remember to have fun, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's McKibben. He's, I think, about to do that. So is Lalu still in the lead of the race, having not stopped yet? I don't know how he's managed to do this.
He might be doing lots of different coasts then.
Either that or he's trying to hit earlier on the cut the other way around.
No, I already know what happened. I think I actually have a... You know what? He got disconnected. He had to leave and rejoin. I think his fuel got reset. So he said he got 5-6 laps more fuel than anybody else.
Yeah, well, he did have a 22-second gap to Hevese after Hevese hit. It's now 12.7 second gap. So Hevese really having to put the bit between his teeth to catch up, of course, but Lelu sort of in an artificially high position. Well, it's not his fault, obviously, with the fuel resetting. It's a glitch, obviously. But that could, they are making the most out of it at Royal Blue Racing. But remember, we're really struggling a bit earlier in this race. As you look at, is that Kianik getting past Zux again? Or the two of them having a little battle, I thought for a second there.
Yeah, you can even see on the windscreens of the cars that there's rain starting to fall.
Is the rain falling back again?
No, the rain's just started, I think.
Okay, so it looks like maybe Josh Perrin was a little bit too early. We'll switch to intermediate tyres. We see Pavel Pankovits making a stop in Green Game Studios, putting on the yellow tyres. What do they mean? Are they the full wets, perhaps?
Ooh, I think that's what Jukka-Pekka Lalu's doing. As he's in the pits. As you can see, there's a lot of... Yeah, they're going to go on full wets now, I think. And let's watch his pits, I guess. See where he gets out.
There we go. Yeah,
will he go on full wets or will he go on inters?
It's a crucial stop. This could decide exactly how their race is going to play out over this next stint. As a GD runner also stopped. That's Jake Dennehan.
Yeah.
Fitting for red tyres.
As you can see that they have got their Chain Bear sponsorship.
Oh yes. Wonder if we're going to see an analysis of this race from him. I doubt it.
Oh, I beg, please. Great channel.
Talk about how he used chain bear power to get a bit more fuel in the car.
80 litres instead of 75.
But anyway, Alu just topping up. Hevese through into the lead, by the way, ahead of Kianik, Zux, and Kerwin. So Kerr also going through into 5th position. So I think he's going to come out around about the Stola Templates in 8th and 9th.
Yeah,
David Gerber goes through. Here's the Stola. The Tempers, I think, not far behind either. There we go. That Tempers just alongside there. Oh no, that's Lakmar, I think.
That's going to be close off the line. P8. Yeah, he's
go.
just ahead of the GT car. That's a really good place to go out.
The Lalo on the red tyres. I wonder if that's the soft compact, not the wet compact.
Also, first time on complete.
Yeah, there we go. So, if every hour's like this one,
yeah. As it's really starting to kick up the rain, as you can see all the spray starting to...
Rooster trails starting to emerge from the rear of these cars. And this is going to make some sections really tricky. Did somebody go off the track there? Yeah, I think that was one of the cars. Yeah, just having a bit of an off. What's that? As we see lots of cars pitting now. Nizin, Sonnenberg, Varga, Hevese pits from the lead now as well. This could be very interesting. There we go, busy pit lane.
Jukka-Pekka. Okay, I've got that name right.
Jukka-Pekka Lalu, yes, of course, for Royal Blue Racing. So he could potentially retake the lead here if the top 6 all pit ahead of him.
My car's spun.
Oh dear. Not what you want, ahead of So let's see where Over from the stand is. There he is, just getting going again. The rain has fallen, so it's started out.
Very heavy rain. We thought it was going to be light rain only. It's been much higher than we thought it was going to be.
Even Josh Perwin is like the intermediates are not enough. He's gone for the full wets, the yellows.
As yet, they're all diving in now. This is going to be a very busy time in the pit lane.
Indeed. So Lalu, of course, the problem is he's got potentially caught out here because Lalu is still on dry tyres. There we go. There's a Kianik coming out, and there's Lalu. Lalu's going to be a sitting duck, surely. Here we go. There's Christopher Kianik has made the quickest stop action. There's Lalu, just goes straight on. Kianik takes the lead in LMP2.
Has he not gone into...
runners also struggling as well. Danahan really struggling.
This is where accidents happen though during these tough times. So Kianek leading now. I know Gabo. Havasi 2 seconds off.
Yeah, Gavesi's
Yugen
so that was
have
battle
played
of the
this.
second person.
Yuka Peck. Oh, Hugo Tempest has a half spin. They're all really struggling now.
Indeed. It is an ice rink out there for those that are still on dry tyres.
Is Yuka Pekka on inters? That's what we're wondering.
No, you pit for dries. The lap after you pit, it's like raining down. All that extra fuel is coming from nothing. And Hugo Tempest, I believe, in the same boat as well. There goes Josh Perwin through. On the dry tyres, so really,
He's really missed out on this chance. He had a good strategy, and he's ruined it.
Laku is still actually
Hugo
holding up third.
Car spun, and Hugo Tempest has missed the chicane. Lots of car picking mistakes now.
Yeah, this turned into a really difficult thing to follow here. So the cars are, it seems to be sort of half dry in places. Towards the end of the lap, the wet runners have really fallen to grief to Zux and Perwin, and that has allowed Tempest and Laku to retake third position.
Yeah, it was Roland Schuck who made the mistake. Someone's had an accident. Eric Kumade. No.
Yeah.
He's just been kicked. I just had a huge... Josh Perwin's had an accident. AFP, he's lost his wing. AFP...
That could be a code 80.
Yes, that could be. LMP2 rear wings are known to bring out the code 80s. Sorry, I'm...
Oh, but he's made it to the pits, so a lot was happening very quickly there.
Sorry, I've been going so loopy and so skittish. I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. I've been a bit losing track myself. So Serege, I believe, is still leading in GD3 from Bentonati. Then Toff has got on to third, because we did see all three of them very close together earlier on. I think it was second through to fourth. Danahan is still right behind Toff. All of the GD3 runners are still on dry tyres though, on the red tyres.
Yeah, Yuka Pekka is out on wet tyres now, just in P7. It could have been
Lalu's had to
much
make that extra
better.
stop. Yeah, so it's just at the wrong time they decided to pit. If they were able to go one lap further, and they would have known the rain was coming, they could have gone for wet, so they could have been.
Meanwhile, we've got a good battle for P14 with my car and Pavel Pankovic, and I think P16 too with. Sorry,
it's Oliver Parkin, Huracan.
Huracan, and yeah, that could be a good battle to watch. Sorry.
There's Van der Stam, just holding on from Mate Barger. Juice was number 66.
And Dylan Claver is right there too. So
a little bit of a lower order, but they're all fighting for a little bit of a chance to get into that top 10. As we see Lalu, Tempest and Perwin, so Perwin really still dropping down the order as the pits.
wait, where's Per? Josh Perwin
There
has
he
just
is.
exited. He's in P10.
Oh, there's a stationary GD car right in front of Perwin's car.
That was the 360 car.
So
Kevin Voice has got a drive-through power penalty, by the way. Sorry for interrupting.
all the GD3 runners are basically still in dry tyres, so they are essentially even more roadblocks than they were before. If you get stuck behind a GD car, that could really decide your race potentially in these wet conditions.
Callum Hambley's back in the race.
Okay, that's good. So some more positive news for Absinia Falls Polonia after the rain has really played against them. They pit too early for the winters, then the rain fell, and they had to make the extra stop, and then Perwin tripped over the dry tyre runners and lost his rear wing, and now he's down to 10th and struggling against the likes of Tempest, Gerber, Sonneveld. The Hugo Tempest has actually pit himself. But it's still going on. This Hambley also makes another stop. Novak is pitting as well, dropping down the order.
As we have Gabo Havasi in the lead.
But the GD runners, I think, are trying to make their fuel go a bit further. Because, of course, fuel in the GD cars go a bit further than the LMP2s in terms of time-wise, because they're not as fast, then they're not using as much fuel.
Adam Surej is miles ahead of anybody, though.
Yeah, it's really played into Sureje's hand. He was able to get into the lead. Holiday as we see another penalty.
Our favourite duo is really close to each other. Zoltan Toff and Bantanati.
Yeah, let's have a look at that then. So it is Toff, I think, just ahead of Fantinati. There we go. So Fantinati has made a mistake and Top has gotten through. These treacherous conditions, it's amazing they're able to stay on the road. So Alex Richard building up such a huge lead is very impressive, actually shows some great car control.
Definitely. And you need it here, especially in the rain, especially on an oval. Rainy ovals are not easy to traverse. Sorry, I'm losing my words.
Yeah, but the driver that's really come out from almost sort of a little bit further behind is the EH Racing car driven by Bertolin Savagna, which is now in 4th position in class. Ahead of Jake Danahan, the championship leaders, and is now there's only got Fantinati, Top and Sorege ahead of him.
Meanwhile... Oh! Jake Danahan's off!
There we go. Oh, we were just speaking about him. Yeah, there we go. You just see him recovering there from a little half spin.
As I think that is the Alton Motorsports car that's really sneakily gone up. Or is that
Oh, there we go. Is that Savagna spinning? There we go. Just got ahead of us. Yeah, so
Who did?
Savagna, who I was just talking about, was in 4th position, is now down to 5th because Frew has gone Jake Danahan after his own half spin. But
Then
had
yeah,
a much more dramatic one. So yeah, they are struggling just to keep it in a straight line on the GTs. You'd thought more of them would get in the wets.
Yeah.
Ooh, stubbornly sticking it out there.
Alex Hallows in P28. Okay, looking.
There we go.
This has not been a very good race for the what do I say?
GT runners?
No, for FP.
Absinia Force Polonia, yes.
They have, after looking so good at the start, really keeping it close with the leaders. They've not had a good race. They've been very unlucky.
Yeah, they were leading in LMP2 at least for a while, and yeah, it's really played against them. But there's still so much of a race to go. I think they could at least bring it back in at least one of the classes. Callum Hambley getting back in the race is good because it means that they're back in the potential.
What position is he in actually?
Oh, he's very far down. He's
P39, 11 laps behind.
Yeah, he's got to make up those laps, and he's got to somehow. The thing is, all these GD runners for position are on dries. He's on wet, so he should be able to car through them like through better and make up those 11 laps.
Definitely.
Yeah, it's not out of it yet. He's still got a long time for others to hit trouble ahead of him and for him to catch up. Anyway,
Alan Holden looks extremely iffy in his car. I think he's a Falcon. Yeah, 313. I might be wrong, but that car looks shaky. It looks really shaky on the track.
a little bit. We can watch. I think they surprisingly been able to stay out of most of the rain chaos. Actually, maybe they were too far behind to.
And Zoltan Andras Jash has also been had a very unlucky race. So yeah.
So now I think ED3 is sort of the way it's playing out. It's developing into a battle between Toff and Serege. Really, with Serege having a huge advantage.
As Mate Varga. Sorry, I was quickly looking on Mate Varga. He loses the rear slightly.
Yeah, so I believe Bertolone Seviano has also made another pit stop. But he stayed on
Dylan Clark has gone round. Dylan's spun and he's hit the wall. The rear wing's on the track. That could be a code 80.
Have a look, there he
made
is.
A huge mistake. He lost it going into the corner. Oh god. And there's Olaf van der Stam. I mean, I'll take it.
Okay, let's have a look actually.
That was a strange move. That was strange. Lost it going into the thing. Now he's got to. I don't think he's going to take the chicane. I personally think that car's too shaky to take it.
Yeah, no, I think we're just looking at the live.
I think you should slow the car down.
Intentional drivers, there's a car about to do it on the oval.
There we go, and look, they're all trying to go avoid him there. There's his
Falcon's
teammate.
gone really slow. Two Falcons. Both Falcons.
Please go on the pit limiter on the apron immediately. Do not take out another car.
Dylan needs to quickly go down then. Dylan, you need to go down.
Yeah, I think he's desperately trying to sail the racing line. There we go. Now he can go to the apron.
Okay.
Now it's safe to do so.
Not.
Actually managed that fairly well, I think.
That's really annoying for Team Falcon. As they're going to be rebranding, as they've officially announced.
Flavor, I don't think was doing all that well before that though, so he's sort of running the edges of the top 10. But
He's
I'll be
P14,
disappointed.
which is not too bad for an LMP car. It's not the worst thing.
Yeah, he was a bit disappointed for a new team, for a newer team. That's a pretty
Dotted
good
P8 also. So.
As we see a penalty actually here for Mate Varga.
Ooh.
Well, that is for perhaps something to do with all this rain chaos. There's Varga. Bit of Olaf van der Stam, so that's potentially another position. Your guy's into P14 because of that penalty once he serves it.
Yeah. As we've got a good battle between Reese, Zonneveld, and that. Let me quickly check who the other car is. I'm not sure.
It's so hard to remember who everyone is, especially when they change. Then the drivers change it. So you see Varga making a mistake there. And that lets,
Oliver Dynaman's made a mistake. He's gone wide. That might give Gijs Zonneveld a good chance to get through. Quickly going through the quick S's. Now going into the hairpin. Goes wide. Gijs is off the track. Oh God.
I can't figure out who this is. You're talking about.
Zonneveld, the Irish car.
Yeah, I'm trying to find them. There we go. Good Zonneveld. We called him Gus Zonneveld.
It's I've got Dutch friends who says it's Gijs.
Gijs, okay, sorry. That's why I didn't recognise. I was looking for the first name. There he is, but really struggling there in the Iris, and this is potentially big trouble for them as Chico Tempest starts to stretch away in 10th position. So that's 2 people just in the top 10 who've hit trouble, and that's a great opportunity for the number 90 cars driven by Olaf van der Stam as Varga serves his drive-through penalty to gain a couple of positions, get into, I believe it's going to be 13th place if Zonneveld keeps messing up, but 14th at the moment.
Yeah. So,
with that's an hour and 15 minutes elapsed. It feels like there's Novak goes off the chicane. They've really struggled with that.
Definitely. It's really, really rainy.
Even on the wet tyres.
You never know.
Grip.
Could we maybe have a race post, like a race red flag? Hopefully
I
not.
don't think we have had one apart from when we've had races cancelled for connection issues and stuff like that. But I think we should get a little bit of a shout out to Adam Sereje, holding on dry tyres in pouring rain and able to build such a huge gap. What's the gap to between Adam Sereje and Zoltan top is 15 seconds. Which is very impressive considering all that's happened. So they fought through to the front and it's been able to stay there. There's some inspirational music in the background, which really fits somehow in your end.
Sorry. It's half time.
It's okay.
I'm so sorry about
Okay,
my
see,
background. I really apologise.
That's okay. I mean, in Six Nations. Anyway, but Sereje actually goes very slow just to make sure he makes the corner.
Anyway, I'll also ask if any drivers want to have an interview, please. We're open to doing that.
Yeah, well, things have started to calm down a little bit, so it might be a good moment to do that sometime soon.
Bring an
But
interview.
of course, we have drivers who've yet to. But oh, look, there we go. And that's who was that spun there? That was Joe, was it? It was.
You can just see how bad the
Be careful, stop car on turn 8.
Yeah.
This could be code 80 for a bit, just to let it die down. As Dylan Clark is out of the pits again after having an accident.
There he
3
is.
laps behind. Not looking good. The Berger Rising car's also a really bad race as it's gone wide again. Tap down low. As Olaf van der Stam's have had, and made Vargas had made Vargas spun.
That might have been Varga who was in trouble earlier. There he goes, right side by side with one of the Vulcan cars there. Trying to unlap him.
As Olaf van der Stam, I think, has had an issue. He's going to the pits.
Okay, that's not good news. You might be called in a moment actually. To that, so.
Yeah, I'm gonna be awake. I might leave a bit early. Well, no, a bit late now.
Fair enough.
Yeah, so
All this rain is very unexpected. It's caught so
Yeah.
many teams out.
it's been good to watch though. So yeah,
Oh,
I'm-
definitely.
yeah, so I'll quickly ask. I might be back.
Fair enough. Right, I'll be thought until then.
Meanwhile, Mate Varga's gone off.
Again. Good point, actually. Well,
If he's saying that, I keep counting the mate Varga, and he's still running okay. It might be one of the Ring of Honor cars he's getting mixed up with. Let's have a look. There's Caldistola. And okay. His teammate. For Pastore. Difficult race, but there's Vinicius Del Vecchio fighting over 35th position overall. Just near the back. Trying to go down the inside of Tancredi di Bracchia, I think this is, his final move. This is Alicia Blender. There we go, Del Vecchio through past it is Tancredi di Bracchia. The Redim Krenek. Being lapped, I think, by the higher LMP2 runners, down 90. Guys, Pankovic. Pankovic pits in the Reading Game Studios car. Lovely team, Reading Game Studios. Always great to hear from them and team principal Tom Dillon. PD cars just calling around trying to get any grip they can.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, we're just looking at the GD cars. Tippy-toeing around. There's what is that? Oliver Dillman who's got a penalty.
Oliver Diamond.
Diamond, sorry, that's that E on the mouth. Oliver Diamond, who was running.
It's called TTP.
Yeah,
Martin Novak's been very unfortunate this race.
Has, yeah. I noticed a couple of incidents, a couple of spins and stuff like that. He's got behind Varga in the 15th position. Who's really benefited from all this rain chaos? I would say Michigan is still right back up to 11. He's fighting this time with Sonneveld. Then we've got Lalu, in all that, despite having made the extra pit stop, he's emerged in 5th, which is a lot further forward than he was earlier. He's only 9 seconds behind Axel Kerr, who's in 4th. Kerr in Freebon number 137.
Been very quick.
Yeah,
Very quick.
Sorry, just all the shouting in the rugby commentary. To commentate over commentary.
I'm so sorry.
So this is a first for me. It's a very serious situation.
I apologize.
It's okay. There's the Vecchio.
As Mate Varga's still in the pits.
The Vecchio's just made a move on Tancredi di Bracchia, 34th position overall, in the back of GD3. He's
And we've got an accident. An LMP2 spun and my car went right in as well.
Yeah, I did just see the back end of that. I don't know if I understand facing
I'm
the rock.
going to ask if I should get to the car now.
There we go, Alvan going off again as well. Yeah, they're really sort of falling apart here.
So I'll be there. I'll go in a sec.
Fair enough. There's been some commentating from you anyway.
Yeah, so yeah. I'll be on later anyway.
Well, there we go, there's Ghost Sonneveld, missing a rear wing. I think he was involved in the contact there that Olaf Anderstam caught the end of. Sonneveld is going to have to crawl his way back to the pits, and we could potentially see a code 80. There's Anderstam losing the rear end. The tyres have had enough. The driver is starting to fatigue, it seems. Quite possibly Anderstam doing his best to keep it going. He was able to just about hold that slide down. It was quite spectacular to watch. Get back to the pits. Gavin Vessi's built up a 12-second gap to Christopher Kianic. Mugen 1-2, dominating both classes at the moment, actually. With Sergei leading GD3 by 15 seconds. Vessi leading teammate by 12 seconds. They're leading Roman Zooks for DEAC Hankers by 7 seconds. So Kianic's not quite as comfortable position. I understand. Just trying to make sure he points it in the right direction. Through. There must be Joe Danahan.
Just be aware there's a car without the bus stop.
Is it? There we go. So he's made it to the bus stop at least. As there's Van der Stam through to see one of our first driver changes of the race, I believe. We only had one or two, I think, at this so far. We should be about to see Tobias get on board. Here's Callum Hambley, who lost 11 laps over due to disconnection. He's about 5 laps behind Alessio Blendo. He's only just over to consult on Andreas Gas. So he's making his way through this GD3 pack. Well, there's Vinicius Delvecchio. Oh, is Delvecchio spun? Delvecchio in trouble here. They show the windscreen wipers are on, but nobody's home. What on earth has happened? He's just coasted to a stop there, hasn't he? There's Geek Sonneveld. East Sonneveld. Properly pronounce it. Finally made it back to pits. So they didn't pull the code 80 for that, because obviously he didn't have too far to go, I guess, but it was a little risky, leaving him out. Be too much harm done though. Still continuing on. There's Josh Perwin down 8th position in LP2. Perwin desperately trying to catch the 14 seconds back up to David Gerber. Leaders need to get as many points as they can out of this race. There's no back pits now as well. There's Geek Sonneveld is as well. There's Sonneveld still repairing the rear wing.
Be careful, there's top car at turn 6.
Now the interesting development in G3 is that we've had a little mix up of the order. So the Cereggio is still leading from top. From Fantinati, sorry. Then it is Sven Gielahad in 4th. Not sure where he's come from. Bernard Deissner in 5th, ahead of there's Van der Stam. Oh, we saw someone spun there. Not sure who that was. It looked like one of the...
Be careful, there's top car at turn 6.
Maybe an Axel Kerr there. There we go. Someone zone again. The 5th position. Warning from some of the race direction there. Novak still in the pit lane being serviced. It's still showing Van der Stam actually. My time is screen, so I'm not sure if Lars has jumped on board or not. The 90. There he is. Might be coming in now actually, making another stop. The rain still looks quite heavy. We see a penalty for Utelan Klavlik, who is currently running in... Where is he in the order? Oh, no idea. I don't know if we're actually in this race. Yeah, so I've no idea how that actually affects things. Oh, there he is, Radim Krennic. That must have been it. I may have misread it completely. There he is. Not sure what the penalty's for either. But we know as soon as we do. Oh, there's Krennic going a little bit wide again. Yeah, after his little spin, has decided to pit. Has let Josh Perwin up into 7th, David Gerber up to 6th, and Cal Stola up to 5th. There's Trigapeka Lalu up into 4th, so Despite the fuel thing, as we saw a little twitch from Lalu, it definitely seems that Royal Racing, no, not Royal Racing, Royal Blue Racing, by Leather are up there in 4th, in 2 on merit, which is very impressive and very high in the order. So let's have to see if the Chamber sponsored blue car can stay there come the end, because it seems like this racetrack's throwing everything it can at them. There's Toff, oh, spin! That's Cleaver getting past Jald, was it, who just had a big spin there. We saw still really treacherous out there. It doesn't look like there's a dry line emerging yet, or indeed that the rain is showing any sign of letting off. Oh, there we go, Novak missing the chicane completely. A day late and $1 short on that one, Martin. Continues on in 19th position. A lot of the drivers that have been more careful, maybe not necessarily the fastest, have made the right decisions on tyres, stayed out of trouble, and been able to profit, really, gain positions here. Has led to a slightly unusual order. I won't say mixed up, because you'd like to think even in dry conditions some of these drivers could have got up there. It's a very competitive field, of course. Let's look at the gaps for the lead, because, as you see, Tobias Blumchen, having just got on board the number 90, and out of the commentary box, spinning. And that was unfortunate there, just kissing the barriers, but the rear wing still intact. Tobias will continue, now in 29th position. It's after Alex Hallows. 8 seconds behind him. We would have lost the position with that spin. Just unfortunate there. I'll try not to remind him of that if he returns to the commentary box later. But anyway, there's Christian Zanger, who's got on board the 137. Race back to Kia. 11th position. We're on 50 laps now. 50 laps completed. Rain continues to fall, yellow light flashing there. Ahead of 797 Alex Hallows. That's the second AFP entry. They're behind their teammates, Ernest Lappins. So really, in GD3, it's very much knock on the plan for AFP. They've gone from fighting for the lead to being gradually worked. They've been shifted out of the lead, really. In terms of, they kept being overtaken, they made some bad strategy calls, they really just, things went wrong. And the result of that now is to go back to Tobias Blumchen, carrying on with his stint, get past, he's trying to lap Senior Force Polonia. Because why doing so, but through. Alex Hallows, of course, then he goes over to not for position, because we see Christian Zanger actually going into the pits. There we go, so there's actually might be a bigger problem for the Formula 1 racing car. We weren't aware of from that spin. Really going to promote Pavel Pankovits, I think, into the top 11. Looks like a crucial top 10 for reading game students. Look at the spray off the back of that. We go, he laps cars ahead of him, past Axel Kier, who's in the pit lane, free to chase after riding the Kibben. Look at this. Easy GD3 battle. Oh, they spun right ahead of him as well. That was Praga, but with names at the moment. I may actually have been Hugo Tempest. Yeah, there we go. Brady McCrennick. We're continuing on. There's the leader. Still a huge lead. 22 seconds to Christopher Yannick, his teammate. Royal Fuchs 22 seconds behind Christopher Yannick now. So in the traffic and in the rain, Fuchs has been able to gradually catch up to the second of the two Williams Sim Racing cars. There's Pavel Pankovits.
in 11th place. So it's going well for Reading Game Studio so far. They're recovering their way back through the field as others hit trouble. Going into that top 10 with Riley McKibben next up in the 360 Motorsports car. There is not Riley McKibben actually, it is it's Kevin it is actually Riley McKibben, sorry. Getting confused there with all the auto director I just put on. I'm not sure I don't miss any of the action. Close battle just ahead actually of Riley McKibben. It's Hugo Tempes is in and Perwin. They're relatively close together. Zook's still chasing after, just about 2 seconds behind Christopher Kianik. The last lap times for both drivers, Christopher Kianik was slightly faster by 2 tenths actually. 47.0, 47.2 for Zook's. Faster as we look at Bush Pelton. A little bit of intrigue. There's Gerber and Diamond either side of him. The local lunatics seem to have lost the position to Perrin there. There's a bit of an odd thing on my time screen. Lumshin, as we see yellow in the first sector. Look who that is. Lumshin just cuts the chicane. Whoa, look at that, a 360 car. Getting past Hugo Tempes. All the Diamond has passed Hugo Tempes. Tempes' spin. Well judged by Diamonds. We see a car spinning off in the background. That looks like one of the Falcons. Yeah. They're avoiding that one. That was a Krennic, I believe. There we go. Random Krennic. Stationary on the exit of the first corner. Yeah, it still seems we're in a situation where Mugen are dominating both classes. With no, Sergio is still there in 20th position. 14 seconds ahead of top. So top is slightly caught up a bit actually. Out of all the things that's going on, it can be a little bit hard to tell, but Trentinati is only a second behind top. We have a battle in EERC to look out for between these two drivers. They've seen each other before in this race, of course. Fantinati having a little bit of a tap on the back of Toft, but Toft coming on unscathed. Fantinati escaping penalty. We'll have to see what Toft can do to hold off Fantinati. Also, the LMP2 code going through will separate them momentarily. Must be Pavel Pankovic negotiating them in 11th place, of course, in LMP2. The rain doesn't seem to be quite as heavy as it was before, but still the track looks quite treacherous and tricky. Oh, look at that! Pajau deciding to just before the first corner and go through the exit of the pit lane. Interesting. No harm done there. Hurricane. A bit of a twitch on midway through turn 4, isn't it? It's going in 16th position. Oh, and a penalty for Martin Novak. A fair bit of trouble already this race so far, having qualified so well behind the Racing number 23 car, down in 18th. Now, well, up to the very back behind
Random Krennic, this penalty. That's very disappointing news for them, but everyone else, the race goes on. Yes, Tobias. Calm things down a bit. 28th overall. But I said calm things down a bit. He has a bit of a twitch in the chicanes. David Gerber fighting, just trying to get a lap. I think he's trying to lap. Well, whoever it was, he got through. Oh, someone on the track just behind Sultan Andreas Jazz. As it looks like we're under. Oh, it looked like we're under code 80 for a second. Everyone had slowed down, but it might have just been lag on mine. It's a bit of an issue on my end actually. I'll have to update you at the timing screen to try to sort it out. So anyway. Dinner dice now. Doesn't look that far behind Spin Go here. There we go. It's a battle for 4th position in class. And also Zoltan Toth has Fontinati right behind him as well. So these two battles are going to rage on here. Nico Pastor also on one of his own. Fontinati going to try it again into his favourite corner, turn 3 and 4. Have to see. Oh, look at the top. Fanta is already through, sorry. I must have not been paying attention there, so the top completely caught out before he even got to the corner. Nice that got through past them. Go ahead similarly as well. So 2 lead changes in the top 4 in GD3. The top looking to get revenge here once more. Rival. Cincinnati pushed him out of the way early, remember. Brightly coloured Callaway Corvette is going to try and look for a way through. First driver for the Dream Team Endurance Squad. Was well to get himself back into 2nd position. But Centenati used superior friction and grip to get through. Caught out, back in the slipstream, and one up the inside once more. Coming out of the DDoS, the flames coming out of the exhaust pipe when it brakes really heavily. He's in the top 10 now. Right behind. Oh, getting held up actually quite a lot by Mr. Diamond. That must be. Oh, as you see, Radim Krennic having a very big spin all over the gravel. That is not how you do the banking at Daytona, ladies and gentlemen. Radim just having to make his way back to the apron, probably to the pit lane too, I would suggest. Would swap out the driver or repair the car. But anyway, Donati has held on to 2nd position in GD3, but he's got quite a way. 21 seconds to make up to Adam Serege. Serege has actually got past Radim Krennic. So So Krennic has made so many mistakes that he's been overtaken by the leader of the GT3 field. Here he is. That is already just ahead of him. Yeah, Krennic. Chronic issues here. And that's a penalty for Alan Holden. Holden, who my commentator Tobias said was not looking too good. There's Tobias too. Speaking of which, he said that he was not looking too healthy out there. Oh, Tobias almost hits the GT3 car actually. That's the Force Plania. Oh, Christian Zanger has gone straight into the barrier there. He's got it all wrong. Lapping on the back markers, I think. And whoa! Just avoiding him is the Reading Game Studios car right there. The Pavel Penkovic. There he is. And Oliver Diamond also getting a penalty. Oliver, not Diamond, it is the other Oliver. Oliver Paracan. Yeah. Oliver Paracan. The into the points racing. That's Christopher Mechanic pits. Christopher Mechanic. Third position, I believe. And over to Marcel Pizarro. There they are. Pit lane starting to get a little busy. We've got Del Vecchio just ahead of him. Well, those are the retired cars, Del Vecchio and Henke. Either side of him. Mechanic, the first to blink then. So that lets Zuxter into second, of course. Lalu is 53 seconds down on Mechanic. The three leaders in LMP2 have actually got quite a big gap to everyone else. Well, Lalu is able to get past Mechanic. Oh, his device launching. Has his third spin of the day. It's facing the wrong way. Treacherous conditions out there, no wonder he keeps getting caught out by them. Negotiates the chicane. 32nd position. Christian Zanger having extracted himself from the barrier. Going in 15th position. Just a few positions there to Flavor and Sonneveld, I believe. Josh Perwin and leader Gavin Vesey. Vesey, Perwin. I think almost a lap down now, Perwin. He's about 128 seconds behind Vesey, so they've sort of come in at the same time, but yeah, there we go, 40 seconds to leader. Ron Zux also pitting, second position. That is going to let Kianik back through almost certainly. You see Lalu to carry on much longer as we see Gus gives Sonneveld copping a penalty as Krennic finds the grass again. Yeah. I think he's trying to shortcut banking and not doing it. I'm not sure is the best strategy. But I'm very sure it isn't. Oliver Erican, just trying to avoid the Turn 1 car as he makes his way back to the pits in the 46. Place not looking too healthy now with Novak 58 seconds behind that. As Ron Zux about to exit the pits, as you see Alfie Bevan having just got on board the 35 Ferrari, still in 30th position. Alfie Bevan got Samuel Bentley not too far behind, 28 seconds of course, as Riley McKibben pits from what was 7th position is now 8th. Carlos Sterling and Dave Gerber also pitting. So, in all this, Lalu now running in second. It's slightly different strategy because of his fuel lasting a little bit longer. Then he's got 72 seconds behind Sandor Lengyel, who's got on board the leading Mugen number 20. It was driven by Hadgap Hevesi. Roland Zux on board the number 3. About 7 seconds behind Lalu. Zukianik still on board the number 21 Mugen racing car. 23 seconds behind Zux. Fuller and Gerber, in 4th, 5th and 6th, are still in the pits, and Perwin is definitely going to get by them. He's in 8th in the reigning champion 717 car for RSS Unison. Is he going to get through as well? Let's see. With Perwin, push. May not have been enough, because I think Gerber and the Slow are just exiting now. There we go. behind the 360 Motorsports car has also decided to make a stop. There is Gerber. Gerber could have a very good fight with this Stoller actually. As we get Tobias Bunchin, 47th position. 2 seconds on 1 I think Bunchin has made a stop and come out behind the GD field. Behind some of the GD field. There's Martin Novak. There's his penalty. Judy car goes wide, almost to let him through, but then just has a spin instead. Okay. But there's Christine Zanget. Bit of damage earlier from hitting the wall. Do the right time to pit, and he's joined by Oliver Paracan. Third for Oliver Paracan's penalty. There's a Gerber, trying to go around the outside over GD. The Stoller is the real target, but the Stoller has really made a break. Really going for it. 93 seconds to make up with Christian Kianek though. Lalu, only about 5 seconds behind Sandor Lingiel in the lead. But Lalu, not quite out of this lead battle. It's a bit hard to tell of him being sort of out of sequence to everyone else. LP2. Bunchin has got up into 26th position, past Seviano by the way. Seviano is in a G3, Bunchin's in a LP2. Brunswick is actually very close behind Lalu, so Lalu trying to save fuel or something, or just doesn't quite have the pace, and I think Zux is going to go around the outside. There we go, Lalu pits now. Novak is a little, half spin. As they've collected up, but not a good afternoon for Martin Novak. Hoping for a better night and a better morning for the rest of his team. Pins in the 999. Championship leading. Absolutely, of course, Kalani car down in 27th position. And his lap ins is Stumbar. I'm trying to figure out where he is in class. He's I just thought about something. He's been stood up in probably the wrong way the whole time. There we go, that's a bit easier to keep track of. Reggie leading GD3 from Fentonati. The LMP2 field pits. Lalu's dropped behind Kianek now, but the Stoller and Gerber I think are going to go through as well. He's in his pit 2 in the 717. There's Kui Sonneveld. Nearly 2 hours elapsed of the race so far. I'm thinking of a little break to save my voice a little bit and then come back. But I'll go through the next 9 minutes at least, so I don't miss any of the action. Lizzie drops behind Pavel Pankovic, so Breeding Game Studios into the top 10. Oh, there's David Gerber. That's not going to help him at all in his quest to catch up with Lalu. The Stoller has got past Lalu, but Gerber has not actually. Gerber has been losing a lot of time as there's Gerald, 45, just made a stop for Burn Horizon by 360. Oh, there's Oliver Diamond. Well into the apron there. They got the chicane wrong. Wasn't proof of the GD3 field. Lalu on fresher tyres in the Stoller. I'm amazed that the GD3 field is not really gone for change of tyres yet. They're terrible. They're able to get. Oh, of course, they're on road-going tyres, aren't they? So they wouldn't have to switch. Yeah, so actually makes total sense. As we see Lulu actually getting a bit of a twitch on. Tries to pass, but he has just about managed to keep alongside Sola. Sola hasn't quite got the grip to compete, so Lulu goes through into 4th position. Lulu driving a very good race, helped by circumstance, of course, early on. Didn't want a great strategy, but he's been able to make advantage of it and make it work. A real surprise for me in this race has been Lulu. On the Paracan, negotiating some traffic here. That might actually be the second place battle in GD3 between Toff and Fantanati. Diamond still in the pit lane in 10th. It's Mizin. The bottom end is in the top 10. Oh, desperately trying to catch back up. Yeah. Let's actually let David Gerber through, actually, so the slow's made a big mistake there. So David Gerber, the slow lap all together. Here we go, look, Gerber getting past Lulu, so Lulu actually not really making the best of those fresh tyres, I think. Oh no, that's actually a 360 car in between them, it's not Lulu. I apologise. His alternate Andros gas spins. 17th actually, or overall actually. That is GD3. Christian Zanger for another off for the Ring of Honor driver. It is 137. Oh, trying to recover. Oh, okay. Interesting lines that those drivers were taking. Lulu, it's actually worked out very well for Lulu. With Josh Cohen stuck behind Listola and Gerber, and fighting each other. Lulu is clear track ahead of him to try and catch up to Chris Mechanic with 64 seconds. Chris Mechanic, by the way, only 6 seconds behind. He was 10 seconds behind Sandor Yengiel of Lengiel, and got on board the race leading moving car, number 20. Not quite as confident as his teammate Gabo Hevesi was. But Mugen Sim Racing, I believe if they win either class, it would be the first time they've won in the EERC. And they've been in contention for victory before, they've been close, they've got podiums, but none of them have quite been able to seal the deal, so big deal if they could do it. Oh, it's Tobias Bunchen fighting hard down in 18th to try and get past I think Gellerhead is the next car ahead, but he's 45 seconds up. Gellerhead is the BMW, the GD car. That's Nate Varga. Pits in number 66. Gerber is now starting to drop the Listola. Gerber, another star in this race for Royal Racing number 34. X is the pits, looking for more mayhem, no doubt. Oh, I thought you missed the track there, but that's actually just the inroad for the motorcycles. Here we go. We're getting very close to the 22-hour mark. 2 hours elapsed. Oh, Callum Hampley. He came through earlier, having a half spin. It's going again. Then 21st in class, but in order, Callum Hampley is 36, about 4 laps behind Danilo Nascimento, just got on board from ADM Racing Team Ferrari. look at David Gerber, sorry. It's a 360 car, I think. Would that be riding McKibben? Almost a lap down? For sure. I think it might actually be Lalu who's fighting over here. Josh Perry not far behind either. Perry's got by Listola somewhere. Oh, Fantinati looking a bit wide. That's going to let Toff back through. Yeah, there we go, Toff on the outside. Fantinati just able to hold on as there's actually chaos behind. Perry just got past David Gerber. Perry really on the charge in these last couple of laps. The disappointments from earlier. Gerber and Listola are dispensable. Lalu is next up the road and right ahead of him. What can Lalu really do about this? It doesn't help that he's got Toff and Fantinati battling away like squirrels in front of him. Here we go, Josh Perrin down the inside. Not much, but I think Lalu can really do about that. He's got to negotiate the traffic, he has to lift and all, they have to go either side of Zoltan Toff. Perrin just about emerging ahead in 4th position. It's been a while since he's been there, but Lalu looking might challenge down the brakes here, but I don't think he's quite close enough to pull that one off. Here we go. Oh, Lalu really getting all out of shape on the exit there, and actually losing out to David Gerber, of course. Great lap from Lalu. Strategy not quite working out, and his otherwise brilliant race coming undone a little bit as he's Roland Zooks a couple of seconds behind the Mugen Sim Racing car Chrissy Kianik. Actually, no, yeah, he's about 4 seconds behind Kianik. Slightly more. Actually more like 7 or 8 seconds behind. Yeah, definitely 7 or 8 seconds. So meanwhile, Toff still trying to negotiate traffic to catch up to Fantinati. Briefly just go through the order, by the way. Oh, geez, Bias finishing doing a good one. There we go, this is currently Sando Lengyel and Christopher Kianik leading Mugen Sim Racing 1-2. And Roland Zooks in the EAC Hackers team. Josh Perrin for Singapore Ponies just got back up to 4th, ahead of David Gerber, Ricapeka Lalu. Listola is 7th, Ryder McKibben is 8th, as we see, of course, playing a car going quite slowly there. Who was that? I believe it was Josh Perrin. Yeah, we have, fortunately, there was a mistake. We saw a spin, but must be British chicane by Josh Perrin. And as a result, Perrin has dropped all the way back down to 7th position. Lap down now as well. It was looking so good, but now David Gerber has really taken control of 4th position. Nice and pleased to the pits. David Gerber about 1 second and 6 tenths ahead of Dukapek and Lalu.
There's Calvastola made it through as well, so there's a huge error by Joshko, and fortunately, for the senior horse below here, so the championship leaders get themselves again. Take a while for Joshko to recover, as we see a penalty for Tobias Blumchin. One mistake too many from Tobias, and unfortunately, we can criticise all we want. We're in the commentary box, we're in the car. It's a different matter. No real. I can't get out of this one, Tobias. So I'm gonna have to serve that one. 18th place, been okay. Not an amazing run from Tobias. I think even he would admit that. As we see Will, is that a blown engine? Will Kenwright's car, number 46. That's into the points racing. He was running in 17th place, and he's blocking the pit lane exit. The back is smoking. I think that's a blown engine. I think into the points racing are out of this one. Will Kenwright has actually gone back to the pits, I think, and to retire. So he shared with Oliver Paracan, his DNF. David Gerber.
He went to stop the car for the exit.
Well, it was. It's back in the pit lane now, of course. Respect to slightly short on catching that one. Yep, all good. But anyway, Lalu has got back through past David Gerber, so Gerber has made a mistake somewhere, and Lalu has been able to power through. The battle between those two. Josh Perry, meanwhile, has got past Calvastola. There's Ryan McKibben actually right behind them as well in the 360 car. Back with the Burn Motorsport 360, so that could get very interesting. Ryan McKibben go. He's got Mizin some way behind. There we go. That's McKibben. So I think McKibben's trying to unlap himself from. That's a bit confusing, isn't it? McKibben in 8th. Perwin is in 6th. Or is that with the other Abyssinian Force Polonia car that I'm getting confused with there? As we see the GD3 field starts to pit. Geelhead, Pastor, both in the pits in 3rd and 4th. As is Hallows. Dean Claver is also good to the pit lane as well. Falcon triple 3 car. Whoa, Random Krennic into the wall and facing the wrong way, I think. Krennic not having a great run with it. But he's probably going to keep up with a lot of the GP3 field, to be honest. Probably and lost in the 2 field, so I think Krennic is we're starting to test some of the race directors' patience here. There could be a penalty coming his way soon if he keeps the needless incidents. We see, oh dearie me, the 2 teammates. Sven Geelhead crashes into the back of that wasn't Ernest Lepins, it was the Iris Automation. So who was the other car involved in that? Sven Geelhead was fighting for 3rd position. That may have compromised that. Yes, there we go. So Jake Dennehan is also on top, has gotten through, obviously because he had a pit recently. With Bertrand Saviano, he may have also been involved in contact there. There we go, Dennehan up through into at least the 4th position of the pass. Or 3rd actually at the moment. Oh no, he's a while back. Yeah, Dennehan's 6th and 3rd. No, it's Latin, sorry, not Dennehan. Ernest Latin. It's very complicated to keep track of. So we've got Serreggi leading Fantinati, leading Donat Deissner, leading Benz Sachs.
Zach's actually getting past both Antonati and Dyson very briefly there. Zach's in trouble. Dream Team endurance car, of course. There he is, Ben Sachs. Dropped down to 7th somehow, so the timing is really odd here. Paddock changed the positions quite quickly in GT3. Owen has got past the Stoller actually. Very good for him. Very short for the 3 pack. Well, Dylan has got on board the Arena Game Studios car down in 12th. Laps down, but looking to gain a lot of points out of this one if they can. Very well at the 24 Hours of Le Mans on Halloween last year. Finishing in 3rd place, their first podium for Arena Game Studios, so 24-hour format definitely seems to suit them. Getting to the points here with that much more packed field. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break. Something. Then I'll be back, and hopefully not too many things will happen while I'm away. But anyway, we've still got Mugen Sim Racing dominating both classes. Tom Dillon actually revisits the pits. Got to 13th. There's still Yengel and Kianik leading for Mugen in LMP2 by about 24 seconds over Roman Zooks. And then in GT3 it is Sergej Adam Sergej leading by 26 seconds over Fantonati and Dyson, as we see Christian Zangner, not for the first time, get it wrong at the game and spin. There we go, so 72 laps completed, 21 hours and 50 minutes to go.
Hello and welcome back to Daytona for the 24 hours of the EERC 24 hours of Daytona, of course. I'm Ed Hunter, and we are just over about 2.5 hours in the race, which is currently led by Sandor Lengyel. Kutianik was leading earlier. Sim racing number 21. Obviously that was through pit stops. We're on Zooks. We're sort of in the middle of a moving sim racing sandwich, and the DEAC Hackers number 95 is also coming to the pits. I think Kianik's going to get past him very promptly. Here he is, doing just that. And yeah, so LMP2, the story is Lengyel and Zooks, the two moving cars versus the AC Hackers car. And fourth we have David Gerber, who's trying to battle with mid-table battle with Lalu, Mustola and Josh Perwin, who has a lot of mistakes earlier, unfortunately. The winner from last time out at New Orleans. Ron Zooks is actually falling behind David Gerber. I think it's just because he hasn't stopped yet, but we'll clear it with Lalu. Maybe Lalu was on some different strategy to everyone else. Oh! I do wonder if the track started to dry out. It was raining earlier. The two ran still on wet tyres, but the three cars still on obviously the road going tyres. Running the Kevin pits from 8th place for 360. That is the story really, as we see the leader pack in LMP2. Looks like Sandor Lengyel. Guys. And let Krista Kianik retake the lead, I think. So I think miles away, Krista Kianik may have actually overtaken his teammate for position on ramp. Sandor Lengyel was not setting
Attention drivers,
times.
there's a slow car on the apron.
Slow car on the apron, I'm
He's
not
just
sure.
heading into the bus stop now.
Ah, there we go. Is that the GD? Yellow. It's just ahead of Dommy Hopkins. Oh, it's Evan Perron. Third Horizon by 360 Motorsports car is moving off. Cars had a few adventures today. Looking to cut down on those. There's Adam Sereje leading. Moving sim racing, doing a brilliant job. David Gerber is pit actually from third, as Sandor Lengyel has come out 49 seconds behind Christopher Kianik, if I understand correctly. There's Sandor Lengyel. There's Christopher Kianik, so it's not quite 49 seconds, it's actually more like 7 or 8 seconds. But it was Bertlin Saviana, so he was the slowing car actually. Bertlin Saviana. So well early in the race, coasting back to the pits. David Gerber and Carlos Stola are both in the pits as well at the moment. Really, GD3, it has been the story of Adam Serege, who worked his way to the front, particularly in the early stint, survived a little bit of contact, a great battle, Antonati, beat Denahan, with Zoltan Toff, of course. He is the one who triumphed, and you're in a huge gap, 34 seconds to Alessandro Fantinati. Tyler Stoll and Evan Perrin in the pits. And is Donat Deissner about 6 seconds down on Fantinati. So actually the real battle is for second in GD3 really, between Fantinati, Deissner, Nice Blumchen who's out of position as the LMP2 runner. There's Ben Gielhoed who hit trouble earlier. He's about 36 seconds down on Deissner. There's Ernest Lappins for the Senior Force Clean, the other class championship leading AFP car.
46 seconds down on Geelhead in they're 5th, I guess. Adam Krennic was stopped in the 666 car. They probably would have made the devil proud, but no one else today. So, some work to do for that squad. Spoonship, who was joining me in commentary earlier before he had to do his stint. He's driving on the track. Down 17th position, he's been sort of 18th, 19th most of the way. Stint. 4 seconds behind the Fentonati, he's just had to make his way back through in the GT pack, which he's done a pretty solid job of. A couple of spins earlier, but we're not talking about. Zimmerman for 73 is in the Team Shiba car. It's running 6th. They've actually done a really solid job to stay out of trouble for the most part. And Pierron plummets down the order in the Burn Horizon car. In fact, that's a place for Spice Blunchin, I believe. We're definitely starting to see the stragglers down below the GT field. The LMP2 stragglers, that is. You'll head as the sun starts to set. Background. Way around. The Wipers still going furiously as Dommy Hoffman. Another off. And the name to Dommy Hoffman. I say what I have to say to get them amused. Buzz Bunchin has overtaken all but one of the GT3 field car. Actually, Fentonati's got back through. Very briefly. On the time screen. Yeah. Yellow in the first sector. Oh, it is Carl Hambley hitting more trouble. Once again, has happened to this car. The 97 has had no luck at all in this race. Oh, it's Chris Gitzoff facing the wrong way. Oh,
That's
collision
one.
between the GT3 and the 1P2. Trying to avoid him. Chris Gitzoff at Iris Automation.
Yeah.
Gitzoff was running. Oh, was he in the order? Quite the way down. He's made it back to the pits. And a quiet race for Iris, really. I'm trying to figure out what nervous how going to go. Chris Gitzoff was running in 11th. And he's about 75 seconds from Oliver Diamond and Luffield Lunatics. Luffield Lunatics finished runners-up in GT3 class at the Halloween 24 Hours of Le Mans that EERC did. And so the team has moved out to LMP2 and has really impressed, running solidly in the top 10. Team like Iris, who did finish, let's remember, so second last time out for Nola. Williams. There they are in the pits at the moment, just getting out. Chris Gitzoff with that spin actually is not going to retake 10th place from them. They are just going to get out ahead. Pika Lalu. That's Kerwin through. As well as the RSS Unison 717 with Alexei Mizin also pits. Position. Cosmo Pasciuto takes over the World Race number 13 from Lalu. Luncheon. What? Games are third out. Definitely seems like PD3 has calmed down a lot, but there is a simmering little battle between Yannick and Lengel for the lead of LMP2. We've got 8 seconds between them. Yannick has been in a bit longer and has probably got better pace, but Lengel is probably the fresher driver, having been in for not as long. Interesting strategy there between the Mugen cars. Really big points there, you don't want to throw it away. Perhaps it's strategic. But Yannick through. Unfortunately, I was on break at the time because it's really hard to commentate for 3 or 4 hours at a time. I usually do it in 2-hour stints and take a break. Today, having a little bit of a nightmare. Going again. David Gerber and Asciuto, number 13, have both gone for dry tyres. They're some of the only LMP2s to have done that. Callum Hambley, I believe, has stopped. We're looking at his sister car in the LMP2, Josh Perrin, but Callum Hambley stopped this time, I believe, for good. Owen has made his way back up to 4th position, so he's got past David Gerber. But actually, Gerber going for dry tyres a bit too early. This time it's gone Perwin's way. We see Pasquiuto. I've just got in the car and got 6th position, wasn't having to do an off. Pasquiuto and Gerber both on the dry tyres. Perwin really making hay at the moment. It's on drop Gerber completely. Big on board with Gerber. How much he's struggling with all the lack of grip and the wet surface, as well as his slick tyres. Quite careful out there. So not losing too much time. Of course, the problem for Gerber and Pasquito is that they've got Mario Cerchiera in Ring of Honor Motorsport number 1 for 8, who's about 30 seconds down on them and closing on the wet tyres. So the big danger there is if the track doesn't dry out very quickly, Gerber and Pasquito could be hung out to dry here. As Gerber has actually caught up to Josh Perwin. The track is starting to come to him. He was a couple of seconds behind, now he's only 1.1 behind. Yes. Gerber's got the foot down, inside their focus. I'll try and turn R factor down so people can actually hear what I'm saying a bit better. I haven't had any chance to look at the chat, I'm only one person. I have to look at the race, not what people are saying. Whoa, as we see Martin Novak in a long time now since the beginning of the race, having another off, down in 14th place in LMP2. Not been a great day for him. Yannick and Sergio, as he says, leading both classes for Mugen.
we go. Be able to hear me a little bit easier now. Hope that's a bit better. It's just annoying having to constantly readjust my mic through other people's computers. It works. He's only 1.1 behind. Yes. There is. What's that different? Right, can everyone hear me? I have to play it back. No one else is here to tell me if they can hear me or not. Figure it out myself. Oh, good match. Right. That a little bit sounded okay. Oh, Adam Krennic. Cover off. Oh dear! There's a random racing, Royal Blue Racing, sorry, number 13, random racing. Crashed into the back of him, almost in sympathy. Let's have a look at that. There we go, that's Cosmo Pasquiuto, just going completely caught out there. Good replay it. Dylan having a spin as well. Yes, actually, I've not really figured out how to work replays in this. Literally just shows the live feed, it's just a graphic unfortunately, but there's Chris Gitzel trying to his way back to the pits, I think. I'm not looking great. But all over the place. Single continuing to drop off the back of Kianek. Looks 54 seconds down though, so no real too big threat from behind. He's about 34 seconds behind them. Oh no, yeah, 34. I think it's about 34 seconds behind Lane Gill. So there's a big gap. Worry about being too slow really. Just got to let Kianek pull away. Although saying that, he has cut the gap down a little bit on that last lap to 6.5 seconds actually. Windscreen wiper on Donut Deister working away, running second of course in class. Getting past Fantinati very recently. Just running McKibben spins in 8th place. Not going to let Pavlov through. Pavlov is 81 seconds out, I don't think so. That. Chris Gitzel going off again. Oh, really struggling. Chris Gitzel, who, let's not forget, Hours of Daytona 87 finished second. They finished on the podium last time out at Nola in the 4-hour event. We're only 2 hours in already. Oh, big crash there for Leventi Vazicum and one of the Fring of Ron cars, I think that was, who just went straight into him.
That was. Hopefully the Formula 1 car wasn't too badly damaged. That looked like a big hit.
Attention all drivers, code 80 in 10 seconds.
What's code 80
There are
been
2
called for that
cars
as well?
stopped on the banking. Be aware.
That was a different
5,
incident with the banking.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
Is Evan Peter and one of the slow cars on the banking. Sandor Lengyel, but pit under the code 80. Quite sensible. Oh, I think, well, they're all going slowly, of course, because the code 80's been called, so then camera picked up. Through to Okeanik. Now it's a 12-second lead, but Lengyel has probably got the better strategic call there. Free pit stop out the way. Fuel, better tyres. Hill's got a good chance of catching his teammate. Zooks, it increasingly puts Zooks further and further out the picture. Josh Perwin is like 61 seconds behind Zooks, so Perwin could still get third here. It does feel like the win is coming more and more out of reach for Epstein Boss Bologna as the race goes on.
Attention all drivers, back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
Race back to green then. Gitzov, Pascuto, and Zooks all been caught out by that. They'd only just made it to the pit, so Zooks is going to lose even more time here. Perhaps even Josh Perwin was 61 seconds down. I don't think he's going to get through, but and we see a couple of drivers actually going trying to time their switch to dry tyres at this point as well. Pascuto as well. I'm not sure what tyres DAC Hackers are on. They're going back to softs. David Gerber is continuing on with the dries. He seems to be the only LMP2 runner who really is. Mario Segura also pits at this point. Oh, Vladislav Pavlov, all out of shape for the RSS Unison 717. And a lot of grass cutting there, but corrects himself, keeps going in 9th position. Also a recovery job, but they're still further back down than they would like to be, RSS Unison. Reigning champions, let's not forget. Remind them of that whenever they're not doing too well. Mainly just to make him feel a bit better. It must. Originate. 19 seconds ahead of Donut Dysner, so he did lose a little bit in that code 80 period. Big enough buffer, but it's not affecting too much. Going to lap 96 now, I believe. Begin. Gibbon is also pit as well. And the R360. Orica, whoa! Oliver! Targetai. Like multiple 360s there in the glaring sun. The Ferrari looks very badly beaten up there. a replay or the hard guitar. This is just him going into the pits at the moment. Martin Malotai getting out in the 4th place in GD3. The Mugen, of course, that was leading, wasn't it? So, oh no, it's Donut Deissner that is leading in the other Mugen at the moment, the 888 car. Bit of Fentinati, Steelhead. Lito now 73 seconds behind, but it looks like Mugen could very well be on the podium in both classes with both cars. It would be extremely impressive and certainly be one up for what Abstinio Force Polonia managed at New Orleans, where they just finished first in both classes. But the other cars have trouble. Don't get as many points. Johannes Wittlerschil. In G3, the 444 is Ravon, of course. Yeah. December Liengel not really been able to use the fresh tyres to much advantage. He's 15.6 seconds behind Christopher Kianik, his teammate. Martin Maguli, the BAC Hackers, is about 77 seconds behind. There's Josh Perwin, who's now 6 seconds behind Martin Maguli, AFP, so worked out fairly nicely for him. David Goper is about 6 seconds behind Josh Perwin. And there's Mario Sequeira, who's about a lap down. Cosmo Pasquiuto for Royal Blue Racing, number 13, who's about 60 seconds down, as James Wittlerschil, Wittlerschil, odd name, off. Bernard Deissner continues on in the lead. I think Bernard Deissner, I believe, has taken. I think he has. I think Adam Seregi just had a really long pit stop and lost out. Because they were 19 seconds ahead, and then the low tie went in 4th for about 76 seconds down. Very odd swing there, kind of error. But Mugen's still leading, funnily enough, with Deissner. Low tie, some work to do. Vince Skaggs. Alloy competition call there. Dream team. And Sachs has dropped down to behind Ernest Lappins by about 17 seconds. 1 second ahead of Hendrik Zimmerman. And so I think another one to pit under the around the code 80 and perhaps losing out a bit. Oh, what's a shit? Wittlerschil in the barrier once more.
replay of Oliver Hargitai's crash from earlier if we can. Might just be live footage of Oliver Hargitai being lapped. My problem is I don't have any, the R-Factor live replay controls. Sort of relying on overlays. But for me. Antonati, who's taken the lead as Deissner's pit. So DDoS take the lead in GD3 as night starts to fall. And just set and out and it's night time. Right. Virgo below, I think, has taken over the 888 Mugen car. So Milotai has resumed again the 88 in second place. Third place, sorry. A couple of seconds behind Gilhead, but Fantinati has a pretty decent lead as you see Alfie Bevan missing out the first corner.
That AFP 999 needs to change drivers within the next 3 laps or risk a disqualification.
Oh, uh-oh. It's not just Pillion, it's the 999s, that's the class leading. It's earnest lap-ins. They're thinking that because they changed so early to earnest lap-ins, they need to put someone else in. So, yeah, they were desperately trying to get lap-ins back into the game here, but the race officials are saying, no, you can't just run him 3 or 4 hours at a time. Oh, as we see the 360 car spinning at the chicane. That looked like Hibbett, or Nick Newcomb, sorry. Error there for Newcomb. Didn't really lose very much. He was in 11th. He's on a bit ground to Chris Kitsov. 10 seconds down there. So, Ernest Lappin's still not into the pits yet, but perhaps they've not made it round. 999 car, Dean Cool lit in. Nervous times at Epstein Force Polonia. Oh, as we see Martin to brake. Getting where the brakes are, funnily enough. And finding himself facing the wrong way at the bank. I don't know how he's managed that. Like the Bytown Express. What? 32nd place. Third last. Those still running, of course. Have lost. I think Johannes Witzerschil, I believe, was most recently died for Fringavond in the Corvette. Lost Callum Hambley. He's tried to get back in after being disconnected and then suffered more bad luck. We lost Will Kenwright into the points racing. Blew up the engine. We lost Parker Nibiua in Vulcan 313, and we lost Vinicius Del Vecchio. Oh, and Lucas Henke, of course, as well. The other Fringavond Corvette. So any other drivers who are hoping to have us go in their stint, well, you've not got a car to drive. Bad luck.
Mechanic, Lengel has cut the lead to Mechanic to 10 seconds now. Push Perrin only 7 seconds on Martin Merguli. A bit further back down in the battle for 8th place, Oliver Diamond is only about 12 seconds ahead of Akos Forgax, who's just got on board the Future Esports number 66. But that gap's already ballooned out to 13 seconds, so unlikely to change in that sense. Ivan Perion made his way through the BD3 field. Perion is right behind Sven Gielhed. Go away from him. Second, of course, in class. Middle of the fight with between Gielhed and Melotai. Oh, as we see, Fantinati pitting. Lead in GD3, which is going to hand it back to Gielhed. Well, I don't think Gielhed had it before, actually, so Iris is going to take the lead from DDoS in GD3. I realise, actually, the replay changed since I tried to do that, so the moral of the story is don't work. Ah, look at how dark it is. Proximity is still on wet tyres. I thought Small would have gambled on dries. David Gerber is the only one, and Berton Bequeñas for Heimdall Racing 23. And Evan Perrin as well. They're the only ones really to have done that. The Kerwin hits in the 99, goes for green tyres. He's going for Inters then. Like, if I was playing or thinking along the same lines I was. Intelligent though, less risky. Whoa, oh dear, Botan Bequeñas. And he has the, that's the 360, isn't it? McKibben, once again. McKibben does not have the best of stick. There he is. Newcomb, sorry, not McKibben. Sorry, I keep forgetting that driver changes when I'm trying to look through the camera screens. We'll have all the drivers from the start, unfortunately. Bush Perrin has got to hope that these intermediates make a difference. He goes a bit wide. Then 3 and 4. Oh, not looking very settled. Someone going into the pits there. Chris Mechanic is actually in there already, so that hands the lead to Sandor Yengel. And Dylan is in there. Botan Bequeñas is in there, behind Darius at number 23. Martin Gummich is in. In the back of GD3. There's a penalty for, somebody, I didn't quite see who that was. On the screen, I got a couple of seconds to take it in. I think it was Oliver Diamond, maybe? He's for left field lunatics, if so. Might have been Oliver Hargitay though. There's too many Olivers in this series, I can't keep track of them all. So look, according to the chat, somebody said that Ernest is banned from the league, yet still racing. That's why they were being called in, which is very controversial if so. I don't remember Ernest Lappin's being banned, unless this is to do with the... Oh, Oliver Diamond having a bit of an off. Unless this is the first corner too. Unless this is to do with the
2 weeks ago in the aborted race, which I think Lappins was kind of critical of the organisers for. A lot of people got banned and then let back in. A bit messy. Evan Pierron, oh, big crash for him. Burn Motorsports. He gets going again. Burn Motorsports for 360, of course. First corner, it's still quite treacherous. So how's Josh Perwin doing? He's pit again. We're losing a bit of time. So the order at the front is Sandor Engel, Martin Mergeli for DAC Hackers, David Gerber, third for Royal Racing, number 94. Krista Kianik for Sim Racing, Moving Sim Racing still in the pits, and Josh Perwin still in the pits. And that's your top 5. It does seem like AFP are really struggling to keep making up ground here. See, I do hope that. Oh, Wesley broke out. Finn? And where on earth is he gone? There he goes. He's opting the runoff area at the first corner. Didn't know where that was. Didn't really see many cars going through there. This looks like Dalton Valconi is taken over Mugen number 21. Owen staying in number 99. Jake Dennehan has gotten back on board AFP 999. So I do hope that the number 9 car doesn't get disqualified for letting Ernest Leppins drive, because it really wasn't clear, I don't think, that Leppins was banned. It seems a bit harsh to me, but there we go, I'm just the commentator, I don't get a say in the rules. Somebody asking about Peter Schumann asking about the GD3 301 cars. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they both retired and given up the ghost. But basically just because they crashed too much and lost interest. Lucas Henke basically was the first retirement in like 2 or 3 laps in, I think. And Worcestershire was the most recent retirement. The car's still running in GD3, but the LMP2 car, driven by Marius Kerr, in 6th position at the moment. They've gone for some good points if they can keep going as Martin Gumic. Very wide there in 13th in GD3. Diego Moscato. Yogo Moscato, sorry. Falcon Racing Car. Sean Jones. 7-9. Just Polonia. No penalty for them for running banned drivers or anything. They're down in 10th in class, and his pace has not been too strong, unfortunately. He is quite close to Savannah, about 38 seconds, so quite close. Who's the closest battle on track at the moment? Oh, well, I was going to say it's Oliver Diamond and Chris Kitzel, but Oliver Diamond is his pit. Christian Kabay has got aboard the 75. 8th position in GD3. Below and below, still quite close together, so I think Gergo, Mugen's running 1 and 2 in GD3, even though they're not running 1 and 2. It's Mario Sequeira, who I just said was doing well in 6th place, has now got a penalty. God knows what for, probably for breaking track limits. There he is. Another penalty for Martin Terbrake. That'll be his real name, Martin Terbrake. Can't believe that a real person would be called that. There's lots of GD3 runners, probably LMP2s in the pits. A lot of retired GD3s. And Skax. Trying to get past that would be Sven Gielhead just ahead of him.
We've got a battle on this. Well, trying to get in the slipstream with Geelhead. Fluid. Don't Skax do anything under the brakes, or is he not going to be quite close enough? So he's positioning himself to the inside, out of the slipstream. Was the first corner, but oh, he just about ran out of road, really. He was catching him. See what he can do. The break in the pit lane. Having his another penalty for somebody. You know who that is. In the new drivers, Joey Lurie. Joey Lurie, of course, in the Royal Racing Bravo. It's cut off, I can't tell what it says. In your 32nd place. '93 car, of course. Talking about. Well, anyone interested in the progress of Vice Blunchen, he's cleared the GT3 field. 16th place, 7 laps down, a lap behind Tom Dillon in 15th place. I think that's the top. Toby Vice is hopefully a bit forward. Goes on. While I was talking there, Ben Geelhead was passed by Zoltan. Not Zoltan, Bentz, sorry, Bentz Skax. Geelhead. Oh, also getting in the way of the 360 motorsport car, just a little bit. Flashes lights almost in irritation. There's Gerber just made a pit stop. Gerber has pit for intermediates, the green tyres. Bit of a mix in LMP2 tyre strategies. Sandor Legel and Martin Mergoli both sticking on the yellows, the wets. Zoltan Varconi's gone for the blues, driving for hard tyres. David Gerber has gone for, and Josh Byrne have gone to the intermediates. Cosmo Pasquito is still on the wets. Harry Sakura has gone for the dry tyres as well. Good to see Varconi's progress for moving number 21. He's 60 seconds down on Martin Mergoli and a lap down the leader. If he can lap himself, moving number 21 can get itself back into the game here. Pit stop. Marconi's lap time last time round was a 1:39, whereas the leader's doing 1:41s. And Sandor Lengel is going for pits as well. Here we are. So now is really the time for tyres, you would think. It's a transitional moment. I feel like the inters are working out for Gerber or Perwin at the moment. So does this mean that Martin Mergoli, the AC Hackers, is going to take the lead? He's 80 seconds down on Sandor Lengel. We still on the wet tyres, of course. Still going for the dries. Okay, he's leaving. Mugen tightening their grip on both classes. Mugen fall foul in the night before, and it's going to be 20 hours difficulty for them if they're not careful. Of course, Polonia. In trouble as well. Josh Perwin. Yeah, so Josh Perwin has unlapped himself, I think. All of that, but he may have to let Lengel back through again. Right. Well, I'm probably going to be able to commentate for just over an hour for the night. Some interesting stuff so far as we see Snacks pit actually and drop down to 5th. So it is an interesting strategy from Dream Team. Behind Sven Gielhed. Yeah. But that really puts the, for the first time, Mugen 1-2 in both classes. If, Martin Merguli is only about 0.34 behind in LMP2 behind Varconi. So there we go, you can see Varconi just in front of him. Is that him? No, it can't be. I think Varconi's only recently overtaken him using the prior tyres, so Merguli had to pit quite a little bit later with the dries, and that's what cost him there, I think. As we see yellow in sector 2. Penalty for Diogo Moscato. That's 6 for him. Skitsov, 7th position, pits. From wet, I think it's one of the last ones. We've got a couple of stragglers in the sort of mid-pack in LMP2 who are still on the wet tyres. Gerber and Perrin are still trying to make the inters work desperately. As night falls, the pace really starts to increase here. Martin Merguli increasingly feels like he's been played out of this one. It's really between the two moving cars in LMP2. ED3, meanwhile, is not quite as straightforward. Fantinati is caught up to Gergo below. At least I think he has. Let's have a look if we can. There we go, I think that's the battle for second position in GD3. Just the yellow in sector 2. Newcomb hits 316 Motorsports car. Riding on board with the DDoS. Just ahead of us is go below. Benati is not giving up on that second place yet. He wants to. Someone has got to split the Mugen cars. Stop their domination of this event. Benati, I think he's the one to do it. Oh, but he goes a bit deep in there. Oh, and he's got that horribly, horribly wrong. Just as we've got on board with him, we put the curse on him, and it has all gone to bad to worse. Tommy Teasdale, I think, has got a penalty as well, or something or other. He's just got on board the Burn by Horizon car. There we go. Fantinati goes back to the pit lane. That is potentially podium loss there. Came ahead of Gogo below, which was probably a bit misleading. But DNF. That really potentially plays right into the hands of Gilhouet. But you saw Fantinati just got too greedy on the brakes there. And once he was off the ideal line, he just went wide. There was nothing he could do from that point. It was just, he saw second place ahead of him, went for it, it all went wrong. Nati really grieving over that mistake and not leaving the pits anytime soon, it seems. The other is teammate coming in though. Alright, Christian goodbye in the 25 car. Damn, Didos had working so strong early in this race, and now it really seems to have fallen apart for both cars. So Sven Gielhed takes third position in GD3, 15 seconds behind Gogo below. So Mugen are not completely clear out in front in GD3, but forcing their rivals into mistakes, and that was a costly one from Fantinati. Egan Moscato seems to have served his penalty. He's dropped behind Vladislav Pavlov in RSS Unison 1-7. Penalty for Frenet Christian Kubai. Well, possibly for speeding in the pit lane there, because he just stopped. Could be for... Oh! Big Deneham, but absolutely forced plenty. The championship leader into the tyre barrier there. It looks like the same mistake that we actually just saw Fantinati make. Can we reverse out of that one, or is it too badly damaged? Oh, Pavlov in the reigning champions car. So all the fancied runners really hitting trouble here in this hour. He's doing well in the standings. The ones who were doing well last year, it's all flipped on its head. Deneham being able to get, I think, Triple 99 car seemed to be thoroughly fed up that they couldn't run one of their drivers, Ernest Lapins, because apparently Ernest Lapins had been banned. Why they're asking Lapins to get out of the car. Deneham probably wasn't expecting to get back in this hour, and he's made a big mistake. So he seems to have got going again. Seems. Oh look. There we go. Something about Coney having a spin from second position. Whoa. That's worrying for Mugen. They don't need more of that. There's no grip at that first corner, it seems. You can't brake in it, you can't turn in it. Well, you can turn, but you seem to turn too much. There's Cosmo Pasquiuto crawling a little bit. Oh, there's a stranded GD3 car facing the wrong way. What on earth is going on here? I think serving that penalty. I've been Samuel Bentley we saw facing the wrong way. Was it Martin to brake actually? There he is, he's got going again. So no need for a full course yellow, but a worrying moment there of absolute chaos. So Varconi didn't actually lose too much for that spin. Martin Maguli is 17 seconds behind, I think. There's Kabai, actually serving just a proper pit stop there. 11th position, so Danahan is out, Fantinati is out. There's a big chance for Mugen to really take the championship lead in GD3 for sure, possibly LMP2 as well, depending on what happens to Josh Perwin down in 5th. I say down in 5th, which is still pretty solid, but Perwin really would like to be ahead of Gerber. They're on the same tyres right now, the intermediates, but the dry tyres seem to be the ones to be on, although we have seen so many drivers making mistakes. It's so tricky to judge when to switch over. Penalty for Arcos Vorgax, is that? So. Trying to figure out where Arcos was in the order. ACOS, sorry. ACOS Vorgax. Future Esports under 66, of course, running in 7th position, so that's a costly penalty. That's going to let Mario Sequeira, and possibly Kurt Skizov as well, back through.
even Oliver Diamond as well. Look at Ben Skaggs making a big mistake, whereas at the first corner, I think. There we go. So Ben Skaggs is going to be positions from the two rivals ahead dropping out, but it's not going to have him catch up to Giuseppe Pastore, having a very clean stint so far for Team Sheba number 73. Others have dropped ahead. He's a lap down, but he is in fourth position and close to that podium. Paul Gax serves that penalty, drops behind Oliver Diamond, as I said he would. Tom Dillon. Plugging away. The GT3 runner going a bit wide there. Christian Kabai. Trouble. Going a little bit slow out of the chicane. Bad. Lars Blumchen has made it to the pit lane. I think he's finally going to switch to dry tyres. 17 seconds behind Martin Malota. The GD field, so he had cleared the GD field, he's now behind them again. Behind Malota at least. Penalty for Mario Sakura. Oh, it's another for Ring of Honor. They seem to get into these... Ring of Honor racing teams seem to get into these loops where they just get loads and loads of penalties, unfortunately. Seems to be a bit of a pattern with their drivers. Falling foul of the rules intentionally. Oh, otherwise. Or unintentionally, I mean, sorry. Sorry. We're going a bit wide over the chicane there. The race that showed a lot of promise early on for Royal Blue Racing number 13, but the Royal Racing Alpha, their teammate, seems to have stolen a march on them as Mario Sakura hits to serve his penalty. Chris Gitsov goes through into 7th position for Iris Automation. So, like in Nola, Iris, quite a slightly slow start. 87 car is making progress. Chris Gitsov really wants another podium, but I think he'll probably be happy with just a decent top 5, top 6 finish. Actually, getting close towards. 96 seconds down on Cosmo Pasquiuto, though, who's also pet. Let's see. All plays out. Next 20.5 hours. Which may be a bit wide. There's any decent battles going on. Martin Mercuri 11 seconds down on Zoltan Varconi, so he's closed the gap a bit. 64 seconds between Varconi and Sandor Langel, so it's really the pendulum swung towards the number 20 car quite firmly. Still a real mix of tyre strategies out there. It's really great to see. Everyone just using the same tyres all the time. There's a bit of variation. Yeah, it looks like Bertrand Sevillano has got to be positioned in the pits behind Ben Skaggs. Zax. I pronounce that name. In Q3, Martin Malotai has driven a pretty superb race, it must be said. Yeah, more cars in the pit lane. Sakura, also Pasquito still in the pits. Fighting with Sakura for position, actually. Hope he gets out ahead for his sake. Lars Blumchen is still in the pits. Daniel Mayer has taken over the DH Racing number 3 car. Running, they're running down. 25th overall behind Sean Jones.
There's a Fag also getting on board the Guidos Racing number 75. Antonati and still retired in the pit lane, of course. We go for the road. Built up a 34-second gap to spend yield ahead. It doesn't look like over there is going to be challenged too much. Meanwhile, Vladislav Pavlov has switched back to wet tyres, I think. I don't know why. There he is. The highest runner on yellow tyres at the moment. Whoa! There's Martin to brake. Once again, demonstrating how to pirouette. Gets going again. Bytown Express team running down to 31st. 13th in class, rather. The tyres have cried enough at this point. Replacing. Aiko's Forgax, future sports number 66, is right with Mario Sakura actually, after Sakura's pit stop. Battle for 8th place. There we go. What with Forgax actually. Forgax really challenging there, but going a bit wide and messing it up. It's going to take him a lap or two to catch back up to Alistair. Although in the first sector, not sure what that's for. Pavlov decides to pit, finally deciding to throw away the wet tyres. That's going to drop him quite a few places actually. 13th. 10th. Skitsov is only about a second behind Oliver Diamond. Battle for 6th place. Yeah, there he is. There's Chris Skitsov. Diamond might be vulnerable here as he laps the traffic. Yeah, determined to get through. Top 6. Lovely to see Daytona at night. So much atmosphere. Oh, that's a bit aggressive from that GD3 car. To let Chris Skitsov through. I think it's trying to battle the car just ahead of it. See, for those two, there's lights that lets him through. Could be drivers close together. It could be Tommy Teasdale and Giuseppe Pastore. Both quite close together on track. Oh no, it wouldn't be because one of them's on P2. There's Tommy Teasdale. Italy about 13 seconds down on Zoltan Volconi. But it's not really going to plan for DEAC hackers. Third place still holding fairly strong. Seems that there's no one has any answer to what Mugen are doing at the moment. They just seem to have outclassed everybody in this race so far. Take quite something in the next 20 hours to beat either one of them. That was a big mistake from Mugen drivers. Avoided them thus far, it seems. Further that I missed, Cal Hambley quite upset about how his race has gone. Just a few crying emojis. Yeah. Fastest lap at the moment is Sandor Yengel of the 20 car. The LB2, 132.703. So the sister car got quite close, 132.711 earlier. Quite close in that respect. Akko's Forgax, actually quite close to the back of Mario Sakura as we're watching at the moment. Put back up again. Forgax needs to make sure once again if he closes up in the infield he doesn't end up getting hung out to dry on the outside. All the Kirby dares through the chicane. Good, his pace definitely seems to be a bit better than Mario. Not Mario, sorry, completely. Yeah, it is Mario Sakura, sorry. Whoa! Look at that, Sakura's got a horrible run. Through down the inside goes Forgax into 8th place. Mario Sakura really messed up there coming out of the banking. Could be a problem with that car. Forgax, second time attempt, what we saw. Get through. Nice free to chase after Chris Gitzov and Oliver Diamond. Chris Gitzov is about 58 seconds ahead of Forgax, but only 2.5 behind Oliver Diamond. There is Chris Gitzov, negotiating the traffic. That being lapped by one of the leaders there. Yeah, Mugen Sim Racing car. I think that's Lengel who's just lapped. No, it may have actually been Kianek. This gets closed. He's 2.1, yeah, just under 2 seconds behind Oliver Diamond. Oliver Diamond under a lot of pressure. Pasquito is actually right behind Pavlov. Here we go. Look at this, side by side almost on the banking. Also Pasquito looking for a way through the RSS Unison, the reigning champions. He's going to try and go around the outside here. Oh, this will be a brave move if he can make it work. Oh, but he's ahead before they even get to the corner. Really have to keep his foot in there. Great stuff by Cosmos Pasquito and the Royal Blue Racing number 13. Lucky for some, but not for this line, guys. It seems they've had their fair share of incidents and bad luck. They've also had a couple of rubs of the green that have knocked them out. is into for number car number 13 into 13th place. Serendipity, isn't that what they call it? So meanwhile, Chris gets off 0.7 behind Oliver Diamond. There we can just see that orange car ahead of us of Oliver Diamond. It's sort of eager to find a way through. Oh, late on the brakes! Look how early Oliver Diamond got on the brakes by comparison. Where he's really gaining time, so it's going to be a late braking maneuver for Skitsov. Heard from in the commentary box a few times before. Really looking to put together a title bid for Iris Automation. Diamond standing in his way between him and some crucial points. Well, here we go. He's got a great run out of here. Oliver Diamond goes wide, and through goes Chris Skitsov into 6th position. Lovely stuff there. There wasn't really much defence from Oliver Diamond. On a great line, and Chris Skitsov able to snip underneath and take advantage. Now Chris Skitsov is free to set after. Josh Perwin coming to the pits actually. He's free to. Yeah, so that's actually Josh Perwin a couple of laps up the road, unfortunately. So it could be picked as far as Chris Skitsov can get for the moment. Eventually pulled away from Oliver Diamond, of course. Anyway, I'm going to take a very short break now, as we see Button Buccaneers getting around in 11th position in LMP2, but the leaders are Langell, Varconi, and Mugen Sim Racing in LMP2, and Milotai and below, also for Mugen Sim Racing in GD3. Can anyone stop them? Well, they've only got 20 hours to do it. Back shortly.
Welcome back to the EERC 24 Hours of Daytona. Oh, as we see, just Robert Inslee has just gotten in on board the number 96, messing up horribly. Inslee down in ninth place, facing the wrong way at the chicane. Got collected. Going again. Burglary. EAC Hacker's car move up to second place in LMP2 as Marconi has pit 7 seconds behind him. Might be a little bit of a threat to Mugen Racing's monopoly of the race. Really about 64 seconds down on Sandor Lengay. Sorry. Seems unlikely at the moment that Mergoli can really mount much of a challenge, but he is at least making things a bit difficult for one of the cars. Down in GT3, Lotai has also pit. Is pitted at the moment, up behind Dent Skax, Dream Team, and Sven. Go ahead. Gilhoy, sorry, not go ahead. Lugo below is taking the lead in GT3 from his teammate. Really seems with the long pit stop from the lead. It wasn't the damage. Sandor Lengyel actually comes into the pits now too. There he is. So how close is Martin Mergoli going to get to him? The AC Hackers still want to win this one. Interesting to see. Marconi is cut about 3 or 4 seconds out of Mergoli on the last lap. That's now 54 seconds. Yeah, Raw Racing after 94 car. Behind Josh Perwin, and they've given up on the Inters. Martin Mergoli pits as well, so yes, it's almost irrelevant. Daniel Kiss takes over Mugen Sim Racing number 20 and gets out of the pit lane. There he is. The time screen is glitched because it still shows Lengel in the pits even though he's left. I have actually found the code 80 box, I can't believe I missed that one. Oh, we've had another commentator join us in the commentary box. It's the Ryan Ferris.
Hello, Ed.
Hello, sorry about the password there, should have sent that to you earlier. Anyway, let's not reveal it, because I don't want the stream to be flooded with all our viewers, all like 40 of them, maybe less. But anyway, it's been a pretty exciting race so far here at Daytona 24 Hours. Night's fallen. The race pretty much dominated, so far it must be said, by Mugen Sim Racing, who have got both cars leading in both classes, with only a couple of challengers close to them, in the form of the DEAC Hackers team in LMP2, currently driven by Martin Mergoli, who's about 6 seconds behind them, and in GT3, anyone closer than GT3, well actually, they're split up a bit in GT3 as we see Martin Gummich moving quite slowly and going to the apron, then inside after some kind of incident at the chicane. We have Yo-Yo below for the Triple Eight Mugen team leading in GT3, but then it's Ben Gielhead and Ben Sachs in second and third, with Melotai, who was leading. He had to make a pit stop that's dropped him a lap down. It was a long pit stop from the lead, and that's dropped him down to fourth. So while they did have a big, strong grip on the race. It can easily go away from Mugen Sim Racing, and we've seen it happen to them before as well in previous races. So, been a lot of action so far, Ryan, and I'm not sure how much you've kept up with.
Well, I've seen the fact that it was very wet in the early stages of the race, and a lot of the LMP2 cars were struggling in those conditions, going off here, there, and everywhere.
They were indeed, yeah. The GD runners just had to stay out, and the 88 car, currently driven by Milotai, but earlier on it was driven by.
Become code 80 in 10 seconds.
Oh, code 80 about to be called, so there's been some kind of incident on track.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80.
Okay. I think our second or third code 80 of the race. I don't know who it's for. I think it might be for Pesquito. Oh, there we go. We see Martin Novak spun on the inside of the banking. I'm not sure exactly how that happened, but Martin Novak making a real hash of things. That Martin Novak might be his teammate, actually. Yeah. At the moment, let's have a look. There we go. It was Tamas Rist, sorry, not Martin Novak. Martin Novak started the race, but Rist since taken over and fun. And we've also got Akos Forgax around what looks like a missing rear wing in 7th position, and he's just lost out to Chris Gitsov, so he'll be a bit disappointed to get involved in another incident there. We have seen a lot of incidents where one driver has spun and 2 others have come upon him and ended up having to find a way out, and we've seen a lot of people trying to brake way too late at the first corner and ended up going straight into the barriers. It has been quite a mistake-prone race.
Well, that's the problem with the first corner at this circuit is
Turning and braking zones.
It gives you a false sense that you've got a lot more of a braking zone than you actually have, and then all of a sudden that first corner that starts off with like a gentle turn and suddenly gets very sharp very quickly.
Yes, we did have another commentator earlier who was joining me, who's since gone back into the race, or gone into the race in the first place. That was Tomas Blumschein. He's in the pits, still on wet tyres, and he hasn't come out for a couple of laps, I don't think. Or he's quite far down if he has, but I'm pretty sure that number 90's race has kind of run. But definitely seems everyone from 26 onwards is still lapping fairly competitively, I think. I hope so. But yeah, you see a bit of kerfuffle in the pit lane as Kazosnor Forinsky in the number 73rd place Callaway Corvette for Dream Team Racing, struggling to get out of the pit lane. I mean, between the 2 LMP2 cars. Yeah, it's been one of those races where there's often frenetic activity in the pit, and it's very difficult to find your place.
Well, he basically just pulled out straight in front of the LMP2 car. And
that was what caused that.
We get a green flag in 10 seconds.
There's race director just saying the race is about to get underway again.
4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag.
So penalty for Ulai van der Stam. Olaf van der Stam, who's I think must have retaken the number 90 car. Which is odd because I just saw it standing in the pit lane for a while. So there he is. So I must have sped in the pit lane to gone it so early after starting the stint. It's been a really not a memorable or happy race for the number 90 car or its crew, unfortunately. But that's the way it goes sometimes.
Yeah, and obviously now we've gone back racing. Those teams that have just pulled into the pit lane thinking, you know, we can get a cheap pit stop here, that they're going to be very frustrated that they've just missed out.
This happened in the last Code 80 as well. But Mergully seems to have gained a lot in that because Varkoni is still in the pits. So we have got DAAC Hackers 115 seconds down on the leader, but they seem to be gaining a little bit of a gap on 3rd place now. So they've split the moving through this Code 80. With some fortune, but also some good strategy and judgment. Chris Gitsov's still in there as well, actually, in the pits. So he'll be hoping that Diego Moscato's Team Falcon car, which is running in 7th, is not able to get in front of them. Yeah, so Moscato's actually 9th, so I think my time screen might be slightly messed up there. Sure, because I'm pretty sure Diego Moscato is not in 7th position. Pretty sure he's in 9th. Well,
It's shown in my on my timing screen that it's 7th, but
Yeah, well, that seems. Given that he's supposed to be like 5 laps down or something, I guess it sort of matches up. But yeah, I didn't think he. I would have thought. I thought that Nick Newcomb was in 7th. Borgax actually. I can't remember. Borgax seems to have gone down to 12 on my timing screen, which is a bit odd. It might be just the stream that's failing to update. Yeah, this is what always happens. Like after a couple of hours in the race, the timing that's on the side becomes absolutely useless. Just sort of shows stuff from like 10 laps ago or something. So yeah. Anyway, the gap at the moment, as I see it, is Kiss 68.9 seconds ahead of Martin Maguli, 99 seconds ahead of Zoltan Valconi, who is 63 seconds ahead of Josh Powen, who is about 50 seconds ahead of Ruben Griegfried from the Royal Racing Alpha number 94. As we see Josh Powen get home to grief, it's been a really difficult time for the championship leaders.
and
Yeah.
he's lost his rear wing. So could this be another Code 80 whilst we have a slow car going around track?
It could well be, yeah, and just after the previous Code 80 ended as well, it was a big mistake for Josh Powen there. Don't want it at all.
Okay, drivers, we come code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Code 80 just been called by the race director. There we go, and
Hello
we've
again.
just been joined by Tobias, who's just retired from the race, unfortunately. I guess Olaf didn't want to serve that final penalty then.
No, we got hit in the pit stop, and there was going to be too much. It was huge damage, and we were going to be in there again.
That's just really unfortunate. Was it the Frenzy number 70 duty free the Dream Team car?
Yeah, it was that.
That was what. Yeah, I
It
just
was.
saw the end
I
of that.
think it was the Roland car actually. That. You know,
Oh,
it was the Corvette. It was one of the Corvettes though. That got spun. We got hit. We had huge damage. Obviously, before that we had huge damage with an accident going after the chicane where the wet tires were just useless in the end.
yeah, a lot of drivers were holding on to the wet tyres very long in LMP2, perhaps much longer than it was wise.
Yeah.
We did see Kerwin and I think it was the Royal Racing Alpha number 94 both going for intermediates, and that didn't really seem to give them too much of an advantage in the end.
Yeah, it was annoying. The wet tires towards the end of the stint were rubbish, and I should have known that.
Well,
That's
we weren't the
frustrating.
only one who made that mistake though, because it
Yeah.
seems RSS Unison as well with Vladislav Pavlov at the wheel, down in 10th, they made the similar mistake. They won the last changeover from the wet tyres as well.
Yeah, then we had a huge accident. Then I stupidly left the engine on,
Oh no.
which destroyed the car, and we had an engine issue. We lost further 4 laps. We would have been fine, to be honest, if it was just that accident. But yeah,
So it seems like you've been in all the dramas today then.
yeah, it's fine. I can focus on commentary more now, though.
Okay, we go green flag in 10 seconds.
Good timing.
I'm supposed to do it 2 hours later, though. So
Yeah.
5,
You know, you can
4, 3,
yeah.
2, 1. Green flag.
you've still got the option of Josh Perrin still in the pits as Code 80 ends actually. It's about 93 seconds there, so it's really not gone the way of Abstinio Force Polonia
No, it
in
really
the
has.
category, because they retired from GD3 as well. I think with one of their cars. I think there might be the other one still running, if I remember correctly. Look.
Also, there is a battle, I think, for P24.
What was it? You had to clear a lot of the GD3 cars for position, unfortunately, because
Yeah.
of the difficulties you ran into and the spins you had. I don't want to. So I don't want to dwell too much on those. But
No, the beginning of my first stint was the worst stint I did. I couldn't control the car. We were just spinning half the time. It was too wet
well,
to
the problem
drive.
is you never get any practice. You see Carl Magnus 4 being extremely wide and unlucky not to take one of the GD3 runners out there.
Meanwhile,
That could have been real disaster.
Wesley Bokert also got onto the oval, lost the car a bit squammy.
As go below, still leading for Mugen in GD3. But Josh Perwin still in the pits, so Ruben Griefried in the Royal Racing Alpha number 94 takes over 4th place. Cohen and AFP will be hoping to get out because it's their championship lead is disappearing before all their eyes at the moment. I think he's just gotten out. There we go. They're back on track then. But, a worrying moment there as the Code 80 just unfortuitously timed. Justino Force Polonia. But still they're doing better than RSS Unison down in 10th, the reigning champions, who have made a bit of progress from the load where they started in the race from early on and the early spin that the Ring of Honor car put them into. But it's been hard going.
Also, Miss Pelletier wants an interview. She's told me. Do we allow her in?
Okay, it's going to be a crowded commentary box then. Okay, you move over. Let's see if we can fit her in.
Yeah. Hello, Jessica Pelletier. Welcome to the commentary box.
I haven't seen this place in a few months.
Okay, how you doing?
Not too bad, just still chilling in my rig before my first stint.
Fair enough. You're breaking up a little bit on our end, but we can just about make out what you're saying. So, have you been watching the race so far? You've been enjoying it? All the wet, dry action?
Oh, interesting to say the least. I've been stuck.
Okay, I heard interesting to say the least, and then something about strategy.
Yeah,
and then
I
it
don't
broke
understand
completely.
anything.
I'm sorry.
I was actually going to ask about their car because they've not been doing particularly well. They've got also very unlucky like our car.
Well, then they're not the only ones. Oh,
Yeah.
Freeze quite a lot.
oh, you've had freezes. Oh, Daniel Nascimento goes very wide, and the car driven by what's his Thomas Rist, the Heimdall Rist 23, has to take evasive action there. Just about goes around the outside. It's a scary moment there as the GD3 field really struggling to stay on track in front of some of the LMP2s. Anyway, we are in a situation with
Okay.
oh, we've had 4 hours done already. 4 hours and 13 minutes. That means, of course, 19 hours 47 minutes left to go.
Can I ask you a question to Jessica quickly?
Go on.
Obviously your car hasn't been performing the best as I know, as I raced you a bit. Any reason that happened?
Where felt down 2 litres right early on, lap 8. The car felt fine, but it still came in with 200 seconds of repairs. Then the other two being destroyed by GT3. That's what GT3 was my fault.
There we go, so
So I'm guessing you're going to be hoping to... Wait, who's in the car for you currently? Yeah, and obviously you've got 2 GT. I think you got 2 GTs or something. Yeah, you've got one more GT to overtake. He's about a lap ahead of you. No, barely anything ahead. Okay.
Well, best of luck later on for your stint, Jessica, and of course, best of luck to Tommy Teasdale, still struggling down in 18th place, but making his way gradually back up the order through the GD3 field. Sorry. Yeah, I guess so. I think everyone's having fun. I'm having fun.
We're not having fun. The strategy.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jessica, you're really breaking up.
Yeah.
I can assume you said something very interesting and insightful there, and say thank you very much for joining us. As we see Wesley vehicle really bumping the Abstain Force Polonia of Jake Dennehan ahead of him. Is that Dennehan still in the car, I think?
No, that's Sean Jones.
Sean Jones has taken over, of course, yeah, so that is a fight for position, by the way.
Yeah, and interestingly, whilst we were also having the interview going on, we saw Nick Newcomb, who was actually closing in on 7th position Moscato, going very deep and having a bit of an off-track excursion. So he's gone from being within about 45 seconds of 7th position, he's now 13 seconds off.
Yeah, that's the sort of mistakes that can really change your race quite dramatically, as we see Wesley Booker having to let the LMP2 pass.
Ooh! That was a what's it called? Iris car. Chris Gitsoff went wide.
Gitsoff went wide, okay. So, Gitsoff down in 6th position, 4 laps down, but still on for some decent points. 87
for
seconds
interrupting.
ahead of Diogo Moscato. The in the
Ooh,
team
we've
fault.
had an accident. A Fina Von car's been hit by.
Oh, there we go.
Unison.
There we go. We see car facing the wrong way at the chicane. Chris Gitsoff having to negotiate it there.
Meanwhile, we've got Wesley Burkett right on the rear of the AFP of Sean Jones, going right around the outside. Maybe will he do it? Has he got the overspeed? No, he doesn't. He's going to have to tuck in again. Or will? Yep. Now he's tucking in again. Closing in. Closing in. Closing in.
Oh, that must be
Going
Wesley
round
still
the
with us.
outside. Still got a bit of an overspeed. Going. That should be done, and he's done it. Good move. Down into turn 1. Yes, we will. You'll be moved. Goodbye. We'll move you to the interview rating room, and you change from there.
Yeah, so I was trying to find, because on my R-Factory TV client, it's still got the drivers who started the stint, so I'm trying to remember who's in which car and who's actually in there and what position it is. So it's very confusing for me.
Yeah.
Because you were describing the battle between
P23, P24.
Yeah, between Boca and Jones, but that's actually on my screen. It's Devon and Hallows, I think, or something like that. Which is, yeah, I just find that really confusing.
It's a good move though.
Robert Inslee having a horrible.
Ooh, and ooh.
Just about getting out of the way of Josh Cohen.
Does Vladislav Pavlov have damage though? That's what I think a lot of people are asking.
Okay, drivers, we come code 80 in 10 seconds.
As Diego Moscato goes into the pits.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Yeah, let's have a look at see if we can find.
Seems I joined at the perfect moment.
Oh, hello.
Not.
Yeah, you did.
Been a bit hectic.
I crashed, so I'm here.
Oh.
Well, we've DNF'd, so.
Yeah, early. His stint ended very early, James.
That's a shame.
It's James Smith just joining us, everyone.
Yeah.
Yes, hello, ladies and gentlemen.
As there's someone extremely Pavel Pankovic. Oh god, that's bad.
Green flag in 10 seconds.
Yeah, he's made it to the pit lane, Pavel Pankovic, but the car's not steering in a
5,
straight line.
4, 3,
He just ended.
2,
So I
1.
the graphic
Green flag.
Yeah, he's just made it back to the pits in time for the ending of the Code 80, but that car did not look like it wanted to steer where it wanted to be.
Does Diego Moscato, sorry, have damage though? I think that's what a lot of people are asking.
Yeah,
He's gotten ahead. Okay, Nick. Nick needs a good pit stop to be close.
That's Nick Newcomb in the 360 car, of course. So it looks like Dylan Claver has taken over Team Falcon on the 333.
Yeah, I was about to say Diogo Moscato, I think, jumped out of the car because he's disappeared off the timing screens.
So there we go. There's Vladislav Pavlov next in the pits in 717.
What's happened to them now? They've gone off the track.
Litton Cavalier also got a penalty. I forget who that is. His Taras Rist goes into the pit lane.
The car looks semi-damaged though. That's the thing I'm wondering. Are they going off because they're not able to, or to drive?
That was quite dramatic there. All those we had, I think, 2 or 3 incidents that happened at the chicane there. It was really hard to keep track of.
Yeah, they seem to have a big issue with the car. I think they forgot to fix the damage there.
The 717 crew.
No, Dylan Claver. Looks squirmish.
He's struggling around these corners, yeah. He's losing time to GTs.
Yeah, can't
so
get past
something's
GT3.
definitely gone wrong.
Meanwhile, this could really help Nick Newcomb here.
Nick Newcomb down in 10th, about 10 seconds behind, actually.
And Robert Inslee is out of the pits after serving the stop-go penalty.
Yeah, but now it's time. Yeah, it's Robert Inslee. I think it's just been given another penalty. Something. Possibly for speeding in the pit lane.
I'm going to try and find a battle to watch.
Yeah, there's quite a few going on throughout the whole race. Pavlov is about 3.6 behind Cal Listolo. And that's the battle for 7th position in LMP2. Meanwhile, Sean Jones still about 2.5 seconds behind Wesley Bootcold. And the Six Nations still going in the background,
Sorry.
which I had to commentate over.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Well, you have created a new challenge for me, which I do appreciate. Having to commentate over commentary.
It won't be this bad.
Newcomb, just unlapping himself, I think. We're trying to stay ahead of Josh Perwin. Trying to catch up to Ruben Groot, fourth position. Newcomb is in ninth position now because Pavel Dean Claver, he's got past Dean Claver, as we just saw.
Schuster's also gone past. I think they've got a bit.
issues.
Yeah.
I think they think that they're. I think they that. Sorry, I'm stuttering again.
Yeah, it's the Team Falcon strategy of I'll just leave it out, it'll be okay.
I mean, the last pit stop I had to do was 3 minutes, so.
Yeah.
Absolutely savage. Wow.
To be fair, you do lose a fair bit of time in the pit sometimes. It depends how bad the damage is. If they have to wait, like we heard from the 360 team, from Jessica, if you have to wait 200 seconds, that can be quite costly to your race.
300 is worse.
Pavel is very much still in the pits. We started the race with 38 drivers. We're down to 30, and it might become 29
I
if the
thought we
reading
started
game.
with about 40, but yeah.
Maybe 40. Yeah.
I think we lost Lucas Henke very early on, so after like a lap or two.
He had an
Yeah.
accident.
Took a run plus.
Then Delvetcher had an accident. Neuber had DNF. Well, and then Callum. I mean, I don't think they were taking it particularly serious to the end. Ran out
But
of
they
fuel.
got disconnected before that, and then they rejoined. Will
Danahan.
Q-Wright, I think, destroyed the engine. I'm pretty sure. Danahan and Benatti also made basically the same error. They went straight on at turn 1 into the barrier, and then they both retired almost in embarrassment. It felt like.
And then we were just too far behind.
That's a little unfortunate, but yeah, it does happen sometimes. You sort of get to the point where, especially if you've still got 19 hours to go, and you know there's no real chance of doing better than say 15th or something like that, or even if you have a magical recovery. And Josh Perwin, I think, in a slightly higher up the field, but in a similar sort of position where he was fighting for the lead earlier, and now, despite the fact that he's got some really good pace compared to say Ruben Grootfried, he finds himself a couple of laps down, trying to basically get back in the fourth position, which realistically, unless something crazy happens up front, is where he's going to finish.
19 and a half hours to go though. A lot can happen.
It could happen. We could yet see an AFP miraculous victory out of this. It wouldn't be beyond. They did miraculously win the first round in both classes. I somehow don't see them recovering with their second car in GD3, because the second car driven by Sean Jones is currently in 7th position and it's 3 laps down. Go on, sorry, you saw some action.
Yes, I did. I think that's Pavel. Pavel's car had a weird issue where the car he just lost it on the brakes and had a weird squirm, and he's got damage again.
Yeah, it looks like Winning Game Studios pushing too hard to make up for lost time have added insult to injury and perpetuated their existing issues, it seems.
He has at least made it out of the pits though, so there's not DNF yet, so clearly they see a reason to keep going.
Yeah, and someone let them through there. That was a GT car, of course.
I think that's the leading GT car.
Yeah, that's the leading GT car and the leading LMP2 lapping him. So both ends of the Mugen sandwich.
That might well become for position though with that GT if he has to make another trip down to the pits to repair damage if sustained, or
yeah, this is bad news for Rooting Game Studios. They were fighting in for that top 10 position, doing very well. So the upshot of all this has actually worked out very well in favour of RSS Unison and Vladislav Pavlov, who climbed up to 7th position. There was a car stationary. Did you see at the barrier there?
Oh yeah, that's the Falcon car.
Yeah. Which Falcon car is that? Is that a GD?
It's a GT
Dylan
Falcon.
Claver's retired.
It's a GT car.
No, it was a prototype.
Oh, it was a prototype. Yeah, sorry, my apologies.
So Dylan Claver has gone back to the pits to end his race. So it seems that the damage was too great, and that's it for them. So Team Vulcan really falling apart in this hour.
With 30, it became 29.
Yeah, there are sections of the race where it feels like they're all dropping lengthwise. But meanwhile, at the front, Daniel Kiss on board number 20 leading car, 52.9 seconds ahead of Martin Mergoulis. DEAC Hackers
have pulled out a 76-second gap on Zoltan Varconis. We did see a little half spin from Varconi, and I think basically Maguli was able to hit under the code 80 and come out back ahead, which is how he's got such a big gap on Varconi. So the EAC hacker's just about keeping in reach as we see Martin Gumic.
Ooh, there was an accident in the chicane.
Yep.
I hear a small child that's calling for chocolate.
Sorry, it's my brother. It's my brother.
Josh
It's my
Perry
brother.
has got a penalty in
Unless-
this position.
Unless
There's
my
Josh Perry.
eyes do deceive me, which would not be the biggest surprise considering I am very, very blind and need glasses. I don't think Falcon have a car left in this race anymore, now that Carver's retired.
That could very well be the case, as we see Josh Perwin has got a penalty for track limits, I'm assuming.
Roy,
Danilo Nascimento also coming to grief and struggling to get back facing the right way through the banking.
Charles Gaudet has re-entered the race, albeit 67 laps down.
Yeah. And
You've got to love an optimist.
I think that may have been the car that we saw in the barriers a bit earlier.
See a penalty for Robert Inslee. I think
Could
that's
be
his
right.
third at least of the race.
I'd just like to say that Roy Ton has gone out. He's retired. Excellent.
Roy
Sorry.
Thom driving the Evo Bytown Express that was struggling down near the back end of the order, but that's good news for Martin Gumic. That means he's going to get up to 29th and last place once he gets past
yeah.
him.
Well, obviously he had that little moment a minute ago in the bus stop chicane where he found himself on the outside of it, facing the wrong way.
But anyway, plenty of action going on as we almost reached the halfway through this hour mark. Very soon there'll be only 19 hours left, but Daniel Nascimento has made it back to the pits, so there was no need for a code 80 in the end.
I'm just trying to find a battle here right now.
Yeah. I think Listola and Pavlov looks pretty good over 7th place. Listola definitely seems to be 4 tenths faster on the previous lap.
There's been a bit of a to and fro in there because I think Pavlov made a mistake which allowed Listola to catch, and I think Pavlov stuck in a good lap afterwards, which put the gap back out to 2.5. And Listola's responding, bringing it almost down to another second and a half now.
It's been nip and tuck. The world champions have not had it their own way this season or in this race. And Bring a Bond, who have always been a quick squad, let's be fair. They may not necessarily have the results to back it up, but they have some good drivers in their roster. And now finally able to give the world champions some grief. And who knows, maybe this could be the sign of more to come for Bring a Bond Racing in LMP2, which is clearly a stronger squad, given that the Chile 3 cars both retired very early.
Within
Here we
1
go, some
second
traffic
now, yeah.
ahead.
He's within
First
1
corner.
second, very much within slipstream range. He's going to be too far back from moving to turn 1, but
Oh, this traffic's very obstructive here.
It is,
and,
yeah, and look at the gap.
Ooh, the
It's
car went
non-existent.
off.
And Pavlov really struggling to lap that must be the 360 car, is it? That he's struggling to get past in.
No,
360.
it was the,
360 don't have a GT3 car.
No, that's
Sorry.
the. I think that's a Mugen. I
It
could
would
be
be a
wrong.
Mugen, yeah, one of the class-leading Mugens. Well, need a lead anyway.
Them lapping the Burn Horizon car could be also very interesting to see how they cope with that.
There's more traffic up ahead still.
Listola negotiating it slightly better though.
Or
Really able to
put-
put the pressure on to
putting-
Pavlov.
Putting wheels onto the grass, trying to get the traction out the corner as they go into the banking.
Yeah, here we go.
Right, he's closer than he was on the last lap. He's got, if he can nail the chicane, he might well have a run coming into the first corner, but it's going to be very tight.
What can Listola do in his quest to get into 7th position? Pavlov is going to throw the book at him, trying to weave this way and that,
That's
I
a new
imagine.
one. Throwing the book.
Yeah, well, whatever he's got in that car, he can throw it out the window to slow the Listola down. I think it would be advisable.
That's going in the archives. Very imaginative.
The kitchen sink's coming next.
Yeah, exactly. And then wider than a double-decker bus or something like that. So here we go. Into the first corner, Listola's still a little bit too far back. Pavlov got a pretty decent run.
He was closer on this lap than the last one, but still, he's within half a second as they approach the braking zone, but it's still a little bit too far back, because you really need to be alongside at the first corner here at the tunnel, because it's such a big braking zone, and it's a very difficult one to nail when you have no one around you, let alone when there's a
We have
car.
seen some great
right in front
GT
of you.
moves around the outside from the GTs. The LMP2s find it a lot harder to go around the outside unless they're already ahead going into the first corner. So it does require a bit of cooperation.
It's tough to outbrake someone into the first corner. You
We
need a
did
lot
see,
of bravery.
incidentally, we did see the Fringavon car. I think it was the 137, as we see a penalty for
Who's that? Bent's. That was Bent's.
Horvath.
yeah, somewhere down the field. I forget which car he's driving. But we did see a Fringavon car clatter into the side of the 717 earlier in the race. And into turn 1, and that really gave the 717 lots of work to do. But here we go, Listola going around the outside. This is into the chicane, so I think he's got the move done already. But Pavlov trying a little bit to go inside, trying his nose a bit, but he's kind of counter-attacked, but he couldn't do it on that occasion. He's going to have to hope he gets a better run out onto the last corner, get back through. But Listola, I think, judged that one very well.
Let's see, because Listola has cars up ahead of him. Are they close enough for a tow? Probably not. They're certainly not more powerful than that of the car he just overtook.
But here we go.
Pavlov's got to run.
Pavlov going for the inside here. It's going to be difficult for Listola to hold on to position. He's going to have to break late. Oh, they almost touch once again. But this time, Listola thinks better of it, and it's back to square one. He's going to have to try again. He actually flashes the headlights saying, oh, I almost had you there. I'll see you next time.
I don't think he was happy about the movement in the braking zone there with Pavlov.
That was very nearly a role reversal of last time with the Fringavon car pushing him off.
Yeah.
I think there was actually a slight touch going into turn 1. It was very slight, but there definitely did look to be something.
They definitely touched.
Look at this. He's having to go wide to lap the DDoS car, and that's leaving Listola the opportunity. Through he goes into second position, and the DDoS car really obstructed there. Oh, almost blows it there. He gets so much oversteer. He's got so excited there in these last few seconds. And the McLaren flashing his lights.
No, he definitely got a punt from
the
car
got
behind.
a punt from
He
the
definitely
car.
got a punt.
Okay, could have been a little bit of netcode issue, so I didn't
That's
see
what the
that
flashing
close
was
there.
for. That was an apology from the DDoS car.
Okay. Not sure which DDoS. I think both DDoS cars. Oh no, only one of them is still running, so it must be
The 75.
Joseph Bag, of course. Yes. So. Yeah, so Joseph a little bit apologetic there. I think he was just sort of in the middle when he didn't really want to be, and he also held up the other car too. So really getting involved in the battle.
Unbelievable car control from Listola though. Outstanding that he managed to keep his gap as well, or maybe Pavlov was also obstructed as a result. Maybe he had a smoke screen or something like that.
Unfortunately for Listola, he is now about a lap behind Chris Gitserv. So he's going to have to catch that back up if he wants to get into 6th position. But, as we see car spun round there, that was...
That's the Luffield Lunatics car.
That's Robert Inslee, who's been had 3 penalties already this race. We need to make sure he doesn't get another.
And there's a huge accident there, as one of the AFP cars was spun there, and exited turn 2.
There are 3 cars involved in that. 2 GTs, 1 P2, so they're just getting tangled up, I think, as the P2's trying to come past.
But yeah, that must have been what was it? The 360
Burn Horizon car.
Yeah, Burn Horizon. As Robert Inslee spins off again. Oh dear.
And interestingly enough, that Fine Avon car that is 4th position with Inslee, but now I mean he's miles ahead up the road now because of that mistake. But that was 4th position, so there was the change. His car makes for a 2nd place in class. He's the only car still on the lead lap in the GT3 class.
Yeah, that is pretty impressive actually to be able to keep
Meanwhile,
up with... Oh, go.
The Fiend of Ons has been a bit hindered, I think, through the thing, but it looks kind of calm now. The battle sort of died down.
Yeah, there we go. It was exciting while it lasted, though. Here's Nick Newcomb.
Well, it's still within a second at the moment, according to the time screen, so it's still not over.
I mean, if Calais Listola does the smallest mistakes...
I mean, Newcomb is only 5 seconds off Prosciutto here. So there could be a battle forming for 9th place in the P2 class. There's Sean Jones. I don't know that's the position.
Sorry to interrupt, but Listola's made a small issue, and we've got the Unison Racing car right behind them now, with Vladislav Pavlov. This could be good, and it's just been all grown up. I'm so sorry.
Nashmento's gone off there.
So yeah, we can see Pavlov all over the back of Listola now.
Yeah, these guys
Ooh,
they look completely evenly matched for pace, and when you're a car behind, it's much easier to be the car in front.
Oh, and Listola getting it sideways, going onto the oval section.
Yeah, that was very tense there, and Pavlov could still yet take advantage if he's close enough in the slipstream. This battle is going to rage on and on. And this time there's no backmarker cars to stop Pavlov. Nearly got away last time, I remember.
Very aggressively over the... Pavlov went very aggressively over the final part of the chicane.
Yeah, he's pretty determined to get back through, it seems.
Of course he is.
So, team with 19 hours, 24 minutes left to go.
Just apologies quickly. I think Mr. Tom Dillon wants an interview and wants to be subsequently dragged in here.
I'll drag him, I'll drag him.
An interview.
I have to leave quite soon as well because it's nearly dinner. But
He's just given me a poke on TeamSpeak.
but I should have about 20 minutes.
He should be in the reading game channel.
Do you want me to drag him in?
I can drag him, I can grab him.
Okay, grab him. Okay.
Grab him. Sorry, I'm tired.
You know, it's great to have 4 people here to really share the load.
Hello, Tom Dillon. Welcome to the interview.
Hello, Tom. Good to hear from you again. It's been an interesting race, to say the least.
It has, yes. I've just got out of the car about half an hour ago.
Oh, how you feeling?
Wasn't the best stint, to be honest. I've driven better in my life, but
Yeah, you can say that again. But,
it was.
Oh crap!
I had a couple of incidents. One of them was completely my fault. The other two I thought were a bit unlucky, but
well, these things happen, I guess.
Yeah.
Still, Green Game is still in with a little bit of a chance, down in 14th position. There's still lots of incidents and accidents ahead of them to take advantage of. And we heard back in NOLA about Le Mans setup that you guys are trying that made you really quick down the straight. Did you go for the same approach this time, or did you go for a more technical one?
we went Le Mans Aero and nicked a setup for someone. So
you know, whoever does your setups must be having a field day. So
Yes.
We have the old Ultra setup that just works everywhere. You don't have to change anything.
But yeah, it's been a difficult race so far. We're just hoping to keep in it, and I'm back in the car at 12, so hoping to get a better stint in. Now it's dry, I should be more consistent. So
fair enough.
positive.
How have you felt about the GD cars in general? Have they been cooperative, or do you think they've been holding you up a bit?
They've been quite sensible actually. I think most of the times I've had run-ins with GTs have been just mistakes from my half. So yeah, they've been completely fine actually.
There we go. We're looking at Vladislav Pavlov just catching back onto the rear of Kyle Listola, and both these two fighting away tooth and nail for 7th position in the race, but which we've really enjoyed. But anyway, Tom, Reading Game Studios, how do you say the season's been going so far? Because you're obviously 8th in NOLA, and now this race has not gone to plan so far, but there's still quite a long way to go, and potentially some more points on offer. Do you think it's consistent to hope for top 10 finishes every race?
I think top 10 finishes is definitely possible. I think we're aiming for a top 10 here. We've got 19 hours to go, so I think it's very possible we can gain back 4 positions. I mean, at this stage of Le Mans, we were 8th, trying to, and we finished 3rd. So, you know, there's still plenty of time to go, and I think top 10 finishes is about what we can expect from that.
As we see, Pavlov is just along side by side with Listola. Listola getting back through around the outside of the banking, and these two really pushing it to get into that 7th position. So yeah, engrossing battle as we hear from Tom, of course. Tom, are you surprised that the Mugen team have taken such a march on this race in both classes?
Not at all, actually. Been following Fisk mainly as a commentator for the last season, and they did very, very well at their 24-hour race. So it's absolutely no surprise that they bought the same car to this race and done equally as well.
Yeah, some great drivers as well. Of course, the likes of Gabba Hivesi, who we've seen before, Chris Kianik, and of course Daniel Kiss, who've been very successful in many other series as well. So yeah, I guess it is no surprise to see them so high up. I think it was more of a surprise to see the amount of trouble that Abstenia forced Polonia, who dominated last time, with hit. As actually we see Mergely and Kiss into the pit lane now. Anyway, there was no question in there. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if you asked a question there.
I was just commentating, but I'm trying to commentate on things that are happening and also talk to you.
Understandable.
And also, I have to leave quite soon because it's dinner and
Oh, same. My dinner's on.
I'm gonna go and eat dinner.
That's probably a good call.
Yes, I think I'm going to go back to my tea.
But it's been great to hear from you, Tom, and best of luck for the rest of the Daytona 24 hours. We hope that in the morning you guys will be in a much stronger position.
Yes.
If they get to the morning, which we do hope they do, but...
Oh, well, fingers crossed.
Yeah.
We
Good
live
luck.
in hope.
Yes, so thank you. I'll be off then.
Cheers, Tom.
Yeah, best of luck for the rest of the race, Tom.
You too. I don't know what I said you too.
We get to the end too as we see a penalty for... Oh, who is that? Ruben. It's Ruben. It's the driver that's in... Not Ruben Greenfried, was it? It was Ruben. I don't see any other
Fifth
Ruben.
place, isn't it?
Yeah, Ruben Greenfried, who is 85 seconds behind Josh Perwin, of course. And a lap ahead of Chris Gitzov. This could actually put Chris Gitzov into the game for 5th place, potentially.
Interestingly, we also saw, obviously the Pavlov is in the pits now, but...
Oh, is Kiss retired? Daniel Kiss retired? That's major,
Surely
actually.
not.
The number
yeah,
one
yeah.
listed as retired. The car that was
I'm actually
leading.
gonna check what happened.
This puts Zoltan Valkoni into the lead, actually, so I'm not sure what the hell happened to Kiss.
Well, both
but,
Mugen cars came in to the pits at the exact same time, so I wonder that surely they haven't had to come in together of some sort, have they?
Well, no, I wouldn't think that. There might have been some sort of glitch where only one of them could pit. The other one sort of had nowhere to go. But yeah, very odd. And also, potentially, I was just talking about how Mugen were dominating the race, and now something's gone wrong for them. Typical.
They are still
Oh,
dominating.
as we see Joseph Fagg arriving backwards into a corner, which is not ideal, and having to let the Luffield not the Luffield Lunatics, so many team names. It all sort of blurs into one.
Yeah. I mean, Mugen still lead in GT3, but yeah, that's a massive mistake, or something has happened to Kiss.
I know what happened. He went into the corner. You know the corner. I forgot what number it is, but the corner going onto the banking again. He went straight and then went to the wall.
Oh, so it was just a steering failure, maybe.
Steering, brake, something with the car, or maybe
I've seen
his
it happen.
rig.
I've seen it happen, and I've called it wrong before as well. As we see a lot of cars pitting now, actually. Kiss still in the pits, but Kai Listola and Tommy Teasdale making their stops as well. But I saw it happen in Formula E, Road to Vegas, some years ago, with Graham Carroll, Scottish sim racer, basically went into the pit lane for a stop, and just as he was turning in, had his wheel fail on him, and he had to hurriedly switch out wheels, and as a result, he lost the lead of one of the semi-finals and qualifiers, and as a result, he ended up starting the race lower down the grid than he would have liked, as we see Martin Gummich, just having to let the 360 car around the outside. And Gummich almost going off him wide himself.
Yeah, that was a bit awkward, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a love tap there as well, for good
Didn't
measure.
even seem like there was an attempt from Gummich to avoid it.
Okay, so we should go through the order of the race then, given...
Kiss has rejoined the race, by the way.
I agree with Greenfried, so it could have been a disconnection, possibly.
I noticed the second Mugen car is still in the pits, or has come back into the pits again.
Zoltan Valkoni. I think Valkoni had stayed out, remember, because Mergely had kind of jumped him by about 70 seconds, didn't he, after the last code 80. So Mergely pit and Valkoni, and so now that's being adjusted here.
See, I think Kiss probably just lagged into the wall rather than drove into the wall.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a Daniel Kiss thing to be driving. But it was Mario Sinquera, for Ring of On, gets a penalty, down in 10th position.
He's back in the race, right?
Whoa, Adam Schaffler arriving backwards into the grass with no rear wing, which would explain why he's arriving backwards. And
So
having to
he's
continue
been
on.
hit up the back or has spun into a wall or something, because it's quite difficult to lose your rear
Cosmo
wing.
Pasquiuto is also in the pits, as we see. So
Yeah.
DAC hackers have, by keeping it in there, taking advantage of whatever's happened to Kiss, they have inherited the lead then, but it's a narrow lead over Zoltan Valconi, a narrow lead of 86 seconds. But
Drivers become to code 80 in 10
Another
seconds.
code 80.
no surprise with Adam Shatler
5,
driving slow
4,
erratically with
3,
missing rear wing.
2, 1, code 80.
And with that, I'm going to go eat now.
Yeah, that's probably a good call.
Yes.
So, Martin McGooley has taken the lead, 86 seconds ahead of Zoltan Valconi for Mugen. Josh Perwin in AFP has gone up to third position, 119 seconds down on Zoltan Valconi, but Josh Perwin has been showing great pace, surprisingly, despite his low position from earlier, and he's looking really to challenge, and this could still be on for AFP if carnage keeps happening up front. Ruben Griebfried is in fourth position, 29 seconds down on Josh Perrin. Daniel Kiss has got going again in fifth, but he's 60 seconds down on Ruben Griebfried, so...
And he's
really...
3 laps down on where he was.
Exactly, so it's a costly disconnection or some kind of technical problem for Chris Gitsov.
We go green
Daniel
flag
Kiss, sorry.
in 10 seconds.
There we go, so the wounded car has made it back to the pits of Shatler.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
And then, of course, rounding out the top 10, we've got Chris Gitsov in 6th, 91 seconds down on Daniel Kiss. Nick Newcomb in 7th, a lap down on Gitsov. Jukapeka Lalu has taken over Royal Blue Racing number 13 here. He had such a great stint earlier on. Vladislav Pavlov, 9th, 38 seconds down on Jukapeka Lalu. And vying out top 10 is Mary Sakura.
So-
Domi Hoffman. I think Sakura's having a penalty, but Hoffman is about 2 laps down. Josh Perwin goes into the pits.
So, Shikwera, so that was a driver change for the Fijio Avada team. Sorry, I butchered that.
Fring of Ond is what I've been calling them.
Yeah, Fring of Ond team. That was a driver change, and I believe there must have been a speeding infringement in the pit lane, which has caused them to have a penalty. So that was the little battle going on between Pavlov, which is kind of petered out because of that penalty.
Yeah. So I wonder if Josh Perrin's going to come out ahead of Ruben Griebfried. He did come in over like a 70-second gap to him, which is closing rapidly, given that Josh Perrin is stationary and Ruben Griebfried is in motion. So see how that pans out as Melotai exits the pits. It's been not ideal since he'd lost the lead. They were doing so well earlier on, and Melotai finds himself now behind Giuseppe Pastore by about 18 seconds. So, yeah, Mugen had such a strong grip on both classes earlier on, and now they've got one car leading in GD3 by a lap, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it is about a lap that they're ahead of. So,
In GT3 they are over a lap ahead, yes.
they are indeed, with the next car being, Iris Automation?
Carl Magnus Bora.
Yeah, Carl Magnus Bora in Iris Automation number 7. So, Carl Magnus Bora has got a 40-second gap to Dognor Ferenzi in the Dream Team car.
I think it's also interesting to note how, if you look at the GT, how they're spread out lap-wise, you have the leader, then the next four cars are on 1 lap down, and then it's a massive 3-lap jump down to Mayer in 6th, and the next few cars are all 4 laps down, so they really go in a bit of unison.
And driver change I've seen, of course, playing in number 99, Martin Pfeiffer, taking over the... is Pfeiffer or Pfeiffer? Because it's like Michelle Pfeiffer, so it's Pfeiffer.
Pfeiffer, I think.
Yeah. So the 99, 2 laps down the leader, but they've gone out 6 seconds ahead of Ruben Griebfried. So Abstinent Force Planer have actually played that on quite well.
We got an incident from Sean Jones.
Yeah. Those are a bit risky there. Tamas Rist ran down in 11th position. They've had that number 23 car, of the Honda Racing. They've had a fair share of incidents and accidents, not all of their own making, of course, but some of them were. Ruben Griebfried it's looking like it would be very impressive if Royal Racing Alpha could get on the podium with that car. Running fourth, they've done so well to keep up with the leaders in fourth. They've given Josh Perrin a bit of a headache in the Oceania Force Polonia. Now Martin Piper takes over, of course. But Piper could be vulnerable in his opening few laps, but of course they've got Carl Magnus Bore and a couple other cars in between them. So I don't think there's too much of a battle there at the moment, but it could develop into one. What else is going on track? Very little else, because that Code 80 seems to have split everyone up quite a bit. So, yeah, this is really... It's DAC Hackers and Mugen are the leaders in both classes, but Mugen really feel they should have led LMP2 as well. It's gonna take quite something to get back into the lead, isn't it? With
Yeah, it
seconds.
will. 5 hours gone, not even though. So
True.
similar problems could befall the top 3 ahead of them, top 4 even, I should say. I think it's difficult to go through an entire 24-hour race and not encounter some form of internet problem or something that's unique to sim racing, like a rig failure. Or,
Yeah, these things tend to work
problem.
out over the whole season at least, if not over the whole 24 hours. But Daniel Kiss's pace, one of the faster guys on track, up with the top 2, 1:35.652 on that last lap, which compares to 1:35.0 for Martin Merkley and 1:35.2 for System Merkley. So Merkley is really starting to pull out a bit more of a gap. And DAC Hackers, who I think are one of the newer teams, if I remember correctly. But Martin Merguli we've definitely seen driving before, the previous teams.
Oh, yes.
Oh. We've got the 66 car having a spin.
Ben's Horvath, I think.
He's not been having the best of times.
He's
there on the track.
The 66 has had its struggles.
Seems to have had even a couple of spins in the near hour that I've been commentating here.
Yeah, he's down in 23rd overall. He's behind quite a few GTs actually. All the way down to Wes
Daniel
Buckner.
Mayer going straight on. That's not how to take that corner at all. He's taking a few cones with him, as you can see in the background. But Daniel Mayer giving the wall a big kiss.
What?
Yeah,
That's a bit of a strange one, that.
Yeah,
very strange.
That looked like a steering failure to me or something, or some kind of brake failure.
Because he's able to reverse out and do a J-turn and what he needs to do, but so it probably wasn't a steering failure.
Well, Gummich had some of his own problems over the course of the distance of the race so far in the 93, but they're still going. Crucially, Sean Jones collects himself up after a little bit of a incident, or half spin perhaps. But, yeah, so AFP really trying to. They're definitely going to lose the lead in GD3 with their race-winning car from last time out. So it's going to be a case of really keeping the other car in play. So it can pick up a few points. AFP are in sort of damage limitation mode when it comes to GD3. In LMP2 though, with Martin Pfeiffer, still out there, they've got a little bit of a chance of not finishing on the podium, certainly, but also of possibly fighting for victory if Merkley and Varconi end up fighting each other a bit later on. If Varconi can close in, which is a big if, of course. Martin Merkley is very quick at the moment, and we'll have to see how the teammates fare. Yeah, it's all set up rather nicely in LMP2, definitely, and also in the fight for second in GD3, as we see, was that Daniel Kiss, who's gotten in front of, on the tiny screen at least, of Mark Piper. I'm not sure where Kiss is.
He's jumped up to 3rd place on the timing screen.
How has he pulled this 70-second gap?
He's suddenly gained 2 laps.
Oh, it's been given back to him. This must be an action by the race officials.
Yeah, they're probably giving him his laps back.
Oh, there's Milotai. Milotai in trouble in 5th position. He's having to skip the chicane there. Was that just to let some LMP2 cars through, or was there a problem there? It looked almost like he brushed the wall, Milotai. Is Milotai in a battle at the moment with Pastore? No, he isn't. He's 2 laps down, I think. Oh, 20 seconds down, sorry.
I don't know if they'll give Kiss all the laps back he had because, well, it's difficult to get exact gaps and whatnot, and it is, at the end of the day, the officials really can't do anything if your internet gives up the ghosts, however unfair it is.
Whoa, Ruben Group losing the rear end entering the pit lane in the Royal Racing Alpha.
Yeah.
I'm not sure why that happened,
Also
but
gave the camera quite a bit of a whack.
okay, but yeah, that poor camera on the banking, or just the inside of the banking rather. So this means Daniel Kiss is still in third. Well, he's rejoined in third when he was in fifth, but he's still a lap down on the Martin McGurley. So this puts Mugen in a stronger position in second and third, but doesn't give him the lead.
We'll
They've
see
still
what
got a lot of
happens
work
with
to do.
Kiss. I doubt he'll be given more laps back. Because maybe he rejoined having lost only 2 laps, but then like he couldn't get out of the pits or something else. So maybe that's why he's been given specifically that
There's
many
no
laps
way
back.
they're going to be able to put him back in the race undelayed.
Oh yeah, no chance, yeah.
The only precedent I can think of is when there was a title fight last season of Road America between DDoS
my word.
and oh, what's happened?
No, it's not related to the race. It's just football stuff.
Okay, first rugby now.
Ilkay Gundogan is honestly needs to be nerfed.
Whoa! Speaking of being nerfed, there's Ruben Goupril in the gravel, in the grass, after his pit stop. So
Yeah, he's
spinning,
just come out of the pits.
spinning on the way into the pits, spinning on the lap out of the pits. So this is not good for the number 95.
He's in a good position as well. He needs to get going quickly.
Royal Racing Alpha. Yeah.
So he's spun. That's on the oval. That's a very, very weird place to have it off.
He's 65 seconds down on Martin for now, but
Guich is not liking that bus stop chicane.
He's not, yeah.
Lost count how many
whoa!
times.
Cody spins from second position, and not for the first time today either. He's not going to help him catch up to the leader. It feels like the Mugen Sim Racing team have got their least strong drivers. Martin Pfeiffer also goes a little wide, but collects himself up. They've got the Marconi, who's their, I wouldn't say a worse driver, but certainly less confident and showing not as good pace at this stage of the race. Whereas they've got Kiss, who was leading and was showing great pace, unfortunately now a lap down.
Well, let's see what his pace is like now that he's not lapping particularly quickly at the moment now. So it seems he built that lead and was just kind of sitting in comfortably, and now suddenly he's down in third place, 2 laps down, needs to start pumping.
And Ruben Gouprill's gone back to the pits, so I think he's about to say, Ryan. So it seems like he had a bigger issue.
Back out again. He's back out. Still 5th. Somehow.
Through penalty, maybe. He was serving there. Oh, I don't see why you just go through the pits unless you a bit tired of looking at the start-finish line and want to change.
It seems a bit strange because we seem to go through a period where we don't have any incidents happen. It's like someone just flicks a switch every now and then we have like 3 or 4 spins.
What?
In one
Speaking of
lap.
which, there's Danilo
Another one.
Nascimento.
Yeah, suddenly
he doesn't like the chicane either.
There's been more spins and offs in the last 5 minutes than there have been in the last 35 minutes.
Like they're encouraging each other. I don't know.
Or just the driver wear kicking in or
driver wear, like tire wear. The driver just literally wears a wet until there's a skeleton there. Right, that's a bit morbid. So
is kids watching, Ed?
Yes, it's not past watershed yet, so I should be more careful with my ideas and themes, if not my language.
I'm sure it's past watersheds in some country.
Oh yeah, we'll just oh yeah, the server must be based in what, Kazakhstan or something, where they're 3 hours ahead, so no problems at all.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure everyone in Australia is asleep. There's no Australians in this, but they'd be asleep. Oh, is that Pavlov? I thought he was smoking for a moment there, but that was actually just the lights and my brain playing a trick on me. I always think I was worried that you're going to see a sudden engine blow up suddenly, just out of nowhere. Commentating on, no, not commentating on, but watching that old Grand Prix 2 series. Let me see, we look at Camus Rist and is that Pankovic? The pit lane, the 14th place Green Game Studios cover. Yeah, it is Pankovic. Nick Newcomb, Ruben Group has gone back in again, so Gitsov is getting back a lap on him. So only a lap down now, or perhaps on the same lap.
Wasn't Wesley Book out like in the top 6? Maybe it's pit stops and all that's shuffled the order, but I could have sworn he was, especially, it's definitely ahead of Sean Jones. Something happened to him? I don't know. Probably just a pit. I'm probably just forgot he had a pit stop. And
I think the
other people
Ultra
didn't.
Motorsports, the Ultra Motorsports number 35 was having a few issues. It wasn't completely staying out of trouble there. And that's Martin Pfeiffer arriving backwards into the corner, and gotta avoid that GT. My goodness.
It looks like there was a collision between. Oh, that is very close. It looks like there was a collision going into that corner there with another one of the LMP2 cars. It looked to be one of the Frederick Bond cars.
The orange ones, yeah.
Yeah. In fact, it might be who we're looking at here now, Zanga.
Looking at Carl Magnus Bore now, actually, on stream.
Yeah.
He just went right over the camera to go into the pit lane. Yeah, it definitely has not been an ideal stint for Martin Pfeiffer with those two spins. Two big spins as well into the infield section, which has left him 78 seconds behind Daniel Kiss, when a few short moments ago they were in third before Daniel Kiss was reinstated his couple of laps that he lost. So yeah, it's gone once again. When things look to be going Abstinia Force Polonia's way, it's gone away from them in this race. It feels like it's the first, and as we get to the end of, and also a penalty for Chris Gitsov in 6th, which he's just pitting at the moment. I think he's only just been given it, so he's not serving the penalty. It's not going to help him catch up to Ruben Grubfried at all, but there we go, 19 hours remaining and 5 hours completed. If the first 5 hours are anything to go by, it's going to be a hard night for Abstinia Force Polonia.
Not just them.
There we go. So he did just instantly serve the penalty. Okay. Chris Gitsov. As we look at Luca Gray getting into the 360 car, number 36, in a 9th position. So we've not seen Luca Gray run high up this often. So hopefully we see him putting in a decent stint here. So this is a great chance for Luca Gray to get a top 10 finish here. As they drop behind Fringer Volden Motorsport number 138. Mario Sinclair. We go below. Hitting from the lead in GD3.
He should come out in 9th as well, yeah. So hopefully this goes a bit better for Mugen than some other pit stops this race.
Oh, yes.
He's been in complete control.
Yeah, ever since the 88 car hit its troubles, the 888 has been there to pick up the slack. There it is, the 88 car.
He's the only GT3 car on the lead lap.
GT3, of course, because he's the leader. So whatever lap he would be on, would be the lead lap.
Well, yeah, okay, I mean, not the
but
overall
no other
lead
cars
lap.
have kept up with him.
Not the overall lead lap, but the lead lap of the GTs, yeah, as you see. Just to make that evidently clear.
Yep. So we also see second and third pit, I think. Well, actually the time screen's a bit delayed on that. Let's refresh the overlay, see if that helps. Marconi
hasn't had an off since that spin at the same corner a few laps back. I think he's just been quietly making his way around. Again, he's back onto the lead lap now.
Oh, Christian Zanger having an off, but another small one.
Well, he's lapping much faster than Martin Murray at the moment, and Kiss is still none of the pace that saw him rocket off into the distance earlier on. None of it. He's lapping slower than the two cars in front of him.
Yeah. The problem Martin Pfeiffer has is his pace is really good, but he's making mistakes, which is costing him more time overall.
Yeah.
So it's a bit unfortunate for Abstinia Force Polonia there. It should be a four-way fight, but it's not quite playing out that way. It's more of a three-way fight at the moment, possibly even just two-horse race between Varconi and Mergoli at the present moment, but of course that could change in the next 18 hours. Or, no, less than 19 hours rather.
What did I miss? Sorry, I just got back.
Lots of spins, lots of offs, but not much shuffling of the E-Pack.
Yeah, Daniel Kiss still in third, although...
he's now lapping about the same as the three in front, but slightly faster than me.
Yeah, maybe I was being a little bit harsh.
Oh, Luca Gray, who I just said, we hope to see a great stint from him, has spun it in a very awkward position as Danilo gets a penalty.
At the X.
Oh, it's pit exit, so he hasn't even made it out of the pit lane. Oh dear. Or has he gone in for another stop?
Unless has he dropped it going into turn 1 and spun into the
I think it might have been,
pit
yeah, because we have
exit
seen a
area?
couple of guys spin at turn 1 and then cut across the pit exit because
Okay,
they
drivers,
realised that was the
become
wrong
code
angle.
80 in
Oh, it's a
10
code 80
seconds.
And the
for
group of
that.
guys caused a code 80. Oh dear.
Well, he got going again though,
5,
so
4, 3, 2, 1, code
I
80.
think something else must have happened because he got going and everything, and he was making it trundling, albeit out of the
Well,
pits.
Sean Jones is pit and for
Yeah,
fortuitous,
okay,
so he
so
turned into a code 80.
let's see if let's see the Wesley book out now. Oh, he's already passed him. Wow. Okay.
Pastor also in the pits.
Yeah, these guys are taking advantage of the fact that you have to drive around this track a lot slower now.
Yeah, I think I know why the code 80 was. I think it is because of Luca, because Luca's really crabbing around with the car, and it just looks really unstable right now.
Yeah, he's probably bashed it against that pit wall.
Yep. That's exactly what happened.
Which will do the suspension no good.
Well, given that we're under the code 80, it could be a while for Luca Gray to make it back to the pit lane. And that's code 80 for the time being. I think it might be a good idea for me to head off and eat some dinner.
That wouldn't be the worst idea in the world.
I just did that.
Yeah, but I think I won't be coming back until the morning since.
Yeah, you've been here for a very long time, so I think a break is definitely
But don't worry, I've
warranted.
taken a few breaks already just to make sure I don't completely exhaust myself. But I feel like my work for tonight, at least, is done.
My time has come.
I'm going late for the night.
You must continue your journey without me.
Also, sorry to interrupt, but Chris Gitsoff has got a penalty. Draft
Yeah, he did. We saw him going to the pits as he was given the penalty, so it looks like he's having to serve that now. Oh, but can he serve it under code 80?
You cannot serve penalties under a code 18.
No, he cannot.
It's a very big. That'd be very broken. Also, because the pits here at Daytona, they are actually, if you were to drive through the pits at full speed, you'd actually cut the circuit. So you would gain time by having to do a drive-through penalty here.
Especially under code 80 because you're so much slower.
Under code 80, exactly, because it's a shorter distance, but you're going at the same speed, but it's a shorter distance through the pits than the actual track. So that'd be very broken.
The only thing I could see being an issue if you're going at full speed is the pit exit, like the little squiggly road at the end, because you take that in the end. But in code 80, it's just a shorter distance there.
Right, anyway, have fun, guys, and see you tomorrow. So
yeah, see you tomorrow morning.
Just under 19 hours left, and is in leading boat in the classes is Merguley, leading for DEAC Hackers LMP2, and Mugen Sim Racing, leading in GD3 with Gergo below.
Now, a lot of cars are filing into the pits now, taking advantage of the code 80.
As Lucas just spun the car.
Again, Wolf, something is definitely wrong with that car.
That's huge suspension damage, I think.
Yeah, that's extremely odd. He's spun under a code 80 on a straight.
And he's off the wall now.
Coming into the pit lane by the looks
Yeah,
of things.
something is definitely
Okay, drivers,
wrong.
we go green in 10 seconds.
Yeah, and he's veering into the wall as well. Yeah, he's got a massive amount of suspension damage.
That's going to be
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
As I'm going to try and find a battle.
So Martin Mobley and Daniel Kiss are still in the pits as the code 80 is revoked. I don't know if Zoltan Varkonyi pitted under the yellow or not, because this is surely free time now for as the aforementioned Merguley and Kiss.
And that is Gibfree. That is spun.
Not just
Patrick Attila Lucas, who's just they switched driver to Patrick Attila Lucas, who's just going out of the car.
Okay.
Going out of the pit zone.
Yeah, it wasn't just Gibfree who was involved in that.
Yeah, that looked to be is Zanga. So that looks like, is that the second time he's had a bit of a coming together with someone in the past 20 minutes or so?
I'm not sure. Might be. Certainly not in that corner.
It could be very interesting between Zoltan Varkonyi, so that sounds American, and Daniel Kiss. that could be a very interesting battle.
Yeah, but there's a massive gap between them. It's over a lap between those guys, the two Mugans, because of course Kiss has problems with the disconnection and the subsequent loss of 2 laps. But yeah, it's a big gap. I think it's close. It's much closer between first and second than second and third. So I think, unless massive problems befall them, DEAC hackers are gonna only have to worry about Varkioni's Mugen and not Kisses. Certainly in the next few hours.
A lot can happen though. We've got so many minutes. We've only done 5 hours.
Oh, and that is Lalu, car number 13 in 7th place over the start of the bus stop chicane.
Not many people seem to like that bus stop chicane a lot. It's really not been the best of spots for these cars to be in.
Yeah.
Number 88 car, of course, led this race at the start, but problems befell them. They find themselves near 2 laps down now.
AFP have also been extremely unlucky, but obviously anything can happen. They could still win this race.
Yeah, they've not been having the best of times.
But like we just said, they're only 2 laps behind, and it's an endurance. It's 19 hours. The leaders could have a huge accident. God forbid. God.
Well, like we've seen, had Daniel Kiss having his problems, which has set him back slightly.
Luca Gray is in the pits again. Maybe it's the same. I think it's actually probably the same as it was when we last saw him, because that car was not behaving like a car should. So there's probably many, many seconds of damage on it, at least in the hundreds.
That could be actually like a 200-second one, maybe. As Ruben Geepfield's lost 2 positions. He's actually not far from Chris Gitzoff.
He's about 20 seconds.
Ooh,
he's got
a big gap. I'm sorry to interrupt.
He's got a big gap to Lalu behind, and it's still not small, but it's 25 seconds ahead to Chris Gitzoff.
It's one of the smallest gaps on the race. As Varkonyi's, I feel like he's getting closer. Never mind, Ruben Geepfield's been put a lap ahead.
The 2 closest cars for position are Songa Ferenczi and Hendrik Zimmermann in 19th and 20th overall. In class, that looks like 4th and 5th place. Those guys are nose to tail. And fighting over 4th in class. But yeah, LMP2, predictably, as is with most races, is beginning to gradually spread out, more so than the GTs. Ben Corbin is still within 10 seconds of Christian Zanger, who we were watching a few moments ago in 10th place, but other than that, it's pretty desolate.
It's actually starting to heat up between Hendrik Zimmermann and the car ahead.
Yeah, here we go. So this is the battle for 4th position. I think that's Ferenczi front. I don't know if the timing or the position count has had a bit of a problem there, but Zimmermann should be behind him.
Yep.
He's behind.
Ferenczi.
So for whatever reason, it's been displayed as being in front, but yeah, he's so close to him. He's closer than he was on the last lap, and he might be able to go for a move.
Taking a deeper line, probably trying to get more exit speed.
And then further up the road, 2nd and 3rd are approximately 4 seconds apart.
Oh, we missed that, yeah. I missed that. So that's Militai, and he is catching Carl Magnusbury. Boris had a horrible few laps, and he's had a horrible sector. He got 3 seconds taken out of him in the first sector alone, and another 10th out now in the second. So that could be a battle to watch as well. Boris struggling with his car.
Yeah, Martin Militai catching. Well, it's Mugen versus Iris then, right?
That is Iris against Mugen, yes.
That could be a good battle.
Just see Gray coming out the pits. Is that thing fixed now?
We'll
yeah, that's fixed.
It
looks much quicker.
That car is actually taking corners properly now, so that does look fixed. Albeit he's 8 laps down now, and he's dropped from, I think he was in maybe 9th place. He's down to 12th.
That's annoying. Yeah, Christian Zanger and Ben Corbin again, very close on track. But well, for LMP standards, meanwhile, the battle for P20 is looking quite good. For P4 in class, looks very good.
Oh, and that is
Pfeiffer's had a massive off there. He actually hit the
Massive
invisible wall to stop him completely cutting the circuit. That is going to be a lot of damage to the. That was a massive shunt. Yeah, you can see already as he's trying to steer his way through the corners, it's lurching towards the right.
I think if he can get that back to the pits, okay, he should still stay ahead of Gitstoff. He was two.
Okay,
two
drivers,
laps
yeah.
off.
Code 80.
And I was
10
about
seconds.
to say that might well need a code 80 because that car is going to be stuttering its way to the pits. And indeed,
3,
oh no, it's for something
2,
else.
1, code 80.
Who's it for?
That has had a moment coming out of the pits that might also have contributed to the decision. Did they come together, perhaps?
Is that coming out of pit? Is that coming out of pit lane, or is he just? It looks
he
like
might have come together with Pfeiffer.
So it looks like he's just dropped it going into turn 1. And he's gone straight across the pit lane.
I don't know. We might need to see. We might need to get someone to have a look at that back.
I'll go look at it quickly if you want.
They could have touched, but that wouldn't explain why it took all that so long to recover from it. The Nascimento has been given a penalty. What for? We do not know. But it's yet another code 80. With 18 hours and 49 minutes still on the clock to go. And the night's really beginning to set in now. Temperatures will be at the lowest that they'll be all race.
Yeah, obviously now's the moment where it really counts and where also all the scenic pictures can be taken.
Yeah, anything looks better under floodlights than in broad daylight. Football pitch, rugby pitch, F1 track, everything.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Spa would be cool under spotlight, but then I think it would lose its charm. I think, especially in endurance racing. Well, 24, I think.
Oh, Gitsoff has entered the pits, so I don't think so. Pfeiffer might not need to worry about losing
Code
that to
80 is not
Gitsoff.
a time to race. You need to stay behind other cars.
Yeah, that's
I was
that's an
wondering
unhappy
that.
Chris Tompkins.
I think it also depends about if Chris Gitsoff gets out of the pits before Mara and Pfeiffer gets in, which would probably decide it then.
We'll see, but it's 2 laps to Gitsoff between him and Pfeiffer. It's a massive gap.
Could be close at least, though.
Pfeiffer will have a lot of damage to repair, though. But he's making his way through the last sector. He's going to go to the pits.
I think we could have a good battle between Chris Gitsoff and Ruben Griepfried. Never mind, it's Richard Wanders.
So Richard Wanders has jumped into the Iris car now, and he's gonna come out behind Griepfried, I think, unless he really leaves his box.
Green
now.
flag in 10
Yeah,
seconds.
he's definitely gonna come out behind now, with the code 80 ending.
No, he won't actually, because he's
5,
just left.
4, 3,
Has he come out in front?
2, 1.
This is
Green
gonna be-
flag.
Yeah,
There's half a second between the two. So.
Oh. He's a bit behind.
It's unbelievably tight.
Yes, very.
The Irish teams have a pretty decent race, to be honest.
Oh, they've had a good race, yeah. There's no doubt about that. But yeah, Gitsoff comes out in 6th position behind Ruben Griepfried. We completely forgotten about him, but he's silently been putting the laps in. He just comes out in front. And Pfeiffer, we'll see how long his pit stop is. It needs to be a long one if he's going to be overtaken by Griepfried and now Richard Wanders.
I think that's what those two are hoping for. I mean, I don't mind if he jumps in the middle. That'd be a good 3-way battle for P3.
It'll be tough for him to jump into the middle though, because it's not a very big gap between the number 94 and number 87 cars.
Falconi also lost a bit of time during that code 80. It's being 48 seconds. He's lost about 10 seconds, if I'm not mistaken. Could be a bit of a timing issue on the code 80s. It usually goes a bit weird.
Pavel Plankovic has quietly been making his way on a recovery drive after so many issues fell into the reading game car. He's stayed on the same lap as the leader ever since he recovered. He's not doing a bad job.
Is that Gray having a bit of a issue, or is he just having a little bit of a lag?
It looked a bit like lag, maybe a mix of the two.
Because he found him, he was quite high up on the banking, which is a bit unusual.
Anyways, less than a lap between Ruben Griepfried and Richard Wanders. Something could happen there. As Patrick Attila Lucas goes over to start another lap.
Pfeiffer's still in the pits.
Reitz, the 23 car from 12th position, spins coming out the first corner.
I'm gonna sit on Pfeiffer and I'll tell you when she's out. He or she out.
Pfeiffer is still in the pits and that gap is closing all the time. Is he gonna be able to repair all the damage before these two arrive? Because it's not going to be easy to pass either of them. And especially Wanders, who's just come out of the pits. Griepfried is showing some fantastic pace. This could be problematic for the AFP car. Griepfried is lapping at the same rate as the leaders at the moment, and Wanders probably, once he gets into his stride, will not be too far behind at the moment, though he is falling behind about 2 seconds per sector to Ruben Griepfried, so he needs to find that pace quickly. And I do think Pfeiffer is actually going to be passed by these two now, because they're within 30 seconds, well within 30 seconds, 20 seconds now, and he still hasn't been released from his box.
Just for your information, Jukka-Pekka Lalu has got a stop-go penalty. Could actually be very interesting between the number 7, between the...
Eschenko will close in, yes. Eschenko will close in, and indeed, yeah, Pfeiffer now has been overtaken by Griepfried, and he's going to be overtaken by Wanders, so that's 2 laps worth of damage for as a result of that massive sideways impact into the wall.
AFP have been extremely unlucky this race, that has to be said.
And what happened to Milotai? Because he was right on the back of Karl Magnus Borg. The gap's now 30 seconds. Probably came to the pits because he's lapping faster than the car in front of him. So we'll see when the Iris comes in. So Iris are...
Hang on, is that our first place car?
Oh, it is our first place car, yes. We've not, we've missed that completely, and that's off at the first corner as well. Did Attila Lucas hit anything there?
Not sure.
I'll
look back. It does look like it's sort of, yeah.
It looks damaged. It looks extremely damaged. The rear suspension clearly not the way it should be, because he's squirming around that corner.
This is looking good for Mugen.
And suddenly, Mugen are catapulted into a position where they might well be 1 and 2.
Yep, gonna currently look back at the tape.
Yeah, such a massive turnaround from what looked like disaster with the potential disconnect or steering wheel problem of KISS earlier. It's kind of going back in their direction. That's what we were kind of saying. As we see the 5th place KISS off.
No, it's Wanders, because it's switched now. Wanders. Yeah, I think the overlay needs a bit of an update or something, because it's registering all the old drivers. And Varconi's in for a 12-minute pit stop.
Pfeiffer's still not moved.
Lalu has now overtaken Pfeiffer, yeah. And Eschenko will be through in no time at all either. And so too, Sakura. Is he going to drop out of the top 10 here? It should be remarkable, because that would be about 4 laps lost repairing the car. And if that's the case for Pfeiffer, you wonder, is it going to be similar for our race leader?
Yeah, the Hackers Codes just came into the pit lane, so let's see.
The sector times look actually very good. The sector times look fine, but there is clearly damage on that car. So let's see.
Varconi racing to try and get ahead of the Hackers car. And he will. He's just gone down. He's just going down the start-finish straight. Oh.
Pfeiffer finally exited the pits.
Yep, so we've got to change the lead.
Yeah,
so
through he goes.
Varconi in the Mugen Sim Racing 21 car now is our new leader.
So for the first time since Daniel Kiss's disconnection, Mugen have a car in the lead of the race. And this time I cannot see it being usurped, because it's going to be a 1-2.
Yeah, but you never know. Endurance racing, there's a lot of stuff happens. As he just laps a Phenom car.
Yeah, Kiss getting back onto the same lap now as Attila Lukács. Doesn't look good for DEAC. You've been having a fantastic race so far. Nothing really going wrong, and suddenly one lapse in concentration or something's gone wrong, and their lead evaporating just like that, and not maybe even their podium.
They might have gone onto the wet surface, because I think a bit of the track is still quite wet.
But yeah, it seems turn one and the bus stop seems to be causing major problems for quite a few of the drivers recently, it seems. And
Chris gets off what's an interview. Do you mind if I put him in?
You can put him in, sure. Take it away.
Let me quickly get him. Once I find Iris.
and Chris Christoph is off. And is Lucas Gray back in the car?
He is in the car still. He's at the pit. He's gone back to the pits again. Yeah, Richard Wonders is really taking a lot of time to get used to this car. He's dropped 50 seconds now to Ruben Gibfried since he made his pit stop. And I'd like an explanation as to why we just saw De Brackela doing what he was, staying on the apron, going through the grass. What's going on there? Now, Gray's come out the pits now, Ryan, so I don't... Did they have a driver swap?
Who?
14th place, number 36 car, Luca Gray.
Okay, I need to find Chris. Oh, that Chris is in the Stewart's chat. Let's just quickly put him in the comment. Hello, Chris gets off. How's your race been going so far? First question out of
Pretty well. I had a bit of misfortunes, if you can say, but I think in general I'm very happy with my stint because I was able to come from like P14 to P6, 5.
I think you're P4 now. No, you're P5. You're P5.
They're still P5, yeah.
Yeah, but Richard has some issues, so we might be changing the drivers, which might cost us some time, but it will be a lot safer this way.
You've got a bit of time for the car behind anyways.
Yeah. Well, we want to fight the car in front, so we'll be losing to the car in front as well, so...
How's the team been going? Is the team morale high?
Yeah. I'm pretty happy. If you were asking what team are we asking, because I couldn't hear you properly.
How's the team doing in general? How are they feeling?
Yeah, very well. I'm really happy to be in Aris. Jeff has been extremely nice. I think I've been saying this every race, but I'm continuing to say it, and I'm really happy to have this opportunity because there are so many teams and so many good drivers, and you can't always find a spot to drive, so him giving me this opportunity, it's the only way I can say thank you properly to him is by doing my best, which I did, so.
And do you think you can continue your good run of performance currently? You've been driving extremely quickly and extremely consistently recently. Do you think you can keep that up with the car?
Hopefully. We'll see. It's only 16, 17 hours to the end of the race, so...
Or 19. Well,
something like
just
that.
18 hours, 40 minutes, yeah, a very, very long way.
Yeah, so we can go and win, or be 20. you never know. Of course, I'd like the first to happen, like getting P1 rather than the former. So the latter, sorry. I'm a bit exhausted now.
Oh,
I'm
no
just
problem.
talking.
Yeah, it's fine.
Nonsense.
Driving is tiring, so... anyways, cheers for joining us. We wish you all the best. So,
Thank you.
thanks for joining us for that. Now I'm going to drag
Good
you.
luck as well.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be just fine.
Thanks.
Do you want me to drag you to Stewart's? No, you just left. Cool.
Just left, yeah. Okay, so back to the track. Jukka-Pekka Laulu served the drive-through penalty, subsequently dropped back from Wonders, but is now reeling him back in. Denis Shenko has been... He's just at a personal best, but his lap times are not indicative of the Denis Shenko that we've become so accustomed to.
That could actually be a battle between Marin Pfeiffer and Denis Sashenko, because Pfeiffer's going to be driving as quickly as possible.
Pfeiffer is absolutely flying. As Wonders pits now, okay, so something is either wrong on the car or...
I think it's something to do with his wheel.
He's dropped off enormously. Richard Wonders is not a slow driver, but he is losing time hand over fist at the moment. Every corner, it's another second.
Slowly mixing up the cut. They could be doing a driver stop. No, obviously in this series it's not like an instant quick pit stop. You have to save like, I think it's like 28 seconds. It takes like 28 seconds to do a drive swap. They're not short.
It's not the quickest thing in the world, yeah.
Obviously this is... Oh, and it's Gijs Sonneveld going in the car.
Gijs Sonneveld in, okay, and they changed the tyre set as well. That's a different set of tyres to everyone's. Or,
oh no, it's gone back to blue.
Yeah, it's gone back to blue now, so Raceview's having
It's
a bit
going to be
of,
very close between him and... No, never mind, I was going to say it's going to be close between him and Denis Sashenko. Never mind, no it's not.
No,
and,
it's not a contest at all.
Sorry for interrupting so much, but Varga's got a drive through now. They've had... Future Sim Sports has had a very unlucky race this... They're miles behind anybody. Their closest... I don't know who their closest LMP is. It could be. It's Stanislas Pajau. I don't know how to pronounce that. Pajau?
Pajau or Pajau, depending on the country they're from. Pavel Pankovic has also entered the pits. But yeah, Sonneveld now in the car. So something clearly wrong with Richard Wonders is his wheel or his game, because he is not slow by any means. So let's see Sonneveld now, because they've lost the place to Lalu. Eshenko is a mere half minute behind.
And then you've got Pfeiffer driving the tyres off that car.
That was last lap, 1 minute 33.722, which is 2 seconds faster than Varkonyi in front and 3 seconds faster than Daniel Kiss in second place. So it's very impressive. And Patrick Attila Lucas is also flying. Of course, these guys have all made pit stops recently for new tyres because they've crashed out. Lucas flying and Pfeiffer flying in 3rd and 8th. We can expect them to move up the field a lot, especially when the guys around them also come in for their pit stops, because these were not scheduled ones, but they will have to pit. They will not need to pit earlier than the guys who are on their schedule.
I have a feeling we could also have another good battle between Sean Jones and Wesley Boko. Obviously, those two. What was that?
My apologies, my cable fell out.
Anyway, obviously those two have been very close all race, but it depends when Wesley gets out of the car. Well, when Wesley gets out of the pit, I'm so sorry.
Bookhout should be fine coming out of the pits. He's got a massive gap.
Oh. But obviously Sean is a very quick driver. He might be able to catch him.
We'll see.
No, Wesley's out. That's going to be quite easy.
Same can be said for Wesley, though. That's the thing.
Yep. Been in the cars for ages, though.
Yeah, he's been here a long time. He's got an awful lot of experience in all forms of racing, really. I'm not surprised he can go so long. Daniel Kiss is really struggling to emulate the pace of his teammate. He's falling back a lot and falling into the clutches of Lucas, who is lapping at the moment 3 seconds a lap faster than
Gijs Sonneveld's gone off.
Kiss, and Sonneveld goes off straight away. He's just gone into the car and the iris is off.
Is that an issue?
I hope well, they've just swapped the drivers. They've just had a pit stop. So surely, if there were car issues, they fixed themselves. I think that's just a driver error.
It seems that the drivers are struggling when they get into the car, adjusting to the current sort of conditions, and it definitely seems that themselves caught out in either the bus stop at the moment.
Yes, Pfeiffer's really closing in now.
Yeah, Pfeiffer's utterly reeling these guys in. 16 seconds now to Ischenko and Jai Sonneveld. Ischenko is not lapping particularly slow or fast. It's kind of middle of the road pace. It's roughly the same pace as Daniel Kiss.
He's putting in personal best sectors.
He
at
is
the
going
moment,
faster,
so-
yes. Well, actually, he's just put in a nice 135.888, which is faster than Daniel Kiss in second. So, make him eat my own words again.
As the mutant from Zoltan Varkonyi just destroying the competition at this moment. 21 mutant. Kiss in second, going through the bus stop. Patrick to Lucas, then just going on to the banking now, a bit farther behind by Kiss. That could be a battle later on. Then Giepfried 4 laps behind, a bit further behind, and then Yukapaka Lalu also a bit behind. That car was strange at the beginning because they didn't get put in and they were laps behind, and then their laps didn't get when they tried to add laps, it didn't sort of count, I think. They didn't get added. There was a glitch. So they had to retire. They had to disqualify them, requalify them, and then add laps back to them, and they had much more fuel at the beginning than most other cars, in my opinion. So they could have gone later. And the lap after they pit, it just starts raining. And I was wondering why they didn't just go to rain tyres at that point.
Well, it wasn't the lightest of showers as well, so either hold out for the rain, or... Because, I mean, you don't want to pit for wet tyres before the rain starts, no matter how heavy it is, because you'll be still going around for a lap or two on a dry track, and you'll be struggling with the heat of the tyres, and you'll be understeering and oversteering absolutely everywhere. Pfeiffer's now got that gap to Ischenko down to a mere 10 seconds.
Oh, and the leader's gone
again. Oh yeah, that is no, it's not the leader anymore because of the overlay. But yeah, from third place, Patrick Attila Lucas, who has been pumping in fantastic lap after fantastic lap. That is a major setback. It's in the first sector. Was it at the first corner again?
I think it was, yeah.
Chris Tompkins looked like he wanted to say something, but has gone back on it.
The Pfeiffer-Ischenko battle will be really good to watch, to be honest.
Once they get there, Ischenko's he's a very good driver, especially in the defending, but Pfeiffer on new tyres, I think, should get that one done pretty easily.
And we see Shakira going backwards out of turn 1.
Going off at turn 1, yeah. It's just such a tough corner because it's braking and turning. It's coming in. You're coming in at an enormous amount of speed, and you're braking and turning at the same time, and it's blind as well.
And it's also coming from a downhill to like a flat.
That is true, yeah, because of the banking, yeah.
And it's not gonna help because it's a bit wet there still. Range.
So it's just an entire things at once that just makes things not particularly fun at times.
However, if you get a nice move around the outside there, it's very rewarding, very satisfying.
Carmine Gaspara's kind of just been in second place for this. The GT field at the front has hardly changed at all. The top 5. We've hardly had any shuffling going on between those guys. They've just all been getting on with their own kind of races by themselves. Although I say that, third place in class is catching fourth place in class, third place in class is being caught by fourth place in class, who might be being caught by Zimmerman, who's fifth in class, who's just put in a pretty good lap. Wesley Burkhardt, though, absolutely roaring away. 145.0. He's flying away from Mate Varga and Sean Jones behind.
Well, Varga's in a P2 car, so he's going to catch him no matter what.
Oh yeah, sorry, Vonga is in a P2 car, yeah, so he should be getting ahead of those guys in the future esports. They've just not been having a good time.
Pfeiffer's within 9 seconds of a Shenko
Yeah,
now.
he's slowed down a little bit, unsurprisingly, because he's been pushing those tyres and that car to the limit for the last few laps.
As we're coming up to the 6-hour mark soon, I think. 20 minutes till that.
But I'll tell you, he's going to have to be watching his mirrors soon, though, if he doesn't pick up the pace, because Ferenczi is coming fast as well.
Ooh, Luca Gray's had an issue.
Okay, drivers become code 80 in 10 seconds.
Another Luca Gray problem, and this time it
5,
warrants a code 80.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
Jesus, 360 are getting really unlucky right now, and they might even drop behind Balor. Meanwhile, the Burn Horizon car, we'll call it the sister car because it is the sister car to Buy 360, is slowly getting back up the field. And Tom Dillon's gone a bit wide. Has there been an incident with them?
Sorry, Tom? Sorry, who's had the incident?
Luca Gray had an incident. Well, Tom Dillon went a bit wide there, so I'm wondering if he had also had an incident. I don't think so.
Oh, he's jumped in instead of Pankovic. Yeah, sorry, I was not looking at the right thing there. Yeah, so he's back in the car.
It was very quick during his stint, though, I have to say that. I was driving during his stint, so I knew that he was going quick.
He's not setting back. Yeah, he's been setting good lap times. That Reading Game car, of course, many laps down, had a lot of problems earlier on.
Meanwhile, Kiss is in the pits. This could be very close between him and Patrick Attila Lucas. Actually, no, never mind. Attila Lucas is way too far behind. It all depends on where Luca Gray is, to be honest, and that will decide who gets second, I think. That'll be a very good battle, though, once it resumes.
Ryan, you're one to watch these kinds of things. Is anyone really catching the eye with their pace or something?
I can't really see. Obviously, we got the leader of Vacogni, who's setting blisteringly fast lap times compared to everyone else. He's some 2-3 seconds a lap quicker than everyone
seconds.
else.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
Okay, this is going to be a very interesting battle on the exit, going in at the end of the pit lane, because Attila Lucas is back up to speed. Daniel Kiss, no, never mind. If the Code 80 had ended a bit earlier, I think we would have had a good battle there, but...
We might still.
Yeah.
We might still.
They're very close on track, to be fair.
But Pfeiffer's still lapping approximately, as we see Mayer, who was in 8th, but not quite sure where he was. Oh no, it's Shaqiri going off just before the banking. But yeah, as I was saying, Pfeiffer before that Code 80 was lapping a second a lap quicker than Nishenko.
Yeah.
It's now down to 2.5 seconds.
Yeah, I just had a look at it. You said the leader was going very quickly. He is going very quickly. So he's responded to, I guess, the pace of Pfeiffer and Co. And
But
Lucas is now only 9 seconds behind Kiss, but now Kiss has the fresh tyres, so let's see how fast these guys are now both. Well, Kiss is on the fresher rubber, but Lucas isn't that old. I'll check on the laps old he is actually.
Yeah, that's a bit of a thing. That's I think half a stint already, maybe. As Dennis Asenko and Marin Pfeiffer are neck on neck, they're just there. It's gonna be a great battle to watch. Marin Pfeiffer in the slipstream now, if I'm not mistaken. That's nothing. And Patrick Lucas isn't battling himself.
Well, Lashenko, we were on about how good he is at defending. He defended that well because Pfeiffer was very, very close. But now pushing the AFP back, saying you're not going to get past this time. You need to try a different way. And Lashenko's responded to Pfeiffer's pace. He's just put in two personal best sectors, faster than Sonneveld up ahead, who he is reeling in as well. This could become a three-way battle if Pfeiffer can't wind a way through, and Pfeiffer is dropping off the back of Vashenko, trying to recuperate some thoughts and ideas to try and get past the innocent car.
As we soon... Jesus Christ, he braked much later there. Seems to have a much tighter line through that corner. Going as they're going to go onto the corner, which leads them onto the oval. That is, I think, where Pfeiffer made a mistake. No, Pfeiffer made it to turn 1. As they're going past Attila Lucas.
Has Lucas had another off then?
I don't think so. As Pfeiffer looking down the inside. Oh, that was close. As it's nearly 3 wide.
Vashenko's still just in front, but I think now he's going to have to give way and give up 7th place. No, he holds it.
Really good run. Oh, Sonnefeld has an off, hasn't he? That's Sonnefeld down there.
Yeah, so... Yeah, he's dropped behind, so there's the two going past, so he's dropped down now. This was the battle we were trying to find.
As Pfeiffer's going right round the outside.
Okay, guys, we've come to boat 80.
Oh, it's perfect timing for Vashenko. It might not be,
no,
though.
Pfeiffer's ahead.
Pfeiffer pulls in front.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
Vashenko's made a mistake.
So the code 8, well, I mean, under code 80 rules, I don't know if Vashenko gets his... Does Vashenko get his place back under code 80? Because technically there is no overtaking.
But Pfeiffer was already ahead, that was the thing.
Pfeiffer still had his nose ahead by the looks of things.
And
it was very close, yeah.
I think that's going to be reviewed by the stewards.
Okay, guys, we're coming to green flag in 10 seconds.
Chris Gitsov has moved from the commentary box to the stewards area
2, 1, green flag.
to help with the race. He said he was tired. No, I don't think stewards' boxes and bed are the same thing, but he does what he does, I guess.
It might be to him.
He's not doing a bad job at the moment,
Ooh,
though, so
as Attila Lucas has gone into the wall again. Attila Lucas into the wall, going onto the oval now.
Sonneveld's in the pits again for the Iris team.
Before all that kicked off, I noticed that the GT leader set another personal best just before everything kicked off. So he's definitely still on the pace.
Yeah, I mean, they've been in total control at the front there, Mugen, and in particular, Gogo Below has been outstanding in that car. Luca Gray is continuing to have a nightmare, is now down 20th place overall, has dropped behind 5 GT cars.
Yeah, it's really fallen apart for the boys in, well, sort of blue. Very blue.
Yeah, 360 Motorsports not having the best of times. Sonneveld's still in the pit, so maybe did he have some damage to repair, which is really... I think it was the chicane. He was off of the chicane, so it might have been...
Yeah, while Denis Sashenko, Mara and Pfeiffer were battling, I saw him going very slow, right in my eye, and I just saw, yeah. As I have been... Someone's, I think.
And has Sonneveld jumped out? No, Sonneveld is still in the car, so they might be doing a driver swap, I don't know, but it would be very, very premature. Something is definitely inherently wrong in that Iris car, because neither Wanders nor Sonneveld can get any kind of grip on it. They've now fallen back massively from the guys that were ahead of. And the race through the pits, Zoltan Francione comes in. He's been absolutely dominant since taking the lead. He's been increasing that gap to Daniel Kiss very, very gradually. Zashenko is also in the pits now, so it's time for a lot of drivers up front to come in. Sonbert's still in the pits. Yeah, he must have hit the wall or something. There must have been damage to that car. He's been overtaken by Christian Zang now. He's down to 10th, and he's about to be passed by Ritz and drop out of the top 10. The first time Iris have been out of the top 10 in a very, very long time. Certainly since I arrived here. And it's a shame because they were having a great little outing.
Yeah, it's a real shame. Meanwhile, Varkonyi is in pits. I don't think he's going out. Never mind. Not much going to happen there. Daniel Kiss and Attila Luke are still very, very close.
So just in from Chris Tompkins, we're going to have a restart on the stream in a few moments' time because it's a bit laggy.
As Marin Pfeiffer is pounding down Yuka Pekalalu.
Somerville has also lost out to.
I have a feeling the
Inslee.
360 car's retired because it doesn't show as green anymore, it just shows as white. Yeah, they might very well be out of the race. Which is a very big shame, because they were doing very well just an hour or so ago.
And also coinciding with the fact that the stream is having problems, I think I got a little bit of work to do on the portfolio for my subjects in school, so I think I'm going to head out for the time being. I should be back for the early morning, though.
Yeah, I think you're joining me then, while I'm in my early morning session.
Yeah, I should be back around 6 or 7 in the morning. So, best of luck, Ryan and Tobias, for the rest of the stream, or whoever's coming in for the night stint.
See ya, good night.
Yeah, alright, goodbye.
It's just us two now. Okay.
Yep, just the two of us.
Stream up right now, or am I just waffling again?
until that's
Got it.
done.
I'll be in if anyone's not if you're not here, I'll just be in. And we're back. Hello and welcome back to the EERC 24 Hours of Daytona round 2 of the season 2 season. We are here back as it is getting into the night. We've done about 6 hours of racing, 18 hours left to go, so there's a lot to come and a lot more. I'm here, Tobias Blumstein, as we've got Ryan Ferris, who has just gone for a second. Anyway, we're following David Petra, just overtaking, just fighting with Tom Dillon, going down onto the second, back on the back strip. Well, second. He's going onto the I'm sorry. He's going on the second banking, down the inside of Tom Dillon, down onto the stop finish straight. Can he get him back, Tom Dillon? This is a good battle for P11, P12. Tom Dillon looking down the inside. No, bit far. But as I was saying, we've got about 17 hours and 59 minutes to go. So a lot of action. We haven't even done half of the race yet. If you're enjoying, we can just continue watching, please. It's really fun. Sorry, I'm waffling so much. As Ruben Giepfried has got a bit more of a gap to Jukka-Pekka Laulu, but that could be just because he's not pit yet. Yeah. Ryan Ferris is currently not here.
No, I am back.
No, welcome back. We've been live. But Robert Inslee currently in the pits. That could be something good, and I think I've just... Oh! Tom Dillon's gone into the wall, and he seems to be still. Is that an engine issue? Nope, it's fine. He's just have to wait.
Stop car at turn 6. Be careful.
And he's back going. That could be a big amount of damage, though. Just went straight into, I'm guessing. Ooh, there's a car slow on the back stretch, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's a GT. That looked like one of the Mugans. Am I a bit of a muppet? Am I being a muppet right now?
Well, currently our race leader is in the pits, so it would be the second Mugen car if it's GT3 of Milotai.
It could have just been him going a bit on a different route. I apologise for that. We'll have to see if Tom Dillon's going. No, it's a 360 again. Luca Gray has not had a break, been able to have a break. It has a.
Well, yeah, we were thinking that they were potentially retiring at one point. However, they had set, according to this timing screen, although actually I think that was due to them doing some form of course cut, because it was showing up they carried out a 12-second mid sector, which was some near 10 seconds faster than anyone else in the middle sector.
As I think a lot of people will also be going to be waiting for Jukka-Pekka Laulu to Ruben Giepfried to pit, so that we can have a bit more action on the race, because we had a great battle between Petra and Dillon. Petra's now going to going to try and go after Hugo Tempest, who is not far ahead, if I'm not mistaken. They're on the same lap, 192. He's just he's about the banking away, so a bit of a distance, but not far.
Yeah, although we're talking about fastest sectors, Pfeiffer is now set the fastest first sector. He is really going for it, although it's gone away from him slightly in the mid sector, but he's definitely trying to claw in as far up the field as he can in this stint.
As he's going to be catching Lalu very quickly, Ryan.
Yeah, and then also I think that at some point Giepfried's going to have to pit, which will then put him back into the clutches of Lalu.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are wondering what fuel he is. Sadly, we don't know. But it's going to be a very good battle with him and Jukka-Pekka Laulu, and hopefully Pfeiffer. I think that's what a lot of people are hoping.
Yes, indeed. Looking further on down, obviously, you know, Luca Grey car back in the pits again, obviously having a torrid time. We thought for a moment they'd potentially retired, but
I think
they
they've
came
retired again now.
they've came back and yeah, still having problems. But yeah, it's getting to that stage of the night where track temperatures are starting to come down, and so it's starting to get almost the perfect conditions now, and so we're starting to see quite a few personal best sectors starting to be clocked in.
And especially seeing that we had a bunch of rain earlier, which sort of wiped away all the grip. So
Yeah, and so it's not been quite as frantic because I did tune in and watch a little bit earlier as the rain was very fresh. Oh, and that is Zenga into the wall. Now, whereabouts is that on the circuit? He's lost his rear wing, so that is going through. Is that going through the bus stop chicane? He's just completely lost it.
could be.
So that could warrant a code
Okay,
80.
drivers become code 80 in 10 seconds.
You called it perfectly. What position is Zanger in again?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
So Zenga was in 10th position. He's kind of been struggling quite a bit, Zenga, in the past half hour. Had a few minor spins, but this one proving to be a bit more costly. And yeah, has just gone out, just potentially going to lose his top 10 position. But it's a long road ahead, and as we see, many other teams have faltered during this period of time, so they could get their way back up there.
As I think the next big battle might be between, I was gonna say Hugo Tempest and David
We
Petra.
go green flag in 10 seconds.
But they are that could be still a very good battle between Petra and Tempest.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And Ashenko has got himself obviously in the pits. Pfeiffer's closing hand over fist on Lalu, because I looked at a few laps ago and the gap was 58 seconds to Lalu. It's now 38, and still coming down. So yeah, Pfeiffer definitely got the bit between his teeth.
Christian Janger has left the race. I think they're retiring now. Geetfried's still not pitting. They could be honest. They could have a lot of fuel, or they might just not, or they might be very close to the end. What are the lap differences between the other two? Between Lalu and Geetfried?
So between Geetfried and Lalu, Lalu is lapping slower quite significantly. So that would suggest that maybe Lalu's made a mistake. Although we have just came off of a code 80, so I'd wait until the lap times click off one more time just to see what they're doing.
Pfeiffer really closing in. I mean, they're still a bit of a way, but obviously this is endurance racing and anything can happen. I think the next big battle will probably be Petra Tempest. As David is not far away from Tempest, they're going to be on the same banking at some point, which is where, in my opinion, where it gets really close. Because the bankings are long, but they're not the biggest distance, and you're going at like 200, over 200 consistently over there. As GT seems to be dying. Oh no, that's... Am I? Is Martin Militai's DNF'd? Yeah, he's just DNF'd.
So Militai was, well, yeah, that was the second place. That was the second place GT3 car for Mugen Sim Racing. So is that because you said that like earlier on that you saw a slow moving Mugen car, so maybe it may have been a slow moving Mugen car. And so going back to Geetfried and Lalu, as they've now put in their first flying laps after the code 80, Lalu is actually lapping 7/10 of a second quicker than Giebfried at the
Okay.
moment.
So that might suggest that he's towards the end of the end of the stint. Lalo's mid-stint. This could be a very good battle once they're all bunched up, because Giebfried will probably be behind, as they're semi-far, but they're not the furthest behind. Pfeiffer though is slowly catching.
He's going best part of 2 seconds. Yeah, about 2 seconds a lap quicker than Giebfried at the moment.
Pfeiffer is a man on a mission, trying to get up. I think he still wants to try for that podium, and obviously that's very, very possible. We've not even gone halfway yet, so yeah.
As we see Dylan doing a bit of drifting out onto the ovals, trying to get past one of the GT3 cars. So that.
Can you also sorry to make you do this all the time, but can you check the lap differences between Tempest and Petra?
So Tempest and Petra. So at the moment, Tempest is lapping best part of a second quicker than Petra at the moment, and he's actually putting in personal best sectors at the moment as Tempest.
Okay. Let's check if anyone wants an interview, and no. Stanislas Payol, I'm gonna pronounce his name so badly, is going to be going into P13 from being like P20 something few hours ago, like P22, P23 ages ago. Now going up to P13, they've been very persistent, and it's paid off for them, obviously.
Indeed, and Pfeiffer just taking out more time, although his lap times are starting to level out with the others. Gibb is now running faster than Lalu. Lalu being 7/10 off of Gibb now, so I think potentially maybe came across some traffic, and in fact Lalu's suddenly gone even quicker now. He's definitely, that must have been some sort of traffic, as he's running 6/10 of a second quicker again than Giebfried, and Pfeiffer's putting in some 36 deads, which is exactly the same as what Giebfried's doing at the moment.
Yeah, Lalu and Pfeiffer are not far anymore. It's going to be close, and we don't know what fuel Giebfried's on, so he could be halfway, he could also be nearly empty. That'll be a very interesting thing to see. Yeah. Obviously the night in endurance racing is one of the most important times. I think the most famous night in endurance racing, for me at least, is the 2016 one, where the Toyotas both had accidents and lost in the race. Oh! As Pfeiffer's gone into the side of the future Sim Sports car while trying to lap him. That will go to Varga. We'll put the blame on Varga, as he is being lapped at the current moment.
Yeah, and something else to look for gap-wise is Bohr down in 20th overall and currently placed 5th, I believe, in class. Although I don't know what's going on.
Fifth.
No,
Ben's Pantakai's gone
there.
wide.
Because Bohr was, I could have sworn Bohr was further up the order earlier.
I think they had an issue. One of their cars, I think, they had an issue earlier. That's why they're back there, I think.
But he's being caught by Boghort. I've probably said that name wrong, but in 6th place. Who's currently, although it's all kind of, yeah, it's approximately 2 seconds between them.
I think that's Alton, isn't it? Yeah, that's Alton.
For 7th. No, sorry, for P5, I mean, in GT3.
Yeah. The Alton Motorsport against the Iris Motorsport. Should be a good race. Well, should be a good battle, sorry.
Yep, BMW versus Ferrari. It was quite strange because we found the BMWs last season on some of the faster circuits to be somewhat dominant, and coming into this season, the BMWs just don't seem to have the same pace that they were showing in the hands of some drivers last season.
I mean, it might be that they've been. Have they been BOP'd or not?
I'm not quite sure to be honest.
Does that be a reason? I mean, the BMWs in general, like, they've always been quite good at straight line speed tracks. We've seen it a lot in the real life road of 24 of Daytona. They've always been quick here. 2020 they won the race obviously with the M8 competition. Brilliant car, I must say. But yeah, that's been won by them. BMWs in general have been known to be quite heavy but very straight line speed oriented cars. Yeah. Ah, okay. Jeff has just told us that the GT3 Iris lost connection and 3 laps. They have been very unlucky.
Yes,
Thank
indeed.
you, Jeff. Oh, wait, did we say that Martin Military retired? That was completely wrong. He is back in the race. We apologise for that mistake. Well, I apologise because I said it.
Yeah, however, yeah, he's gone from being second in class to he's fourth in class at the moment. So he's lost. Obviously, something wasn't quite right, but yeah, still going.
Fife is really close now.
Yeah, he's lapping. His previous lap time compared to Lalu was 1.2, as we see Shakira off again on the infield section. Is that the infield section? Yeah, it looks to be. But yeah, going back to Pfeiffer, his previous lap time, and he's lapping a hell of a lot quicker than Lalu now. Previous lap time was a 133.5 to Lalu's 135.7. So I can only assume that Lalu came into some traffic at some point.
And I think also a lot of people, because as someone has told me, RF2 M6 is not really quick in a straight line, more has punch out of corners and good tyre wear. That's what Lucas Lichten told us, obviously a competitor here. That's actually very interesting to hear, because I always thought of BMWs as quite good at straight line speeds. But thank you for the information. I'm taking it from chat. I'm there. As we've currently got von Ruben Giepfried going onto the oval. Roy Ton, he's not been particularly good, has he, this race? It's been kind of disappointing for that 360 Motorsport GT car, hasn't it?
I mean, I haven't really looked into that. Some of obviously there's been a few incidents here, there, and problems occurring before I got into the box that I've missed. So it's kind of, there's obviously the teams that are running where you'd expect them to be, and other teams that are kind of, you know, very much misplaced. And a thing that seems to be cropping up is people coming into particular issues here and there. So I'm not quite sure about that. But yeah.
Ooh, as David Petra's made a mistake. That's very strange. She's just dropped the car under braking into turn 1. Very interesting.
Yeah, that is 11th place. So I think that's kind of what we've been seeing quite a lot, especially from the LMP2 cars.
Ooh, sorry. Roy Ton went into Thomas Richt's car.
We see Militai going off on the infield section and losing his rear wing, so that's got to be a code 80 coming in too. As he's going to be going onto the banking soon, and it's going to be a slow moving McLaren with some very fast moving cars coming on the banking.
I'm not
Okay,
sure.
drivers, become code 80 in 10 seconds.
Going to be quite a short code 80, to be honest. He's going to cut the chicane.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
So does that mean that Gibfried may use this opportunity to come into the pits and get a bit of a cheap pit stop? Obviously, like we said, we kind of lost track of what his stint is at the moment.
Depends where he's on the banking, I guess, then, because what's it called? Isn't actually that far. If he's in the second portion, I'd say go for it, because you're going to get a few seconds, and that's very important between the Lalu Gietvried battle, which is going to be a very. I'm really looking forward to watching. Yeah, he's on the second part, but
Pfeiffer's pitting.
Pfeiffer's pitting. Gietvried does not. Gietvried doesn't pit. He continues.
And our leader is also pitting at the same time, as we see Dylan going off on the infield behind code 80.
Hugo Tempest just exiting pits right now. That's very strange. That's a very strange thing.
Obviously, yeah, quite a bit of action on pit road. We've got
Okay,
our
drivers,
leader
we go green
in.
flag in 10 seconds.
So we go green. Pfeiffer is out of the pit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
If I were Gietvried, I would let Pfeiffer pass, because Pfeiffer's not going to want to wait.
Well, obviously Pfeiffer is 55 seconds off the back of Lalu now, but on much fresher tyres. But so he managed to get that gap down to approximately 30.
As
about 30
Gietvried's gone off, and Pfeiffer, for that matter. Sorry to interrupt. Just surprised me. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, and also we see a change for the 21 Mugen sim racing car, our leader, as it is David Kolokski in the car now.
When Pfeiffer's been in that car also for a very long time, but not as long as I think, Mr.
I think Pfeiffer got in the car mid, probably within the first half hour of me commentating. So that was started around 6 o'clock. So I think it was about 6:30 my UK time that he got in the car.
Okay. Anyways, we've got a battle on the thing between Wesley Boken and the BMW M6. I think that's Bora.
Yeah. So this was heating up for the last few laps, really. Boku has been putting in consistently faster lap times than Bora.
Yeah. As he is slipstreaming down the first banking, as the Burn Horizon car goes around the outside, will that hinder them? No, it won't. That might give an advantage to Wesley Bogut. No, he doesn't. He goes down the inside with a huge amount more slipstream, but he's going down into the chicane. That's very hard to go side by side with. Will he do it? Yes, he will. Good move from Wesley Bogut as he continues on his way. Very clean move from the Dutchman.
Was there a ever so slight touch just before they came into the chicane there? It looked very close.
Yeah, I think that. I mean, I'm check on stream quickly because I've got the stream on my iPad down here, so I can just look if there's like a replay. It's very helpful.
But yeah, Bogut seeming to be rocketing away, not pulling out a few car lengths, although it looks like Bora's coming back at him. Is he going to have a go back into turn 1? Well, I don't think he's going to be close enough.
When will Gietvried go into the pits? Because he's been out there for ages.
And as you said, has had a little bit of an off. So I'd have thought, you know, possibly when spinning off, may have put a bit of a flat spot on the tyres and dirtied the tyres a bit. So depending on where they are in the stint, I'd be saying like I'd want some new tyres by now.
Martin Novak and Hugo Tempes are also. Oh, never mind. I thought they were quite close, but they're not. Well, they're close for the race currently, and many people are there. But yeah, I think Petra's closer.
Yeah, 25 seconds off the back of Tempes. And currently lapping, it's a give or take. They're running roughly about 3 to 4 temps quicker is Petter to Tempes.
As Agos Forgax has gone in instead of gone in for Vargas. Very good to see. I think we're all just waiting for the Geep Frip Lalu battle.
Well, that's one of the good things about endurance racing is that you do get the odd breaks now and then all of a sudden there's a big crescendo and everything suddenly gets a bit hectic all of a sudden, and then it chills back down again.
I mean, as we've just seen, it was quite hectic just now with the battle. But I mean, if it rains again, that can really spice up the grid. We've obviously got like 28 cars still on the grid, which is pretty good. I mean, yes, 10, 11 cars have retired, but still, we've got a good sized field still.
Yeah, and obviously that, from what I saw earlier with the rain, the LMP2 cars just didn't like the wet weather conditions. It seemed like the GT3 cars seem to be handling okay in the wet, but most of the cars that were struggling in those conditions seemed to be the LMP2 cars.
I mean, my team was struggling awfully. I didn't feel very, because I was driving during the rainstorm. I didn't feel particularly comfortable in the car. It just felt very odd and very how do I put it? Very well spinny, basically, because you basically just aquaplaned half the time, especially towards the beginning, and especially like 40 minutes or so. I was just spinning half the time. It was really frustrating. But then, obviously, when I pit, I felt much more comfortable, and it was just much more nicer because the rain had stopped and stuff.
I guess the other problem you also have is it's kind of like a very psychological thing when you go from dry to wet, and obviously you've got to drive slower, or you will be driving slower in the wet, but you have that thought in your head that you're driving slow and you could actually be going faster than everyone else, sort of thing. So you kind of push a bit too hard in the wet weather conditions.
Yeah, it's also very annoying to see like the time like going like 4 tenths off, 5 tenths off, 6 tenths off, and then you're just like 9 seconds off, and you're just like, oh god, where's my pace gone? That's thing very annoying, especially when I was at the soft tires toward the end of the team's run in the race, and then we retired. Yeah, that was not fun. Okay. Yeah, it happens. Okay. As Ruben Giepfritz still staying outside, could one of you please tell me how much fuel you have left? I genuinely want to know.
Yeah, and Pfeiffer, obviously on the fresher tyres, he's lapping, well over 2 seconds quicker than Gieffried, and as we see the 16 car now being driven by Forgax, that's a different driver in it now, isn't it?
Oh, Forgax has gone off.
Yeah, and yeah, so he's backed it off, but it's only a minor spin, and he's back off going at it, and that it's another incident or another spin at that pesky turn 1 for the LMP2 cars.
As we were saying earlier, it's not an easy corner to do.
Yeah.
It would be cool to do this track, to be fair, because you've got so many different aspects of racing. You've got road racing, you've got oval racing, and then you've got chicane. I mean, the bus stop chicane here is one of my favourite corners. It's really nice and quick for a bus stop. It's really nice, and you get a really nice slingshot off it, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, but again, it's kind of one of those corners that you gotta get it just right, and if you veer off too much, you may clip a curb too much, and as we've seen a few times, you spin round, and we've seen quite a few drivers do that so far in this race.
As Geepfrey, Jesus Christ, he is still going.
He's still going. I mean, the gap's not coming down massively by Pfeiffer. It's still 51 seconds to Lalu. He is, although on that previous lap, I think he must have came into some traffic because he was approximately 2 seconds slower than Lalu on that previous lap. But Geepfried is even slower. His last lap was 137 compared to Lalu's 134, so I think Lalu got some traffic there as well, which was even slower or hindered him more than Pfeiffer. So yeah, this is getting quite interesting, to be honest, because I don't know when he is going to pit.
As we're nearing onto 6.5 hours of driving right now. We're going on for a really long time, but there's even more to still come.
Yeah, and you know, gaps down the order. They've kind of spread out a bit. You got I think the Mugen car, the 88 car has been taken over.
Sorry to interrupt, but he's finally pitting.
Oh, at last.
Yeah.
He's
Now,
yep, in the pits.
next thing we know, Lalu is pitting this lap too.
So that's going to put them out very close to Pfeiffer potentially.
Lalu's going to get him by quite a bit, I think. No, he's in the chicane. This is going to be a very good thing. Pfeiffer, nah, he's a bit too far, I believe.
Yeah, very.
It's going to be between Lalu and Ruben. Geepfrey, but yeah, I'm really looking. I hope that they're close, because it's going to be.
It'll be interesting because
as there's Lalu. Geepfrey isn't out yet, and Lalu's taken him.
Lalu's gone through.
Then you're right. Pfeiffer could be a good one. I think he's going to go in the middle.
I think it's going to be very close. I think Geepfried, as long as it's a regular stop and there's no damage that has to be done, is.
Geepfried's out now. Yeah, that's. Pfeiffer's going to catch him though, probably.
Frogat has a spin on the infield section. But yeah, so he's out, and Pfeiffer is now 24 seconds off at the back of Geepfried. But Pfeiffer, again, as we said, churning in some brilliant lap times. So it'd be interesting to see what Geepfried manages once he's done his first flying lap on these new fresh tyres.
This is going to be a very good battle, as Pfeiffer is also not far behind. And as we know, Pfeiffer's not a slow driver.
Yeah, and obviously Geepfried trying to get heat into the new tyres and just get feel for things is losing a little bit of time in his opening out lap. He's got 30 seconds off of Lalu, and Pfeiffer's now 24 seconds off the back of Geepfried. Few personal bests sectors starting to appear again. Our leader, Kloska, has done a personal best third sector, and so he's lapping. Currently, he's still the fastest car, only just. But it is obviously the Mugen Sim Racing 21 and 20 1-2 at the moment. And we see that is Kiri having a spin on the infield.
Oh, that's the Fina car from Mario Sequeira.
Yes, Quira, yeah. And the thing thing was, he was pushing. He was putting in personal best sectors up until that spin. And Martin Novak also putting in some personal best sectors. At the moment on, still waiting on Giebfried's first. First sector's coming through now. Yeah, Giebfried's putting in some personal bests.
As I'm just trying to find a battle currently. It's probably going to be between Giebfried, Lucas.
Well, you got Sean Jones currently just under 5 seconds off the back of Christian Lewis for P20 overall. And
He's just switched with Wesley, so Wesley's just gone out of the car. Very well spotted. As Alex Tunbridge is just leaving the pit. He's a bit further behind. That's an 8-lap difference between Tunbridge and Begic. So.
And looking in on some of the comments, we got Funny Minion, who is watching the racing with their son Frank, who really loves his motorsport by the looks of things and really loves his Formula One. And yeah, it's great. It's great to have you and everyone else along for the journey. So we're hoping to see some a lot more exciting racing coming up ahead. With obviously, as we were saying, like some of the gaps starting to come down as we get closer towards the middle part of the race during the night.
Yeah, we hope you're enjoying it. It's a lot of fun to commentate. To be fair, I quite enjoy it. As we're currently watching Denis Ashenko currently going through the corners, usual business in the Unison Racing. They've had a very strange mixed race though, because at the beginning they had obviously a bit of a comeuffle with the Fina Vond car spinning off, as I think, in my personal opinion, the Fina Vond car lost a bit of control and went into him. But I think it was a racing incident because I think that the Unison Racing could have given a bit more space there. But yeah, that was very unfortunate, and they've really clawed their way back. Now obviously in P7 out of 22 LMP cars. A lot of them have retired, yes, but that's still a very valiant effort for the last season's champions.
And still looking into this P4, P5 battle for Lou, Giebfried and Pfeiffer. Lou's coming into pit now, and he was lapping faster than Giebfried, and Giebfried was actually not managing to make any inroads onto him on those fresher tyres, and he was putting personal bests in on his in lap, so still had some performance left in those tyres. And Pfeiffer is 19 seconds off Giebfried.
I think Lalu will be overtaken by Pfeiffer now.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a done move. Now Lalu's got quite a long pit stop. He spent half of the race. Obviously, if you want in the YouTube chat to do some discussion, we're happy to do some discussion.
Yeah, and Pfeiffer around 18 seconds off of Freed now, so he's absolutely monstered the gap so far. to
Also,
Freed.
Lally has just exited pit lane.
Yeah, Lou's exited the pit lane, is now 32.9 seconds off the back of Pfeiffer, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do on those fresh tyres, because he was putting some good lap times in even on his worn tyres. Looking further along down, the Dream Team Corvette of Bent's Shazcats is setting personal best sectors, so it'll be interesting to see what lap times he's churning out.
Also, Jessica Belletti has also just gone into the Burn Horizon. Let's see what she can do to she might catch Tom Dillon maybe, as he's gone. No, they're over a lap in difference. Never mind. Well, Tom Dillon's just pit. If he's got a long one, that could be an interesting battle, and they're going to be on the same lap soon. Oh, she's unlapped herself now.
Yeah, so obviously, yeah, Tom Dillon in the pits, and yeah.
As there's a yellow
Jessica.
sector 1, something's happened.
Usually, it's gone quite quickly, so I guess it was someone going either slightly wide coming out of turn 1 or in the infield of turns 4, I believe.
Oh, I was just going to say we might have a battle between Hugo Tempest and David Petra, but David Petra's just trying to unlap himself.
Yeah, and the gap is still coming down. Pfeiffer now 15 seconds off of Giebfried.
Yeah, obviously we're all waiting for the big battle in in LMP2 between Ruben Giebfried and Maren Pfeiffer for P4.
Pfeiffer, he's lapping 1.8 seconds quicker than Giebfried at the moment.
And Giebfried has just been held up through the chicane, so obviously lots can happen.
And let's see how Lou is doing. He hasn't, as of yet, he hasn't completed his first flying lap.
I think he's currently on his first lap. Forgax is also getting Ben Jacques. Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. I mean, I know Akos Forgax is in a different class, but still, bit of a...
Sean Jones is still closing on Christian Lewis. However, they're kind of trading blows with lap times at the moment. They're kind of, it's like a tenth here and a tenth there, and the gap is now down to 3.1 seconds at the moment.
Yeah, that's a very close battle.
That is for P20 overall, and that is also that's for P6 in GT3.
Yeah, those two cars, the AFP and the AFP number, I think that's the 999. Sorry if that's wrong, AFP. Let me just quickly check when they're coming past.
Also, quite weirdly, we saw Lukacs getting a bit squirrely coming out of the bus stop chicane. Although it seems to be tracking quite fine going down the straight. Although no, that wasn't the bus stop chicane, that was just coming onto the banking. He's going into the bus stop chicane now. No, quite odd, but I think it all looks a plain sailing there.
Pfeiffer can also already see Mr. Giebfried.
Yeah, that is coming down. It's under 13 seconds now. And Ben Sazax is now less than 2 seconds off of Akos Forgax for, that is 15th position, I believe, overall, and that is the LMP2 guys.
Yeah, Pfeiffer's really got closing in now quickly. He seems to be really putting the foot down in the AFP number 99.
Shenko pits us from 7th place in the Unison Racing. But yeah, Pfeiffer, as that is Brecula.
Also, sorry to interrupt, but is that, wait, what car is that? The number 12 running LMP2, what car is that? That's what I'm wondering.
The Reading Game Studios number 72.
Ah, yeah, they've switched. They've switched driver to Joe Gosditis, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, Jogard Stitis.
Anyways, I'm going to be off for like 2-3 minutes. Give me a sec. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously we've all got keen eyes on the battle for P4 as Gibfried is now getting a bit of a hurry up right now. He's put in a personal best first sector, so he's definitely doing all he can to keep a charging Pfeiffer behind. However, Pfeiffer still, even with that personal best first sector, he's still lapping quicker than Gibfried, and the gap is now down to 8 seconds nearly for that battle for P4. And this is the battle for, or this is the P2 car this is position 2 for the GT3 section. And Escalates is running at the moment. How far off is he? Because I remember mentioning him before. He's currently 19 seconds off of. Oh, hang on a minute. I'm just being a bit stupid. The car in front of it's a P2 car, so obviously that thing's going to be going much quicker. As we see Sequira off again, not having the best of times in this current stint. Close battles looking down. Jones is closing even more. He's now 1.3 seconds off the back of Lewis for what is 20th place overall, but P6 in the GT3. So that is becoming quite a close battle, as it's down to a second. Now Pfeiffer is 7 seconds off of Gibfree now. So Gibfree, even though attempting to put personal best laps in, only managing 1 minute 37, so that's got to be down to traffic, as we see Hugo Tempes having a slight spin at that turn 1. Currently in 10th position. Now this is Lalu. Now what sort of lap times is he putting in at the moment? Obviously he's on the fresh tyres. He's actually lapping marginally quicker than Pfeiffer just ahead. I mean, it's only just marginal, about 0.2 of a lap, but then even then that is about 2.5 seconds quicker than Gibfree. So we see a gaggle of cars, and that is Sean Jones, who is just moving up into. Is he just moving up into 6th position just there? There's a gaggle of cars around there, and indeed he has moved in front of Lewis.
I was just gonna do that. Anyway. Yeah. Just going through the chicane. We've got. Will there be some slipstreaming? Maybe.
Well, it seems Lewis has kind of gone offline slightly going through the chicane, so lost a little bit of time and traction out of the chicane.
We could see a good battle happen between Joe Gosditis and Jessica Paletia.
Yes, that is currently 18 seconds. Moving on up to Pfeiffer, because this is getting starting to get pretty close now. It's near 5 seconds now, the gap, as we see the 2nd place car in GT3 of Ben Sisenka has gone off in the infield section, lost his rear wing, so that's going to be a code 80 surely.
That could. delay the battle between those two even longer, which is annoying.
Okay, drivers, become code 80 in 10 seconds.
That's gonna be a long one.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, code 80.
Okay, now we can calm down.
So we can have a little bit of a relax, but we're surely going to see some sort of pit stop action across the field in this code 80. Some people trying to get a cheap pit stop done and dusted if they're somewhere close to the end of their stint.
Anyway, as we are currently sitting on the code 80, the Corvette's going to be in soon, so we're going to have the code 80 soon be over. Bife has gone in now. We're never going to get a battle, are we? That could put him ahead of Yukapeka Lalu, though.
We go green flag in 10 seconds.
As goes Ditis and Tempest
5,
both going.
4, 3, 2, 1, green flag.
I'll watch that between Lalu. Because that's gonna be nah, Lalu's gonna get him, isn't he? Is he? I don't know. No, Fife is not. This is the thing with endurance racing. So many people are on so many different strategies, especially in esports endurance racing, because people make mistakes. It's just.
Ooh, it looks like the second place, or now currently third place GT3 car that has caused this code 80 has awkwardly placed himself into his pit box, which is meant the car in the pit box behind has had to hit reverse and get round him. So yeah, Pfeiffer is back out on track and is currently 13 seconds off of Lalu on again fresh rubber. And all that is Brankler going round in currently P10. Currently P10, I believe, in the GT3, yes.
Attention drivers, we come to a red flag. Everybody slow
Ooh.
down and pull into
Ooh,
the
a red
pits.
flag.
This is
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
be very interesting.
As it is showing on the timing screens, approximately 4 drivers in the top 11 of LMP, of LMP2 are showing as DNFs, including our leader.
That's going to be. I somehow have a feeling that we're going to have to restart the race, put the amount of minutes in, and then do that like that. Let's see. Yeah, a lot of people. Oh, the RF2 servers have fucked up. Yeah. They've kicked a bunch of people. Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting thing. This will bunch up the field completely again, so we should see some good rates and something interesting. It will take a minute though to restart, so yeah, hold tight, sit tight, everyone. This will mean that we have to restart the server, don't we?
Stay in the pits and in your car for now, but it's likely there will be a server restart.
So yeah, confirmation there that there's large potential that there is going to be a server restart.
Do not make any driver swaps during this red flag period.
And again, this is part of the joys of sim racing. That there are multiple things that can occur and have to be overcome that you don't see in part of the racing in the real world, which really, puts massive stress on the organizers of the championship. And you got to give it to the guys at EERC. They do put a tremendous amount of work into getting this championship up and running.
Yeah, thanks for them to even be making this possible. I mean, I've enjoyed it so much. I mean, during this, we could actually also have some interviews maybe from some drivers and see how they've been doing. I think that I'd like that a lot. I mean, even if they want to, though.
And it is coming up. It's coming up towards 9 o'clock UK time, which is going to be tick off to 17 hours left. So that will be coming towards the end of my first stint on comms.
I've still got another hour with you guys, so yeah.
I should be rejoining you guys at some point in the morning for a couple of hours.
I'm staying on for an hour longer, and then I'm off, and then I wake up at like 5 a.m. GMT. So I'm a bit worried I'm gonna miss this. I'm gonna sleep in. So yeah, I'm probably gonna have to have like a whole alarm clock.
Does that mean that there's going to be best part of 10 different alarm clocks all set at once?
Yes.
Just in case that one doesn't go off because you're super worried it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna have my phone on the side. Wake up at 6 a.m. when nobody's awake. Turn on the thing. Get myself something to like some water to drink. Yeah. It's going to be hard, but it's possible. I signed up to this. I chose my stints. So. Also, in 3 weeks, we also go to Sebring, brilliant American track, and I think then we go to Suzuka. 2 great circuits.
Two great circuits and 2 very different circuits. Both of them have their own individual challenges.
With Sebring being mainly flat, with very quick corners and quite long straights, and Suzuka being very hilly and a figure 8.
I also find the Suzuka circuit to be quite bumpy in places, and kind of when you're feeling a bit tired and not fully concentrating on the road ahead, those bumps can sometimes catch you out.
Anyways, we will be restarting the server. Do you care to join me for the restart?
I believe it as it gets to 9 o'clock. I am gonna be going to get some. So sorry about that.
No, don't worry. I'll be fine. As I said, if any drivers are watching currently, if you care to join me for an interview, I'll be happy to interview you. As we currently wait for the server to restart, we have to leave then, don't we?
I haven't got a clue. I don't know, to be honest.
Let's just wait and see. No, it's just restarting now. Yeah, I think I have to leave now because I've lost connection.
Yep, everyone on the stream is now no longer in pit road.
I think we should then leave the track and rejoin, I guess. This is going to take another 10-15 minutes as we have to get the people in. This is a very
Yeah, it's easier said than done.
Yeah. Give it 5 to 10 minutes to sort out the time and the It'll be like 5-10 minutes. Give it a bit of time to restart and then we should be good. But yeah, I mean, first part of the race is good. We'll probably have another 2 restarts if it goes on like this. Well, no, another 1 more restart probably.
Yeah, it's definitely been well, with the wet conditions playing a massive part in the first part of the race.
Yeah.
It's definitely kept all drivers on their toes.
Mm.
But with that, it's now.
Now we just wait for everything to set up, get reset
Yeah.
again.
So I think I'm going to head off now,
Okay.
and I will join the team again at some point tomorrow morning. Obviously, thanks for being alongside me, Tobias, and I hope the night stint goes well.
Yeah, I'm only doing 1 more hour. So, anyway, good night.
All right.
As I'm currently on my own. I'll probably be reading a bit more chat as I'm a bit lonely. Yeah, we probably will have all fuel and stuff reset because you can't have everything be reset like that. It's too hard. So yeah, probably yes, we're gonna have everything be resetted. But that also means that the whole field gets bunched up, which will be very interesting for racing. So yeah, we've got a lot of things happening. As I said, drivers, if you want to join for an interview, please, might be interesting. But yeah, we just have to sit tight, give it 5 to 10 minutes. As I said, we should be back up. 5-10 minutes of left. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to ask any questions, I'll be happy to answer them if I
Okay,
can.
just a quick explanation. The server seemed to have a high uptick, and that's what caused the disconnects. If you disconnected through that quick wave, you will be let in. If you DNF'd before that, you won't. The server is now up, so if you can join, the race is set to be 17 hours long, so you've lost realistically 2 or 3 minutes once this is set up, and the grid order and the lap count will be taken from lap 231. So if everyone who was driving before can rejoin the server.
Thank you to Chris. Edward, I am coping okay. I'm a bit tired. Eyes are going a bit blurry. Well, starting to go a bit blurry, but I should be fine to do it the hour. I could maybe even go a bit longer if anyone needs me to. So yeah, going well. And I'm back in the server at least. I hope that the EERC endurance thing goes back in so it can follow me. Fingers crossed we start at dusk again. We should. But yeah, now we have to get the grid ready, and then we're probably going to do it from a rolling start. This is going to bunch up the grid extremely. This is going to be a very good restart. I don't know how they're going to do laps. So, but anyways, as I said, if any driver wants to join me quickly, if you're in the car or not, please. For the third time, please. Obviously, I'm gonna have to look a bunch more. I don't have Ryan to help me, sadly. But yeah, this is a bit daunting because this is my first time commentating on my completely on my own, as I usually this is the first maybe. Sorry if I stutter a lot. I get I'm quite nervous. So I sort of I'm sort of a bit nervous right now, and yeah. If any of you want to ask any questions about the race, how it's going, then feel free to do that. I'm really happy to answer anything you want. So I'm a bit quiet, obviously waiting for the whole thing to set up again. This will take a bit. We have to wait for everything to get ready again. So, and again, if any driver wants to join me for an interview, just Send me a message. I'm very lonely.
Make sure that when you're joining, you're set to not spectate. Otherwise, you'll just put as a spectator. You need to be spectate off. Do not driver swap through the red flag.
Anyways, let me fill you on if you've just joined what's happened. So we're just waiting for a few people to just rejoin after we've had these. We've just got a few rejoins. Just wait. We just have to wait for people to join, get ready, get in their car, be able to get in. Nobody's going to be out on the track right now. We're just waiting. So yeah. Well, we hope to continue this, and anyways, sorry, I can't stress this enough, but I'm so nervous with this, and I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's my first time commentating on this sort of event, and thank you so much to Chris for letting me. I mean, I hope he's, and I personally think, I mean, I've not been doing too bad for a first ever league race commentary thing, and I'm very excited and very nervous. But yeah, as you know, currently waiting for everyone to get rejoin. Yeah. Everyone, stay patient. We'll be with you in a sec. And yeah, that's happening right now. As we're currently going through, just waiting, and I'm probably gonna be a bit quieter now. So, decals are out. My game hasn't really loaded in yet, so I can't really see anything. As I said, this will take a bit of time, so just stay patient. We'll get it all ready. Yeah. There's background red flag just sitting here. Anyway, just sorting out the grid, I'm guessing, right now, so give it a bit, and then we'll be good. So, as I said, I'm open to having conversations in the chat.
I'm going to give a couple more minutes to the people who still haven't joined. We're nearly there from what I can gather.
Is your answer to when we start? Yeah, just give it a bit of time and then we'll be good. I'll be a bit quiet for a few minutes, so give me a sec.
Okay, I'm going to advance the ball and set the grid now, so if you're not in, then I've given you 13 minutes. will be advancing to the race momentarily.
And I'm back. Sorry for being so As we're going to the grid.
Okay, we'll be doing a formation lap, so make sure you run on code 80 pit limiter.
I might ask one of the I might quickly go and ask one of the if they're gonna be if they're all gonna be on the same lap or if they're gonna be different laps. I'm just gonna ask quickly. So give me a sec. Oh, as we're going to the formation lap, never mind. As let's watch it from Daniel Kalish's side. Going on to the formation lap. I'm not gonna. I might as well try and run you through the grid. So on pole we've got Daniel Kalish's followed by Kiss. David Kalish's followed by Daniel Kiss. And then we've got Attila Lucas, Keepfried, Pfeiffer, Lalu, Ashenko. You will know the field. You've seen it. So yeah, you can read it on the side. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at that. But yeah, as they're going through, huge field. I'm wondering if they're going to be all on the same lap, because if they are, we've got very exciting few laps to go. Hopefully they can change the time also to dusk, but we were going deep into the night. Still got over 1,000 minutes to go. 1,020. As the LMP boys are roaring in. The laps. I'm not sure if they're gonna change the laps for everyone. I'm gonna ask probably, but I can't check. So yeah, obviously we've had a server restart. So yeah, just sit tight and wait. We'll see what happens. And you know what? While we're on the formation lap.
Can everyone just double check their lap count to make sure it's correct?
Oh no, I think we're gonna have specific laps. Yep, laps are different counts. So I think the big battles are gonna be between Geepfried, Pfeiffer, and Lalu. Yeah. By the way, I can't change the laps. I'm just a commentator, not a steward. See, I think. Ooh, I mean, another. No, I was gonna say Lucas Attila, but never mind. I mean, Kiss and Kalish Sly, they're on the same lap, and that could be a good one. Obviously we've got P2. Because we've restarted the server. So yeah, just wait. I think it's because we restarted the server. It might go down. So yeah, I've got about 36 minutes in, and then I think you've got like an hour of silence. So yeah, we're going to the green. I'll follow on with the leader. We finally got that. This thing is now everybody's laps are everybody's things reset. So yeah, I'm gonna have to be very awake. I'm alone at the worst possible time probably. I'm a bit scared. Should be fine though. I'd suggest watching P4 to P4 to P6 or even 7. No, P4 to P6. Watch that battle. Well, because I'll get into trouble if I'm not quieter, so I'm not allowed to be loud, and it's quite late for me, so yeah, I have to be a bit quieter, so that's why we're so quiet. As we're currently going onto it, LMP green flag, prototype green flag, we should be hearing any time now. No? Oh, they're checking laps, okay, so we're gonna have to try that one. Okay. Anyways, as I said, please watch P4 to P6, that's the big battle going on in the race. P3's 2 laps ahead, so yeah. Kiss is quite far behind, obviously, so yeah, it's not really... Turn, no, you're not seeing the start again, it's just that we've restarted the server. So yeah, that's why, yeah. So yeah, just wait. As we're just waiting to go back to green. And then I'll be commentating through for about half an hour or so. So, and then I think we'll be on silent for about an hour or so. And then we go back, we've got another team. Someone else in for the night. Yeah. As my PC's become an airplane. Because I think they've had to restart the server. I'm not sure why it's not night. Don't ask me for that one. You have to DM Chris Tompkins. I don't know what's going to go to green. Probably sorting out laps. But just give it a second. And I should be going green. At the wonderful Daytona road course. On lap 233. As I think we'll be going to green now. Fingers crossed. Hello, everyone. Hey, Callum. I mean, I just knew. Hello, Triple. You probably don't even know who I am right now, but I. Yep. As you know, we're all restarting. I'm hoping we go green this lap. I'm not sure though, because I'm not stupid. Yep. Please don't ask me if I know why this is, because I most likely won't know the answer. Yeah. Will it be green flag? Don't think so. No. Give it a few laps, then we'll be in. Might as well ask, actually.
The current people who are missing and the people who driver swap, despite me telling them not to driver swap. The teams who are driver swap lose 5 laps.
Jesus Christ, that's aggressive. There. As people will get 5 laps reduced, which will probably mean we'll get another lap off of this. Honestly, this is taking quite a long time, so. Hoping to go very quickly. Just a bit quiet, a bit tired now. It's not. Yeah. Oh, we've restarted again. Yeah. No. Okay, we're going to the grid. Sorry it's taking a bit quite this long. So we've had to sort out this stuff. Yeah. Wait, why is... Okay, I think I've crashed. Okay, so this is going to take a bit of time, so sit in for a bit of a long hour. Jesus. Yeah. Okay, so people that change drivers will be given a 5-lap. This will be losing 5 laps, which is a lot, especially at a track like Daytona. I think that's about 7.5 minutes behind, which is huge. Personally, think they should be put a lap behind. That's 1 minute and 30, and that's already a huge gap. And that's like a pit stop, so that's a bit more realistic in my opinion. But hey, that's what they're doing, so. We will be imposing radio silence for a little bit until we wait for everything to get sorted. Oh, whoever asked what happened, server broke. Yes, we're going to the grid now. Yep, going to the grid. I've got about 24 minutes. I'm hoping to commentate the start. I'll try to get as much, and hopefully till it dies down. Yep. I'm not sure if someone can tell me how the weather's doing, that'd be nice. But yep, really, you should join here. This is a good moment in the race. Fife has not gone onto the grid. Oh, this was bad. This is very, very bad.
Again, move away and code 80 formation. For the one LMP2 at the back, please go to the back of the LMP2 class GTs. Do not hold it up.
This is really, really bad for the FP car, because he's going to be in the traffic of squabbling LMP2 cars, which will, it will sort themselves out because they have to let it all pass, so you should be a bit further behind. Finally should have that good battle between Lalu and Heapford. I've been waiting for ages for. But as this is an endurance race, anything can happen, especially at the front, and will have to be as careful as possible to not crash. Sorry for the long wait, by the way. Yeah. Been a bit annoying, but it had to be done, to be honest. If we want this to be run well, we need it to be run properly, and this is something we have to do, take precautions to ensure that it's better.
If you're having issues with the Alpha side of the race now, so if you're having issues still in your races, then I'm going to remove you from the race because we need to get this race started.
So, getting ready to go to green. As I said, P4 to P6 is the place we're looking. Pfeiffer's in the pits though. And Lalu seems to be put on the wrong laps. Yeah.
Can the GT field drop back from the P2 field a bit, please? Thank you.
They need to change Lalu's laps a bit. Ooh. And the DAC reading game, I think that's the reading game car, has gone. That's not the reading game car, that's the DEAC car, as I'm gonna go. It's going to restart, just give it some time. It needs to be done properly. They need to change Lalu's laps. They need to give him an extra lap. As Pfeiffer's going to be racing, I think we're going to have an extra lap.
Green flag, P2.
As we go green in the P2 class. As Forgax goes, oh Jesus Christ, this is going to be a mess. I need to quickly sprint too.
GT, green flag.
Sorry if I'm not commentating right now. As we go green, 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 and it is live. As we are currently looking at Yuka Lalu versus Marin. Well, Lalu's had a rubbish start. It's Denis Sashenko, sort of the middle of it. And Martin Novak versus Hugo Temp. Okay, Hugo Temp versus Martin Novak are very, very close. Sorry, this is very hard to do. We've got Alex Forgax, sort of a bit behind, trying to catch up. And you've got Carl Magnus Bore trying to get Adam Surej. He's got Ben Shagax in between them. This is what's going to happen a lot right now. It's very, very congested on the circuit, so anything can happen. Marin Pfeiffer's going to be a bit in the middle of nowhere. That's very helpful. As is Yuka Lalu. Yeah. Ruben Giepfried running consistently for P4. Denis Sashenko doing okay. As Jessica Paletti has DNF'd. Don't know how that happened. David Kolosai and Daniel Kiss running front two. They can do that, obviously. David Kolosai is a lap ahead. That's it. I'll tell you if there's a battle going on, I will comment on that one. Hugo Tempest and Martin Novak are on the same lap, as are Martin Pfeiffer and Denis Sashenko. Yuka Lalu is a lap behind Ruben Giepfried, which is wrong. Yeah, Hugo Tempest and Martin Novak is the one we should be looking at. I'm going to quickly check if there's something in there. There's Adam Surej. Okay, Adam Surej and Magnus Bore is a very, very close battle. Surej is a bit ahead though, so yeah. Sean Jones and Bejic and Christian Lewis all on the same lap, so that's also a very close battle. So yeah, lots of battles on track right now. Well, people on the same laps, so yeah. People are on different laps, that will eventually just lot to pan out. As I said, Denis Sashenko, Martin Pfeiffer in the LMP, Hugo Tempest and Martin Novak probably the closest, as Novak is trying to overtake Ruben Giepfried, sort of not doing very quick, going quickly. As Patrick Attila Lucas is also doing down the inside, 3 wide right now. Very, ooh, oh, we've had a huge accident on the back straight. Oh, huge accident, huge as the car has mounted. Attila Lucas has
We go
lost
code
a
80
lot
in
of
10
time.
seconds.
What an accident we've had there.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80.
Ooh, and then Ruben Giepfried's gone into the back of a car. Ooh, what an accident. That's happened in quite a bad position. Obviously, now we're gone to code 80. That was questionable. Very, very questionable. Huge accident. Mm-hmm. Attila Lucas now lost a lot of time. He's going to code 80. Want to check the close battles. I mean, obviously Martin Novak has lost a lot of time. He's going to have to pit. Hugo Tempest has really made good time about that. So Quiera and Baron Pfeiffer could be a good battle once Pfeiffer gets closer, as he got very unlucky. Let's look in GT. GT we got Suraj and Magnus Borre, Carl Magnus Borre, and then Sean Jones, Ben Bejic, Christian Lewis in GT. More Sean Jones and Ben Bejic, even they are quite far away. So big accident. Wasn't needed. Yeah. Ruben Giepfried could be in a very bad situation right now. Same with Attila Lucas. If he's got huge damage there. They were going at like 200, 300 kilometers. They were going at 300 there. You're doing 306, 307 through that section. So, yep. And Jogith Gazditis has left the race. As Patrick Attila Lukash is on the back straight, going at the last stop. Yep. That was a very interesting start. The Mugen cars got very well away. Ruben Giepfried has got a very damaged car. Denis Sashenko could be the big winner out of this all. Same with Yukabeka Lalo. It's those two. Pfeiffer too could win big, as Ruben Giepfried was in that and they were battling before. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Ruben Giepfried, Patrick Attila Lucas, and Martin Novak are all going to go in the pits. Could also be a big gain. You'd get some huge gains. Yeah. Let's just see. Martin Novak. Yep, Ruben Giepfried, Martin Novak, and Patrick Attila Lucas all go in the pits. Then we'll go back to green, and then I can start commentating again. For about 14 minutes, and then I'm going to have to leave because my stint's over, and I'll get into trouble if I continue. So yeah, that's why I'm also very quiet, because I'll get into trouble. As we've got 16 hours and 49 minutes and a half to go. It's been an interesting minutes, to say the least.
Green flag in 10 seconds.
Okay, let's try and find a good battle.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag.
And we go green again. As I'm currently watching Carl Magnus Borre and Adam Suraj. As it goes back to green, we have Adam Suraj going down, and Magnus Borre is a bit further behind, so that's not really a battle right now. Hugo Tempest following Denis Sashenko. You left behind though. So Quiera is a bit far. Novak's going to be in the pit for a long time, as is Patrick Attila Lucas. They're miles behind. Yukapeka Lalu. Probably be the silent winner in this entire battle. Could maybe even get third if Attila Lucas, because he got the most amount of damage. Bostitis rejoins the race. David Petra's also set to gain big. As we're going through the chicane, he's following Hugo Tempest, who's a lap ahead of him, but he could still overtake him and unlap himself. That could be a good battle going towards the end of the race. As Patrick Attila Lucas out of the pits already, actually. never mind. He was very fortunate. Only lost a rear wing. It looked like a lot, but it wasn't. He's back in the race, currently splitting in P3 comfortably. Then Jukka-Pekka Alalu could get a lot of positions out of us in the Royal Blue Racing car. Denis Sashenko too, but not as much as Jukka-Pekka Alalu. They're completely opposite ends of the lap. Yeah, the lap. There's Marin Pfeiffer there, a bit lonely. I'm trying to find a good battle. Yeah. I'm gonna be going in 11 minutes. I'm not sure if we're gonna have the conditions. I'm not very good at this, as all of the cars who crashed earlier are back. They have also changed to David Gerber. And Martin Novak has been given a stop-go penalty, so he's being blamed for the incident, obviously. As Benz Pantakai is doing very well. Currently, well, basically defending from Giuseppe Pastor. Benz Pantakai is leading the GT, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, he is. Good for him. There could be a good battle for P2 in between Giuseppe Pastor and Ben Jacques. Akos Forgax had a huge incident, so he's lost a lot of time. But yeah, I'm hoping we can get a good battle there. As you know, Srej, Magnus Bohr, and Jones, Ben Begic, and Lewis. More Jones and Begic. Christian Lewis lost a lot of time in that car. Yeah, thanks James. Yep. As he said, weather's probably still going to be live. We've got live weather on. It's just going to be a bit different, as he said. So yeah. It will start to get dark again though sometimes. So we will be driving in the night later on the race, I think. So I'm just trying to find a good battle right now. As Giuseppe Pastor is trying to overtake Bent Pankatai. Okay. Giuseppe Pastor could be a big winner there, because he goes around the outside, up-wrapping himself. Very interesting thing to do. The Team Shiba Racing team has gained a lot of time, as we see Martin Novak leave the pit after doing the stop-go, if I'm not mistaken. As LMP cars are going past. Down the inside, Marin Pfeiffer goes. Benz Bedrick, Sean Jones, those two quite close-ish. The night change will change a bit later, as I said, so... Ooh, as we get a bit of sideways action from Carl Magnus Bore. Same with the, same with one of the Ferraris there. I don't know which Ferrari that is, I'm afraid. As the Abruzzi Rockstar car going out. Marin Pfeiffer and Denis Sashenko on the same lap, but they're completely different areas of the track. Sashenko's more... oh, they're miles away. Kostitis has lost 2 laps. No, Joe Kostitis is... yeah. Bent Pankatai. Giuseppe Pastor, still really close. Akos Forgax trying to get past. Ben Jacques. Currently being hounded by the BMW. Just trying to get down the inside, actually, I might commentate this. Never mind. Around the outside? No, he doesn't have enough speed. The Callaway Corvette is too quick at this point. But, we've currently been pleased about. We've currently got about 16 hours and 43 minutes to go. Obviously we had like a half an hour break. We saw all the issues, which was good. It means that we can continue racing very cleanly. David Petra and Martin Novak, same lap. Oh, but they're mile ahead. Martin Sequeira and Hugo Tempest could be a good... No, never mind. Lauren Pfeiffer and Sequeira, never mind. Denis Sashenko and David Geva. Never mind. Yukapeka Lalu and David... Meh. No, there's not really a battle in LMP after that big accident. Sadly, they sort of ruined it. They sort of ruined it with a huge accident. Sean Jones, followed by Benj Bedrick and Christian Lewis, all battling for P5. Sean Jones and Beth Bedrick a bit closer. Christian Lewis a bit further behind, trailing. Paul Magnus Bore and Adam Surej as Adam Surej cuts the ball. Right, I'm off in 6 minutes for someone else to go. Yep. Zoltan Andras Jash has been disqualified. Gabriel Scheffler's been, well, he's 235 laps behind. What? Bit confusing. Roy Tun, bit in the middle of nowhere again. Alex Thunderbird again. Christian Lewis. Why are there no battles? We needed to dial out a bit. Patrick Attila Lucas currently sitting in P3 still, even though having a big issue. Yukapeka Lalu and David Gerber. Probably the closest thing to a battle we have right now, even though they're not even close. Yep. That's an issue we're currently having. Aaron Fife was trying to catch Denis Sashenko ahead. You never know, he might catch him towards the end of the stint. As he's going around, as Martin Novak's going around the outside of Marin Pfeiffer, and he does it. Good move. Marin Pfeiffer also one of the quickest cars, AFP number 99 car. Meanwhile, we have 50. We will be going, hitting. Oh, time's completely messed up, so don't mess with that. Doesn't matter about what hour it is. Might matter. Shit. I finish in 5 minutes. Or less, actually. Anyway, going down into the inside. Marin Pfeiffer just driving his race now. David Gerber and Yukapeka Lalu. Closest thing to battle we have in LMP2. As Sean Jones is trying to take a go around the outside of Ben Sajak going down the main straight. Does he do it? He's side by side, just still going outside, going into turn 1. No, he doesn't. Thinks better of it. Him and Giuseppe Pastora actually could have a very good battle. They're not very far off each other. And the DEAC. That's the reading game or the DEAC? That's the reading game. Ooh, there's a spawn car, that's Alex Tunbridge. Yeah, the DDoS car, 720S. DDoS car. Spencer Jackas and Giuseppe Pastor. He's getting a bit held up by Ben's Pankatai, which is forcing him into Ben's Jackas.
Attention all drivers, code 8 in 10 seconds.
Has we got a code 8? Yeah. I am probably going to go off.
4, 3, 2, 1, code 80, code 80.
I think that's it for me tonight. I'm gonna end it early. Hope you enjoy it. I think you're gonna be about there. Let me quickly get a bit of the stint sheet so I can check who's next up. And then I'll quickly tell you who's going up next, and then because we've got a whole stint shot. You've got next. So next, you've got Ross, and then. Well, then I think you got me again, actually. Ross, then Pascal, me, James. Then James is joining in with me. Then Ryan comes towards the end, and then I'm again with James and Ed. So anyway, I'm gonna be off now. Good night. really tired. And I need to go to sleep because I'm gonna be up tomorrow early. Good night, everyone. Have fun watching. Yeah, you're gonna get a bit of a imposed radio silence for now. Yep, final goodbye.
Attention all drivers, we come back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag, green flag. Attention all drivers, we come back to code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 80. Attention all drivers, we come back to green in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, code 8. No, green flag, sorry. Green flag.
Code 80, code 80, code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Code 80 ending in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green, green. Code 80, code 80, code 80 in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80 enforced. Code 80 ending in 10 seconds. Code 80 ending in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, 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 green.